Hello and welcome to Chinese Novel Audiobook. Explore our playlist for more captivating novels, and don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you never miss a new video. Now, let's dive into today's story. Chapter 121, The War Begins, Yi Chen appears. Old Deng, let me see how many cards you have hidden. Did something go wrong with you during that battle? What else do you plan to do? Lu Qian's eyes were cold, staring intently at the next dramatic changes in the villain simulator. In the following battle, it doesn't matter whether the simulated clone is dead or alive. As long as I can hold on until he sees the final result, that's all. Protect His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. The achievement of following the dragon begins today. The old emperor is already old, how can he fight against Yang Hong, the new land immortal? Your Majesty the Crown Prince will win this battle. How dare you, these traitors, attack His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? You are courting death. Your Highness, the Crown Prince, is the true Emperor typing. Protect the Emperor. Protect the Emperor. Instantly, countless people came madly to kill you, but at the same time, many people also stood in front of you. Bai Long, Tong Qing, the Shangjia Patriarch, the Wu family Patriarch, the Lu family Patriarch, have gone mad, roaring and screaming, their eyes bloodshot, full of fanaticism. At this moment, your previous brainwashing finally played an unimaginable role. Closing square bracket. No one would have thought that you could actually invite a true immortal from the land to deal with the old man emperor. Closing square bracket. Even the former deposed Crown Prince Chen Zan did not do such a thing. If the old emperor was in his prime, they might not have known what to do with him. But the abandoned Crown Prince Chen Zan had already severely damaged the old emperor, and now the great Xia god of war Yang Hong has also broken through to the level of a true immortal on earth. This battle, the advantage is yours. Closing square bracket. The only worry is the counterattack of your uncles and the loyalists of the great Xia emperor. Closing square bracket. You can follow the dragon's merits, gain wealth and honor, and be granted an official title and a rank, today. Today. Closing square bracket. Lu Qian, you don't appreciate the grace of heaven and want to rebel like the deposed Crown Prince Chen Zan and split the empire. This is simply an unforgivable crime. Do you know that His Majesty is going to enthrone you as the Crown Prince today? A historian roared and asked you a heart-breaking question. Closing square bracket. Your face was normal, you sat there quietly, took out the exquisite wine pot and poured yourself a glass of wine, drank it in one gulp, laughed, and looked up at the sky. Crown Prince. Such a stingy reward, how could that old immortal come up with it? Today, I will make him the emperor, regardless of life or death. You. Upon hearing your words, a certain upright historian almost exploded with anger. Closing square bracket. You two sealed each other, right? Whoever wins gets the honor, right? I am the Orthodox of Daxia. Today's battle is a national war. Anyone who is loyal to me will be rewarded without reservation. Earls, dukes, or even kings, hereditary. All those who cause rebellion will have their entire clans exterminated. If you break your promise, you will be punished by heaven and earth. You suddenly roared, and your voice instantly covered the entire battlefield, carrying a bewitching power. Closing square bracket. Anyway, this simulation is just an illusion, so you are not afraid. You are just making big promises to inspire people. If you win, everything will come true naturally. Closing square bracket. If you lose, you'll lose everything. Find a ghost to cash it in. Closing square bracket. Instantly, the entire Daxia palace was in a state of panic, and even those who had murderous intentions towards you began to waver. Right now, you still have too few high-end combat forces. Among the 24 dukes, only 6 support you, the rest are either neutral or are the people of other princes. If you fight head-on, you are doomed to suffer a great loss. Closing square bracket. But right now, you don't have to say how many people will join you, just remaining neutral is enough. I have to say, your trick is effective. At this moment, all your uncles and aunts began to hesitate. Only a certain clown king was not moved by your words. Closing square bracket. You be asterisk 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 D, you've caused me so much pain, I won't let you go. Chen Tai's eyes turned bloodshot, and with a command, countless celestial beings came towards you to kill you. Among them, those Tianren families who supported him also chose to take action. Closing square bracket. Don't worry, Your Highness. Even if I risk my life today, I, Bai Long, will not let these bastards get close to you. Bai Long held a gun and fought against the two great celestial beings alone. He fought bloody battles, regardless of life and death, in order to obtain the title. Tong has been regarded as a burden by the family since he was young, just because his mother was a singer. He suffered humiliation and finally got a high position after many years. Today, His Royal Highness the grandson values him. I am willing to die to repay him. I only hope that His Royal Highness the grandson can grant an imperial decree for my mother and let her enter the Tong family hall. Tong Qing, a member of the Tong family, had bloodshot eyes and burned his blood, and also held back several celestial beings of the same level. Question mark. Old ghost of the Chu family, you must settle the account of assassinating me before today. The ancestor of the Liu family roared, bursting out with the cultivation of the 8th level heavenly being, blocking the ancestor of the Chu family who was the 9th level heavenly being. I will never let you get even a step closer to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Question mark. Is this the scene that Lao Deng experienced back then? You sat there, watching the fight in front of you. People from the heaven realm were falling all the time, and you were a little moved. No, the battle that Lao Deng started back then was probably many times more brutal than what I am fighting now. Almost all the Tianren families in the entire Xia Empire were involved, and they even dragged a group of brothers into it. At the moment, I'm afraid that the old man emperor's methods have not been used yet. You look at the Dharma battle in the sky, and always feel that the old man emperor is not as simple as imagined. Wait, where's Liu Ruyue? Closing square bracket. Suddenly, you reacted and found that Liu Ruyue, who was there before, disappeared without a trace, and even the Yanyu sword pavilion did not appear. You know, those people clearly stated that they would support you before. But why did they suddenly disappear now? Did something go wrong? Or did they know something and choose to retreat? Question mark. Swish. Your pupils shrank, and you inexplicably felt a chill, as if something was happening silently. Question mark. Swish. At this moment, a figure suddenly passed by everyone silently and rushed towards you who were sitting there drinking alone. Nephew, your uncle is here to kill you. That figure is none other than Chen Tai. He is certain that you were seriously injured a month ago and cannot open your emperor bone, so he came here to kill you. You remained calm, still sitting there, drinking alone, not paying any attention to Chen Tai who was attacking from behind. You seem to have guessed that the other party can't kill you. Closing square bracket. Question mark. Boom. At this moment, a young palace maid suddenly jumped out from the corner, reached down, and a soul-devouring demonic sword appeared, slashing towards Chen Tai. Her face was revealed, and she was 80% similar to Yi Chen, but with a kind of feminine beauty. I'm the only one who can kill Lu Qian. Chapter 122. The highest level of telling lies is not to deceive others, but to deceive yourself. It's you. Chen Tai looked at the young palace maid who suddenly appeared, and was immediately shocked. He instantly recognized that she was the mysterious female assassin who suddenly appeared in the palace a month ago, killed all his descendants, and cut off one of his hands. Closing square bracket. The other party actually lurked in the palace. Closing square bracket. Wait. The one who couldn't help but chuckle in the hall before, it seems to be this female assassin who mocked him. Chen Tai reacted and tried to dodge, but it was too late. Question mark. Puff. Yi Chen's beautiful face was filled with murderous intent, and the blood knife in his hand burst into a flash of blade light, instantly ripping Chen Tai's belly open and sending him flying. Ah, 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 he can only be mine, no one else can snatch him from me. Yi Chen seemed to be possessed by a demon, making some special declaration, not caring at all about Chen Tai who was screaming and dying not far away. This sudden scene also frightened many people around. Closing square bracket. A Chu family member suddenly rushed over, wanting to avenge Chen Tai, but was also killed on the spot by Yi Chen with a single blow. His feminine, soft and beautiful face was stained with blood. He stared at you intently and laughed strangely. Lu Qian. Do you know how much effort and price I paid to find you? Do you know? If it wasn't for killing you, how could I become what I am now? A month ago, I heard that you were almost killed by this long mist. Do you know how scared I was at that time? If you died, who would I turn to for revenge? Who would I turn to for settling the scores in the Magic City? I went out of my way to kill that damn Longwu's entire family. You d, you almost made it impossible for me to get my revenge. Suddenly, Yi Chen burst into tears, like a mad woman, jumping and stamping her feet on the spot. During that time, I have been hiding outside the Liu family, burning incense and praying to Buddha. Please don't die, please don't die, I would rather give up 20 years of my life in exchange for your survival. Ha 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 ha, God has eyes, you are alive, you are alive. Liu Qian. He originally thought that the villains, imitations of Yi Chen in the previous few times were already abstract enough, but he didn't expect that there would be a master. He had previously guessed that the female assassin holding a bloody knife who assassinated Chen Tai might be Yi Chen. I didn't expect it to be true. This time, she didn't follow the usual path and even had her S*X changed, right? Her every move was like that of a yandere woman. If you don't know, you might think he did something and you are trying to tarnish his innocence for no reason. This guy seems to be a little too angry. He holds a grudge too much. He's been thinking about killing me all day long, right? He even ignores Liu Ruyue. But then again, she looked pretty good in this simulation. She looked okay. He really practiced some kind of magical skill, or did something else, in order to seek revenge on me. Even though you had expected this, you were still somewhat speechless at this moment, looking at the crazy woman in front of you. It seems like you two don't have that much hatred. However, the cultivation level of this crazy woman seems to have increased a bit too much. How come she is faster than you and has even entered the Saint realm? Liu Qian, I will torture you bit by bit. After a brief moment of crying with joy, the crazy woman Yi Chen came towards you holding the soul-devouring demonic sword, wanting to torture you in every way. Quote, etc. You suddenly speak. Tread. Strangely enough, this crazy woman Yi Chen actually stopped. Ha ha ha, Liu Qian, you're scared, right? You want to beg for mercy, right? How about this, as long as you kneel down and lick my feet, I can consider giving you a painful. Just when Yi Chen was talking to himself like crazy, he was interrupted by you. Crazy woman, you are crazy so early in the morning, right? I just want to tell you that if you want to kill me, you may have to wait in line. The one behind you is much more ruthless than you pointed at him speechlessly. Yi Chen was stunned, and looked behind him fiercely, and immediately saw an old eunuch walking towards him slowly. Tread. This old eunuch is the eunuch who served as a personal eunuch to the old emperor. He is also the chief steward of the entire Daxia palace. His appearance is obviously for you. No one can kill you except me, not even this damn eunuch. Yi Chen suddenly changed direction, raised his knife and rushed towards the old eunuch, wanting to get rid of this eyesore guy. It seems that under the influence of the soul-devouring demon's sword, her mental state is somewhat abnormal. Boom. The old eunuch just raised his hand slightly, revealing a hint of pressure. The next moment, Yi Chen was sent flying like a cannonball, smashing into a nearby palace, his life or death unknown. At the same time, the old eunuch's cultivation was also revealed at this moment. 9-turn heavenly being. This is actually a powerful person who has reached the 9th level of heavenly transformation. Instantly, all the forces fighting in the entire palace could not help but look sideways. It's eunuch Shou. He's my father's personal eunuch and his companion since childhood. His strength is unfathomable. Ha 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 ha, nephew, you're dead, Chen Tai laughed loudly. Even though he was stabbed by Yi Chen, he still didn't die. He was really lucky. Seeing Yi Chen being killed so easily, you couldn't help but narrow your eyes, your expression slightly moved. Obviously, the old eunuch in front of him is one of the old emperor's backup. You slowly lower your head and look at the wine glass in your hand, as if wondering if this is your last drink. Your Highness, I will remove your limbs and dig out your imperial bones, and hand them over to His Majesty for disposal. Don't worry, you are His Majesty's bloodline. I will seal your acupuncture points for a short period of time, and you will not suffer too much pain. The old eunuch has a kind face and a smile on his face. He looks at you looking down at the wine glass, as if you have accepted your fate, but his tone is somewhat cruel. Right now, the rest of the people are blocked, no one can help you. If you had not been injured a month ago, you could have activated your Emperor Bone and competed with me. What a pity. This meaningless rebellion game should also end. Quote. Ha 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 ha. You lowered your head and suddenly burst into a series of weird laughs. Then, your body trembled, and you started talking to yourself like a madman. Lung fog, it's all lung fog. In the end, I have to take care of it myself. Who said I was injured? Who said there was something wrong with me? I'm not sick. I'm not sick. Question mark. Ha ha ha, it's fake, it's all fake, it's all fake, you are all fake, I am fake too. Question mark. Chapter 123, Who is stronger? Who is the real body? What is the highest level of telling lies? It is not to deceive others, but to deceive yourself. You are deceiving yourself by looking at the reflection in the wine glass. Your mind starts to become confused, your body trembles wildly, as if you are having an epileptic seizure, and you make strange noises from time to time. This sudden scene instantly attracted the attention of countless people, with different expressions. The grandson is crazy. Closing square bracket. Are you crazy? Or are you pretending to be crazy? The old eunuch paused and frowned slightly, but soon recovered. I don't care if you are crazy or not. I will break your limbs first and dig out the emperor's bones first. Your Highness, you are a powerful ruler who is no less powerful than your father. Why do you have to act crazy? Hee, don't worry, I will take good care of you when you are in my hands. Ha ha ha, are you really crazy? Pretending to be crazy. Who am I? I am Liu Qian. I am Chen Gan. I am the crown prince. I am a clone, go to hell with my real body. Kill, 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 kill. You slowly raised your head, your eyes began to turn dark, and your aura began to change strangely. You have successfully deceived yourself, your thinking begins to become confused and out of control. Question mark. You are crazy. Your body is deceived by your nonsense, and begins to recover quickly, returning to its peak. I've had enough. This fake world, everything fake, G simulation. Let's turn the tide. Open it for me. Question mark. Boom. At this moment, the terrifying pressure from the gods erupted from you, sweeping across the heaven and earth, causing the space to tremble. At this moment, you enter the heavenly realm again and reach the 9th level. Closing square bracket. Instantly, the entire Daxia palace fell into a dead silence, and even the two Dharma images in the sky seemed to be looking at you. This is impossible, the old eunuch said in disbelief. He could never have imagined that you could actually open the Emperor Bone. Do you know what I have endured? Do you know what kind of humiliation I have suffered? I have been killed again and again. I have died 5 times. Question mark. Swish. You suddenly appeared in front of the old eunuch, with a crazy look on your face. Question mark. Puff. Question mark. Sheer a soul-devouring slash. The blood knife swung, stained with countless blood, which splashed on his face. Closing square bracket. Crack. When the old eunuch reacted, he found that half of his head had been chopped off. How is this possible? Question mark. Swish. A rare treasure on the old eunuch suddenly exploded, carrying him back and fleeing into the distance. Activate the magic circle. All the royal servants, take action, kill him. The old eunuch covered his head and howled like a duck. Work together to trap him. Cooperate with all your strength and kill this man. Question mark. Question mark. In the palace, a group of celestial beings suddenly appeared, along with the hesitant celestial ancestors, who also chose to attack you. At this moment, the overwhelming number of powerful celestial beings are like leeches, almost drowning you. Countless terrifying pressures from the gods and the might of magic weapons are coming towards you. Why is it always me who dies? I suffered the hardship, but some B***************** D took all the benefits. Is the life of the clone no longer a life? My fate is determined by myself, not by God. I want you to die. Transform. At this moment, amid countless astonished gazes, your figure began to change constantly, like a phantom, sometimes turning into Yi Chen, sometimes into Yang Hong, sometimes into Zhan Fuzzy. It is exactly the everything changes you got before. Suddenly, your body shape changed, and you became an old madman with loose hair. It is the first immortal talisman master of Daxia, Zhan Fuzzy. You have gained some of the special powers of the Zhan Fuzi. Your talisman cultivation has begun to improve. The purple talent, talisman seed, begins to be activated 100%. Ha 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 ha, you came just in time. Where is the wind, rain, thunder and lightning? You laughed crazily and suddenly cut your palm with a blood knife. Countless blood essence appeared. Instantly, countless runes condensed from thin air, covering the entire Great Xia Palace, forming a rune array, revealing wind, rain, thunder and lightning. Drive the thunder. Stir the lightning. Boom, boom. One after another forbidden lightning bolts fell from the sky, bringing with them a vast pressure, blasting and killing one celestial being after another, killing people and horses, and leaving a surging sea of blood. The violent storm was like an invisible bondage, binding those celestial beings one by one, forcing them to have no way to retreat. It's Zhan Fuzzy. How could he transform into Zhan Fuzzy's appearance? This kind of power is far more than just a 9 transformation heavenly being. What kind of weird ability is this? Run away. The sudden scene instantly frightened countless people, and even frightened many people so much that they lost their souls and ran around in panic. At this moment, you are almost single-handedly fighting against the power of the entire Daxia Palace. Those who followed you were also stunned by the scene before their eyes. They didn't expect that you actually had such a terrifying strength and trump card hidden. The number 1 person under the true immortal on Earth, his reputation is well deserved. However, there are still some rational people who have detected a horrifying truth from your few words. The you in front of me is just an avatar. Not the real you. But how is this possible? If a clone has such terrifying power, then the real body is comparable to a true immortal on Earth. As for whether the main body is weaker than the clone, how is that possible? There is no such thing. But this matter is too absurd. They don't want to believe it. They are more willing to believe that you have used power beyond common sense and have gone insane. Only in the sky, the 2 fighting, Dharma images, seemed to be moved for a moment, as if they were reminded of something. Doppelganger. Main body. The next moment, it was vaguely visible that the Dharma appearance of the old man emperor seemed to burst out with even more terrifying power, instantly suppressing Yang Hong. As if I were going to reject this obstacle and come to settle the score with you. Don't retreat, come on, he won't last long in this state, let's wear him out. The old eunuch was furious, covering his broken head, and killed several escaping celestial beings, forcing them to return. Ha ha ha, who else? You change again, from Zhan Fuzzy, to your original form, with a crazy look on your face, staring at the sky intently, as if through the constraints of the simulator, you see the familiar, identical face in the ruins. Look carefully, you coward. I will teach you what it means to act recklessly and what it means to be invincible. Another self. Or the real self. Who is stronger? Who is the real one? Chapter 124. Liu Qian, run away. This is completely crazy. Liu Qian's eyes were calm, as if he was staring at the simulated clone in the villain simulator who was acting recklessly and furiously. I didn't expect that ghost talk would have such an effect. Before, he had guessed that ghost talk could be used to deceive not only others but also oneself to achieve some special effect. However, the self simulated by the villain this time actually verified this point. Through deception and anger, he temporarily forgot about his injury and the side effects of heaven and earth alone, and returned to his peak. To some extent, it can be said that the effect of ghost talk was somewhat beyond his expectations. This purple talent is about to be used to its full potential. When combined with the magical power of thousands of changes, it has unimaginable special effects. However, the side effects are also huge. He was so crazy that he even said something like, "The original body and the clone. Am I really out of control, or is it just my true nature? Am I really that crazy? However, I haven't gone crazy enough to completely expose my villain simulator." Liu Qian's expression became slightly solemn. He didn't care about the clamor of the simulated clone, nor was he angry. After all, in essence, this is equivalent to scolding yourself, which is not a good thing. If it were him who was a clone, he would also curse. However, the only problem now is the old emperor. Judging from the reaction of the old man emperor, he has obviously noticed something. If the simulated clone does not die, but is captured and restricted, living a life worse than death, does it mean that the simulation cannot end? By then, the villain simulator will be stuck forever, and my biggest trump card will also be useless. Liu Qian paused, and immediately realized the worst possibility. This seems like the worst possible scenario. Damn it. Didn't he think about this issue before he simulated his clone going crazy? Or has he considered it and has a backup plan? Shit. You have to be so nervous to play a simulator, and you have to compete with yourself in wits and courage, right? I thought the most dangerous person in this simulation was the old man emperor, but it turned out to be me. Who is stronger? Who is the real one? You are so crazy right now that even the King of Heaven would be slapped in the face by you too. However, you seem to have not yet noticed the rapid approach of danger, and the battle in the sky seems to have begun to tilt in some way. Boom. A huge tremor suddenly occurred, and huge array patterns suddenly appeared throughout the Xia Palace, instantly condensing into a terrifying array that trapped you. The Panlong formation, set up by the successive emperors of the Great Xia Palace, has been activated. Liu Qian, you are dead. The old eunuch shouted in surprise. Closing square bracket. The Panlong formation is one of the most powerful trump cards of the Great Xia Palace, and is said to be able to kill any existence below the level of true immortal on land. Closing square bracket. Just now, when you went crazy and slaughtered the gods, this old eunuch quietly took the formation card given by the old emperor and activated it. Swish, swish, swish. A series of array shackles instantly trapped your entire body, making you unable to move. Closing square bracket. A terrifying dragon formed by countless array patterns suddenly appeared. It was the array spirit of the larger array, emitting a terrifying pressure, and spewing out a short sword from its mouth. Puff. You only felt a sharp pain, your body froze, and the dagger instantly pierced your heart, your chest was broken, and a large hole appeared. No. Seeing this scene, the faces of the Liu family ancestor, Bai Long and others changed drastically and they shouted in despair. Closing square bracket. Without a heart, I don't know how you can survive. The Clown King, Chen Tai, who had pretended to be dead when he saw you display your might before, stood up again, dragging his intestines and shouting excitedly. Closing square bracket. Obviously, he would be happier to see you die than to see his own father die. However, the next scene shocked everyone again. Closing square bracket. However, you saw a huge hole in your chest. With a broken heart, you just shook for a moment, then raised your head again, muttering to yourself, "It's just a fatal wound, it seems I won't die." Boom. Your eyes instantly lit up, as if nothing had happened. You reached out and touched the big hole in your chest and your broken heart, smacking your lips. This is so funny, ha ha ha. Everyone is shocked. Everyone was so shocked by this scene that they were speechless. Is this guy still a human being? He has no heart at all. He can be alright just by saying something. Closing square bracket. Puff. Your figure suddenly disappeared. The next moment, the old eunuch suddenly screamed, and was chopped into pieces by you, and the formation card in his hand was also shattered. The Panlong formation was broken in an instant, and the formation spirit turned into nothingness. Bang! Chen Tai, who had just stood up for a few seconds, quickly fell to the ground, ready to continue spinning. But as soon as he fell to the ground, he saw a figure quietly appear in front of him. Uncle Six, your eldest nephew is here to love you. With a smile on your face, you hold the soul-devouring demon sword high in your hand. Even if you are going crazy, at this moment, you are deeply impressed by the culprit who caused you to simulate tragic deaths several times. My dear nephew, please don't do that. Uncle Six will kowtow to you. I will kowtow to you. Chen Tai was so scared that he peed himself. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. His nose was snotting and his eyes were filled with tears. Your face turned grim, you ignored him, and walked towards him, intending to kill Chen Tai in front of you. Quote. Die. Swish. At this time, the protagonist, Yi Cheng, whose life and death were uncertain before appears again, holding the soul-devouring demon sword and slashing you from behind. Lu Qian, go to hell. Annoying flies. Bang. You slapped Yi Cheng with your backhand, sending him flying. His life or death is unknown again, and you snatched the opponent's soul-devouring demon sword. You now have two soul-devouring swords in your hands. You walk with heavy steps, continuing to walk towards Chen Tai. It really is. You didn't. Suddenly, from the sky, the slightly angry voice of Uncle Yang Hong was heard. Obviously, something went wrong. He lost. Quote. Lu Qian, run away. Chapter 125, Old Man Emperor, want to leave. Quote. Lu Qian, hurry up. Yang Hong's voice became distorted, as if interfered by some force, and it was difficult to hear clearly. Click. In the sky, among the two huge, Dharma images, fighting each other, one began to show signs of collapse, but it was still tightly dragging the other, Dharma image, which was emitting a powerful aura and seemed to be uninjured. The old emperor does not seem to be as badly injured as rumored, and his lifespan is not long. The strange phenomenon in the sky has attracted the attention of countless people at this moment. My dear, hurry up and leave. The big yellow dog reacted and yelled at you. He wanted to rush over, but was blocked by the evil dragon. Tread. At this moment, you walked towards Chen Tai, but you seemed oblivious, with heavy steps. You were confused and almost insane, and you seemed to just want to do things according to your heart. But, for some reason, you begin to feel your body getting heavier, your breathing becoming heavier, and even your consciousness quickly becoming blurred. Nephew, Uncle Six was wrong. Please let Uncle Six go. Chen Tai cried and hugged your thigh, begging for mercy frantically. Swish. You raise the bloody knife high, ready to chop it down, but the next moment, your body becomes stiff, and you find your arm is beginning to turn to stone. The big hole in your chest is now filled with a gray light, spreading throughout your body. What's going on? Ha, I thought you were immune to the Panlong poison, but I didn't expect that you couldn't handle it. Chen Tai reacted and stopped crying. His face was filled with excitement and pride. The short sword spit out by the Panlong formation spirit, before contained a powerful poison, which was said to kill anyone below the level of a true immortal on Earth. Just now, he saw that you didn't react and were still alive. He was almost scared to death. I didn't expect you to be so incapable of it. At this moment, even the effect of nonsense has reached its peak. Your power begins to dissipate. The Panlong poison in your chest begins to spread throughout your body, turning your skin gray, almost turning you into a stone statue. Click. Your vitality begins to collapse. Is he going to die? Your eyes froze, as if you were a little surprised and regretful. Damn idiot. Seeing that you were about to die, the Dharma image of the old man emperor in the sky could not help but curse angrily, as if cursing a dead old eunuch, and then suddenly became excited and wanted to do something. It's obvious that he doesn't want to see you die so soon. On the contrary, Yang Hong has made up his mind and decided on a certain time to buy you some time. He knows your ability to rebirth. Once you die, you can start over at any time. Boom. Yang Hong brazenly chose to self-destruct, and was ready to buy time for you at the cost of his own death. A land of ruins. Are you going to die? Liu Qian looked at this scene of the villain's simulator, without any regrets in his heart, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The old emperor obviously noticed something and wanted to do something. Currently, he knows too little about the power of the true immortals on land. If the old man captured the simulated clone, twitched the soul, imprisoned it, or refined it into the spirit of a magic weapon and placed a ban. Simulator, what would happen if the simulated clone had this kind of problem? Ding, once this happens, the simulation cannot be determined to be dead, and the simulator will be stuck at this progress, unable to update, and unable to proceed to the next round of simulation. Closing square bracket. Villain simulator told him the news he least wanted to hear. However, the next thing Villain simulator said was a piece of news that was neither good nor bad. The host can also choose to lose all the benefits of this simulation and pay 500,000 villain points, and the villain simulator will take over the heavenly Tao of the simulated world and wipe out the simulated clone, forcibly ending it. Closing square bracket. Liu Qian, this price seems a little too terrifying. Not to mention the benefits. He didn't know how long it would take him to save up 500,000 villain points. In this situation, it is almost impossible to make a choice until the last moment. However, what shocked him even more was the ability of the villain simulator, which could actually take over heavenly path for a short period of time. The origin of this thing seems a little too terrifying. However, fortunately, the situation is still under control. At least one thing is clear. That's Lao Deng. This B**************** D is indeed not injured. He has been playing dead to hide something. Your energy begins to dissipate, and you turn into a stone man. Question mark. You are dead. Simulation. Ah, I won't let you die. Question mark. Boom. The Yi Cheng, whose life or death is unknown, jumps out of the ruined palace again, with a stick in his hand, hitting you on the head. Closing square bracket. ****, you can only die in my hands. Question mark. Boom. The stick breaks, and you turn into a stone man. Suddenly, your brain shakes, and a destiny intervenes. The only remaining trace of blessing golden light in your mind seems to be back in time, shining brightly. Blessings from the heavenly official. This golden talent is completely shattered at this moment, and all the power is infused into you. Click, click. The stone skin on his body began to break. Closing square bracket. Your Supreme Emperor bone also showed some abnormality, and a warm current emerged. I can fight again. A roar came out of your mouth, deafening. Laughing nonsense is effective again. Your brain believes your nonsense and revives again. Question mark. Under the intervention of various special factors. Question mark. You are alive. Question mark. Chen Tai, Yi Cheng, Yang Hong. Question mark. Old Emperor. Shocked people. Liu Qian. Wow. Question mark. Puff. If you live again, you will brandish the bloody knife in your hand and chop off Chen Tai's head. So far, this mastermind who has caused your death several times has died at your hands for the first time. Ha ha ha, you're alive. Question mark. Boom. You backhandedly slapped the frantic Yi Cheng with the back of your knife, sending him flying, and his life or death is unknown again. Defeat. You looked up at the sky. The aura that belonged to your uncle Yang Hong quickly dissipated. His face became calm, and the madness just now was gone. Perhaps it is a last breath of light. Your mind has calmed down and entered the supreme mode. At this moment, you have already realized that your recent madness has caused some delays. Question mark. Maybe it's time for you to go. Question mark. Boom. In the sky, amidst the terrifying explosion of the Dharma image, a huge hand suddenly stretched out, transformed into a cage, and slapped downwards, trying to catch you. It is the old emperor. Closing square bracket. I want to leave. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 126, Now I Lack Nothing. Seeing you suddenly resurrect, the old man is undoubtedly the happiest. At this moment, he is ready to capture you and do something with you. Closing square bracket. For this reason, he was willing to resist Yang Hong's Dharma appearance, self-destruction, and free up one hand to catch you. With his cultivation is a land immortal, you are far from being able to contend with him now. That terrifying giant hand is about to cover the entire Great Xia Palace, making it impossible for you to escape. Quote. Not good. Seeing Yang Hong defeated and you about to be arrested, those who supported you and wanted to follow the dragon were suddenly horrified and looked as pale as death. Master. The big yellow dog roared and screamed, with bloodshot eyes, as if it had sensed Yang Hong's death. Your uncles and aunts looked at you with fear, regret, and a sense of frustration. Obviously, they also realized that the old emperor was playing a trick on them. What bullshit injuries, what bullshit lifespan. This old guy is quite good at fighting. He even killed a true immortal on Earth. Only the eldest Prince Chen Ang had a blank expression on his face, frowned slightly, and said nothing. At this moment, your situation is hopeless, and it seems like you shouldn't be resurrected. At the same time, you also understand why Liu Ruyue, Yanyu Zhang and others will not show up. I think they got some information and knew about the old emperor's situation a long time ago, and they predicted your defeat in advance. Or did they use you to make a deal with the old emperor? Closing square bracket. The words that the leader of the Misty Rain Sword Pavilion said to me before, was he referring to Liu Ruyue? You recall what the white-robed sword immortal said to you before, don't trust anyone easily. It seems to be foreshadowing the Yanyu Sword Pavilion's betrayal of you. Closing square bracket. It seems that the other party already knew the truth that the old emperor was not injured. But if that's the case, why did I give you a lot of help before, and give you a lot of information and help for a short period of time? That series of actions seemed to contain some kind of secret. Things seem to be getting more and more interesting. But nowadays, you don't seem to have time to think too much. Closing square bracket. Suddenly, a sudden and surprising voice interrupted your thoughts. Closing square bracket. Quote. Brother Liu. Outside the Great Xia Palace, a huge space crack suddenly appeared out of thin air, revealing a huge, three-eyed monster that exudes a powerful aura of the 8th level peak. On the head of the three-eyed weirdo, two familiar figures are standing at this moment. One of them is Su Mei, who has been missing for a long time and is said to have been taken away by a strange alien race and became the Strange Eye Saint. And the other person is Liu Ruyue. What's going on? Liu Ruyue did not betray you, but chose to go and get help for you to find Su Mei. Closing square bracket. Some of your previous guesses were wrong. Brother Liu, Sister Liu and I are here to save you. Su Mei waved towards you excitedly. Closing square bracket. At this moment, she is no longer the helpless little girl. Instead, she has changed into a dark mysterious robe, exuding an indescribable mysterious aura, and has become more mature. The pair of eyes that were supposed to be snow white also turned as black as ink, like a black gem. Closing square bracket. At this moment, she is no less impressive than Liu Ruyue beside her. Beside you, Liu Ruyue looks at you with a hint of guilt and relief. It's a three-eyed monster from the Weird Eye clan. How did it suddenly appear here? Wait, that woman seems to be the saint that the Strange Eye clan recently found, with a forbidden and strange bloodline. She was just saying hello to Liu Qian. Liu Qian, you are so bold that you actually colluded with a strange alien race. Quote. Seeing that you played the new card of colluding with alien races, many people in the Great Xia Palace were immediately filled with righteous indignation and cursed loudly, almost labeling you a sinner of the human race. Closing square bracket. On the contrary, the eyes of your uncles and aunts lit up. Good boy, you have so many hidden cards, one after another. After learning that Lao Lao Deng was not going to die for the time being, they instantly abandoned their hostility towards you, hoping that you could fight Lao Lao Deng like the abandoned Crown Prince Chen Zan did back then. However, you don't have too many surprises at this moment, because a three-eyed monster, comparable to the peak of heaven and man cannot withstand the old man emperor. Even if we add Su Mei and Liu Ruyue as the two female protagonists, it's still the same. Quote. Snort. In the sky, the old man snorted coldly, like thunder rolling in the sky. Closing square bracket. Puff. The three-eyed monster exploded in an instant and fell from the air. Su Mei and Liu Ruyue's expressions changed drastically. At this moment, the despairing power of the land immortal was revealed without a doubt. Today, it's useless no matter who comes. Accompanied by the domineering voice of the old man, the whole scene fell into silence again. That terrifying Dharmadhatu hand has already slapped down heavily, trying to completely seal you off. However, your expression did not change from beginning to end, only your eyes moved slightly, a mocking smile appeared at the corners of your mouth, and you slowly raised the two soul-devouring demon swords in your hands. Sure enough, in this world, the only person you can trust is yourself. Closing square bracket. Old man, do you really think you can defeat me? Ha ha ha, do you think I didn't anticipate the current situation? From the beginning to the end, I was ready to fight you. Back then, I could cripple you, and I can do it today too. You suddenly burst into laughter, full of heroic spirit. Under the gaze of everyone, your face and body are suddenly covered by a faint light, as if something is going on. The next moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a strange yet familiar tall figure suddenly appeared, causing everyone present to scream. Deposed Crown Prince Chen Zan. You transformed into the abandoned Crown Prince Chen Zan with your ever-changing abilities. Closing square bracket. You briefly gained some of Chen Zan's power characteristics. Your Supreme Emperor Bone has undergone a mutation. You have obtained the complete Supreme Emperor Bone. Your Supreme Emperor Bone is beginning to activate. Feeling the nearly invincible power in your body, you slowly nodded, a smile on your face, looking at those shocked expressions. Now I have everything I need. Emperor's Bone. Open. Question mark. Boom. At this moment, your aura surged wildly, revealing a hint of the aura of a true land immortal. Chapter 127. You were beheaded by a sword, and you died with your eyes open. Wow. This is absolutely me. Lu Qian's eyes widened, he couldn't help but put himself in the situation, his blood boiling. This time the simulated clone was simply amazing, with one reversal after another, which excited not only others but even him. As expected of me. It's so handsome. Question mark. Boom. At this moment, with the blessing of the complete Supreme Emperor Bone, you seem to be infinitely close to the true land immortal, but you are still missing something. In the final analysis, nonsense also has its limitations, it is not invincible, and your foundation is too superficial. If it weren't for the heavenly official's blessing, repeatedly protecting you, and if it weren't for the fact that a certain destined protagonist Yi Chen gave you part of his own luck, you would have died long ago. Right now, you simply can't maintain this form for too long. Question mark. But even so, it is enough. Next, it's your turn. Closing square bracket. Question mark. Boom. The two semi-immortal level, soul-devouring demonic swords, in your hands suddenly shine brightly, and you force them to merge into one, turning it into a blood-red giant blade, faintly emitting the aura of an immortal weapon. At this moment, due to the combination of many factors, in the eyes of the people of the entire Great Xia Empire, you are like a new land immortal. Brother Liu, you have achieved the status of a Liu Di Gen Xian. Su Mei opened her mouth wide, extremely shocked. Although you didn't have any contact with her in this simulation, you taught her all your good qualities through Liu Zhang, who stayed in the Magic City, and gave her the alchemist inheritance and strength, leaving a seed in the heart of the lonely girl who lost her brother. Even after she was taken away by a strange alien race, she still remembered your kindness. This is why she came here at this time. Closing square bracket. You are so despicable that you even deceived an 18-year-old girl. You are so crazy. Closing square bracket. What shocked her even more was that when she arrived, she felt a sense of familiarity when she saw you for the first time, as if you had met before at some point in time. Is this your trump card? Liu Ruyue looked at you with a complicated expression, the long sword behind him trembled slightly, as if a soul was also watching this scene, with an excited expression. Due to some accident, she was unable to help you at the critical moment, so she could only take a roundabout route and bring Su Mei here. Second brother. When the kings saw you, they all looked as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Many of them were so frightened that their legs went limp. It seemed as if your existence was a nightmare to them. Even the eldest Prince Chen Ang, this old coin, had trembling eyes and a dazed look, and he stood there in a daze. Complete Emperor Bone. The old man emperor seemed to sense the aura of the Supreme Emperor Bone emanating from you, and was horrified, as if recalling some bad memories. Quote. "Gu. I'm back." You held your head high, as if declaring your return. Your eyes were cold as you stared into the eyes of a powerful deity in the sky. "Old ghost, it's your turn, take my sword." Boom. You chose to self-destruct the immortal weapon in your hand as a price, and delivered a powerful blow comparable to that of an immortal god. The terrifying giant hand that attacked was cut off by a single blow, and immortal blood filled the air. Each drop of immortal blood seemed to contain the terrifying pressure of heaven and earth. The shattered blood-red blade light seemed to continue unabated, slashing towards the Dharma image in the sky. Puff. The old man in the sky howled in pain, as if he was injured. You delivered a divine blow, but you stood still in the same place, motionless. "Old dog. Fight again." You suddenly shouted loudly, ignoring the expectations of your brothers, and your momentum was strong again. "Well done, second brother. Come on, second brother, beat him, don't lose points." Second brother is in high spirits, chop down Lao Dang. Seeing you display your divine power and chop Lao Dang with your sword, all the kings were overjoyed. They no longer felt fearful and shouted in excitement. It is obvious that they have been dissatisfied with their own Lao Dang for a long time. The kindness of father and filial piety of son, inherited from the ancestors of the Great Xia royal family, has reached its peak at this moment. Of course, it would be even better if you two could die together. Only the eldest Prince Chen Ang frowned slightly, as if he had noticed something, and retreated quietly. Tear. The space was suddenly torn apart, you escaped into it and ran away. Kings. Digging a groove. If they run away, who will resist Lao Dang's anger? Closing square bracket. Boom. The kings who had just shouted died instantly. Haha, what an interesting little fellow. A graceful figure exuding a forbidden aura suddenly appeared, protecting Su Mei and Liu Ruyue, and standing in front of the furious old emperor. Queen Weird Eyes, you are coming to stop me too. Yang Mansion. Puff. A figure suddenly fell from midair, spitting blood, in a miserable state, and his aura seemed to have fallen to the bottom of the valley. Obviously, after that blow, you were already beginning to be unable to hold on. Can't hold on any longer. Maybe I can still, haha. At this moment, your life is completely hanging by a thread. You frantically take out the pills and stuff them into your mouth, but it is of no use. You try to deceive yourself with nonsense again, but it doesn't work. I've told you so many lies that I don't even believe them anymore. Obviously, this talent that you have used to its full potential is not invincible. You dragged your broken body and looked up at the sky. There was another battle between the true immortals on Earth. It was obvious that Su Mei's forbidden blood relative had taken action, buying time for you. At the last moment of your life, you rushed to the backyard of Yang's mansion, wanting to see what Yang Hong had left for you. You have a feeling that the ghost thing that attacked you before should be gone now. And what is hidden in that secret realm may be beyond your expectations. You came to the cenotaph of the abandoned crown prince, and activated the dimmed, Supreme Emperor Bone in your body. Tear. The secret realm opens. You jump in and enter a strange space. You discovered a weird footprint at the entrance of the space, which was obviously left by the ghost thing that attacked you before. That ghost thing was guarding the entrance at the time. Once you jumped in, you would be ambushed. However, it has apparently left since its last failure. You looked up and immediately saw a dilapidated dragon temple not far away. Finally found it. Puff. Just as you were taking a few steps closer, your body suddenly froze, and you felt a chill, and a sharp sword suddenly pierced through your throat. Tear. You were beheaded by a sword. Closing square bracket. Your head flies up, and your consciousness starts to become blurry. At the last moment, you saw the cloaked figure holding a sword behind you, who seemed to be wearing a bloody ring on his hand. It's him. In the previous dream, the person who tampered with your Supreme Emperor bone. But when your eyes saw the old yet familiar face under the cloak, your pupils shrank and you died with your eyes wide open. Liu family ancestor. Chapter 128. Sorry, this is His Majesty's order. Sorry, this is His Majesty's order. Question mark. Boom. The Liu family ancestor seems to be very afraid that you will use some tricks again, and will start another. The sword energy is sweeping across the sky, and your head will be completely destroyed in an instant. Closing square bracket. You are dead, the simulation ends. Dead silence. The entire ruins fell into absolute silence. Liu Qian stared at the villain simulator in front of him, his face changed, and his mind was a little confused. He thought that he might die at the hands of Chen Tai, Chen Ang, the old man emperor, or even the white-robed sword immortal or the master of the misty rain sword pavilion. The only thing he didn't expect was that he would die at the hands of the Liu family. The strongest man of the Liu family, the ancestor of the Liu family, who has been protecting you all along, turned out to be the one wearing the blood ring in the dream, who tampered with your Supreme Emperor bone. The Liu family that raised you since childhood actually has a problem. The person the white-robed sword immortal was talking about was actually the Liu family. The Liu family's ancestor was the elder who treated me the best since I was a child. Who could have thought that the loved one from childhood would actually stab me in the back at the last moment? Liu Qian's mind was in a mess at the moment, and he was obviously shocked. The enemy is at the base camp. The second great uncle of the Liu family who was killed before might just be a chess piece used to confuse people. What the hell? You pretended to be seriously injured and unconscious before. It significantly lowered his guard. When I was about to start the Xuanwu Gate sniper with Lao Laoding, he just woke up and joined the camp. Are you playing werewolf here? Liu Qian was so angry that he was shaking. But immediately, he entered the supreme mode, his thoughts instantly broke through the limits of mortals, and he regained his composure. This is His Majesty's order. You muttered to yourself, savoring the words of the Liu family's ancestor. According to my uncle Yang Hong, the Liu family is ostensibly the confidant of the old emperor, but in reality, they are diehard fans of the deposed Crown Prince Chen Zan. But now it seems that this statement is wrong. The Liu family is very likely to have been the old emperor's men from the beginning to the end, and they are also the chess pieces buried the deepest. Back then, the Liu family kept it a secret from almost everyone. After the death of the deposed Crown Prince Chen Zan, I was just a baby and was given to the Liu family to raise by Yang Hong. But the Liu family's ancestor is the old emperor's man, so he directly handed the responsibility to the old emperor. The old man coveted the power of the Supreme Emperor bone and asked the Liu family ancestor to take out some things from my emperor bone for research. Yang Hong probably didn't lie to me. The abandoned Crown Prince Chen Zan may have really severely injured the old emperor, but he probably didn't expect that over the years, the old emperor recovered from his injuries by obtaining something from my Supreme Emperor bone and even became stronger. The reason why I was kept all these years was, on the one hand, to imprison me and observe some things, and on the other hand, to use me to draw out the means left by the deposed Crown Prince Chen Zan. Chen Tai, the Jiyu family, and the Chu family are all just pawns pushed out into the open. No wonder the Liu family always disappeared inexplicably in the previous simulations. I'm afraid they are not dead, but hidden by the old emperor, and have gone from being open to being secret. The white-robed sword immortal of Yanyu Sword Pavilion should have learned the true identity of the Liu family ancestor at a critical moment, and understood my every move, which was actually under the eyes of the old man emperor. He gave me a secret reminder, and when he saw that I hadn't noticed it yet, he thought I was bound to lose, so he chose to withdraw his bet. This is consistent with what Yang Hong said. They are a group of sophisticated speculators. They will help whoever wins. At this moment, Liu Qian seemed to understand everything, and at the same time, he also felt a deep chill. It was in vain that he had wanted to run to the imperial capital as soon as possible to save the Liu family. He was afraid that he would be a fool to go there, and at the critical moment, he would be stabbed in the back. Damn Lao Laoding, it's so damn sinister. The Liu family, whom he trusted the most, turned out to be the other party's hidden pawn. As for why the Liu family ancestor wanted to kill him during the simulation, instead of wanting to capture him alive like the old emperor. Liu Qian also speculated about this. Maybe it's because the performance of the simulated clone is too dazzling. It's always on, it's always off, it's always off. It can be opened and can be opened again. You die 1 second, and you have to fight again the next. In this situation, you still want to capture him alive. If you are not careful, you will be killed. Overall, I was almost completely defeated in this simulation. From the beginning to the end, I was led by the nose by Lao Lao Deng. This old immortal is so sinister, his strength is unfathomable. In this simulation, Zhan Fuzzy and Yang Hong died in his hands one after another. Even if I played all my cards, I couldn't kill him. I just cut off one of his hands. Under that circumstance, the old man was still able to fight against the forbidden level weirdness behind Su Mei. Obviously, he was not seriously injured. At this moment, you deeply felt the horror of the old man emperor. He was simply an enhanced version of the ultimate boss. What's even worse is that this guy is smart, cunning, and has superb means. It is also suspected that it quietly plundered some of the power of the Supreme Emperor Bone. How can this be played without any effort? If it weren't for the villain simulator, Liu Qian would have wanted to kill himself. How to play? But it's not without gain. At least we know the location of the Zhan Fuzi. The old emperor was not injured and hid very deeply. He also pulled out the thorn of the Liu family in advance. Moreover, with the unexpected gain of Su Mei, it can actually involve a taboo-level weird alien race comparable to the true immortals on Earth. Thinking about the various insights, Liu Qian's mind became brighter and brighter, and some of the next layouts can also be adjusted. In a sense, he was somewhat grateful to Yi Chen, the son of destiny. If the opponent had not hit him with a stick containing destiny and fortune at the critical moment, which briefly extended his life, he would have been able to fight the old emperor again. I'm afraid it's very difficult to see the old emperor's backhand. Yi Chen is a very good guy, except for being a little hot-tempered and holding grudges. Next time, don't hit too hard. At this moment, the voice of Villain Simulator sounded again. The sixth simulation ends and the final settlement begins. Closing square bracket. Chapter 129. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Boom! The long river of time suddenly descended, instantly covering the entire ruins and wrapping Liu Qian in it. The time fragment of the sixth villain simulation surged out of the long river of time and emerged. Go north to Beijing, return to the Liu family, slaughter the Jiyu family, humiliate the king of Wu, enter the Imperial University, fight the old emperor. Zan Fuzzy appears. The battles are reflected like a 3D blockbuster. Soon, the picture finally freezes on a mysterious secret place, revealing a dilapidated dragon temple. Swish! The long river of time slowly parted, and suddenly a floating head with eyes wide open fell out. Those eyes that died with their eyes still open were staring straight ahead, as if in disbelief. 8 different colored, fragrant Dao fruits surround the area. Liu Qian silently looked at the head in front of him that looked exactly like his own, and for a moment he felt a little strange. It seems that this time the villain simulation died the most miserable death. Only the head is left. Begin the final settlement. The host can choose 4 from the following 8 options. Closing square bracket. First item, the 6th level of the Qing Emperor's Longevity Sutra, Extraordinary Peak. Second item, ever-changing variation of the 8th level of Thousand Shadow Magic. Third item, fixed golden talent, Heavenly Official's Blessing, becomes your own innate talent. Fourth item, 7th level Talisman Master, Golden Light Talisman. Fifth item, a stick that contains part of destiny. Maybe you can try hitting yourself on the head. Sixth item, the remains of 64 celestial beings. You seem to have killed too many. Item 7, soul-devouring demonic sword, semi-immortal weapon. Item 8, heavenly demon stone, demon's treasure. The heavenly demon stone. Is it the stone we got from the portrait in Yang's mansion? Liu Qian paused, looking at the last option, and suddenly remembered the mysterious stone that caused the Thousand Shadows magic art to mutate and advance into the powerful magical power of Thousand Changes. It turns out that thing is called Demon Stone. Just by looking at the name, you can tell that it is extraordinary. It seems to have a special effect on all magic techniques. But the question is, how could there be such a thing in the portrait of his mother Yangshu's room? Moreover, it seems that some coincidences happened to be of great use to him. If the demon stone hadn't appeared, allowing him to obtain 1,000 changes and increase his combat power, I'm afraid it would be difficult for him to fight against the old emperor. Right now, he was very excited about these 8 options, but at the moment, he only had 3,500 villain points left, and was unable to continue the villain simulation. This means that for the next period of time, before he accumulates enough villain points, he will have to face the enemy in his original form. This means that he needs to maximize all benefits. I choose the 2nd, 3rd, 6th, and 7th prizes. This time, he did not choose cultivation, but chose something else. Swish. The 4 Tao fruits representing thousands of changes, blessings from heaven, treasures from 64 celestial beings, and soul-devouring demonic sword instantly transformed into streams of light and shot towards him. Swish. This time, your cultivation has not changed at all. It's just that there is a new talent, a new magical power, a new soul-devouring magic sword, a huge amount of training resources and weapons. Everything seems to be no different from before. But at this moment, Liu Qian was very clear that his combat power had increased more than 100 times at this moment. Thousands of changes allows him to change Chen Zan at a critical moment and temporarily replenish Supreme Emperor Bone. Heavenly Official's blessing can allow him to repeatedly escape danger and protect his life at critical moments. The remains of 64 celestial beings is a staggering fortune that is difficult to choose, enough to free him from the worries of cultivation resources. Soul-devouring demon sword, he collected 2 of them, and could imitate the 6th villain simulation. The 2 merged into one and transformed into a fairy weapon. Coupled with the miraculous effects of 9 steps to heaven and nonsense, it is enough to confirm my status as the number 1 person below the true immortal on earth. It can even unleash a sword comparable to that of a true immortal on earth at a critical moment. Liu Qian's eyes flashed with a sharpness, instantly tearing apart the surrounding fog, and he couldn't help laughing out loud. At this moment, he already had the strength to briefly confront and fight with the old emperor without the help of anyone. Although it only has the power of 1 strike, it is incomparable to the previous one. Now he has the initial qualifications to overturn the table. Just wait, Lao Lao Dang, sooner or later you will get into trouble. Host. Liu Qian. Age. 18. Lives for 1,000 years. Occupation. Talisman Master, Level 6. Realm. Peak of Mountains and Rivers. Kung Fu. The 5th level of the Qing Emperor's Longevity Sutra, Land True Immortal level, the 4th level of the Ancient Dragon Elephant Sutra, Heavenly level, the 8th level of the Thousand Shadows Magic Art Variation, the Authentic Book of Talismans, and the Illustrated Explanation of Talismans. Divine Power and Taoism. Qingdi Immortal Body, Dragon Elephant Tyrant Body, Shapeshifting, Vast Tyrant Dragon Fist, Supreme Mode, 9 Steps to Heaven, 1,000 Changes. Physique. Supreme Emperor Bone. Talents. Grease the soles of feet, blue, you can't see me, red, talisman seeds, purple, nonsense, purple, blessing from the heavenly official, gold. Items. Soul-devouring demonic sword X2, semi-immortal weapon, life-saving blood escape talisman, Xuanian treasure mirror, celestial magic weapon, gifts from 64 celestial beings. Number of simulations, 0 times. Villain points, 3,500. The Mountain and River Realm simulation requires 50,000 villain points. Crash. After completing the reward option, the River of Time in front of me still did not fade away, but became more exciting. Seeing this scene, Liu Qian's eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at the human head in front of him with fiery eyes, as if he had seen a treasure. An unexpected bonus. Swish. However, the head of the person who died with his eyes open suddenly trembled, his eyelids blinked, and he twisted around in the air, as if he had come alive and was adapting. Then, the pair of dead fish eyes that were still open looked at the real body that was waiting eagerly in front of it. Look at your sister, you stinky beggar. The dead head cursed shockingly. Liu Qian. Open it up in person. Scolding yourself. Puff. The dead head suddenly opened its mouth and instantly spit out a light golden Dao fruit that flew towards you. Bang. Liu Qian caught it subconsciously. Swish. His palm slowly opened, and the Dao fruit in his hand began to change, eventually turning into a pitch-black stone. Question mark. Demon stone. Remember to avenge me. An unwilling and angry voice sounded in my ears. When Liu Qian looked up, the long river of time and the dead head in front of him had disappeared without a trace. Check out our playlist for more amazing novels. Chapter 130. The strong prey on the weak, and the strong are respected. Don't worry, I will avenge you. Liu Qian put away the demon stone in his hand and made a promise to the dead head that had already disappeared. He was stabbed in the back for no reason and killed on the spot, and his death was so miserable. This account must be settled. If he had ever felt grateful to the Liu family for raising them, he wanted to repay them. But after the Liu family ancestor beheaded him with a sword from behind, all of them were cleared out. Son of ABCH. Liu Qian felt that in the previous villain simulations, the Liu family ancestor must have been watching him die tragically behind the scenes, and even added fuel to the flames. Everyone is making fun of him. Question mark! None of them are good people. Sooner or later, all these bastards will have to be killed, leaving no one alive. The original plan has been postponed. There is no rush to go to the imperial capital. In the imperial capital, the old emperor and the Liu family ancestor want to put on a show, so let them put on a show to their heart's content. After knowing that the Liu family was the real traitor, Liu Qian naturally couldn't be so stupid as to go back so quickly. The imperial capital must be returned, but it will no longer be the same as it is now. I will break through the transcendent realm first, and then go back to the capital to find Su Mei. I think the people from the weird clan will find her soon, so I have to get in touch with Brother Liu first. Who would have thought that in the entire Magic City, this most inconspicuous girl is the most special one? After briefly making a plan, Liu Qian took out a lot of resources from the storage ring and began to practice. At present, he has obtained the treasures of dozens of celestial beings at one time, and his own wealth and resources are enough to squeeze into the top 10 of the Great Xia Empire. Nowadays, the most in-demand thing is a panacea. In the blink of an eye, 40 days passed. Boom! Waves of realm breakthroughs began to appear one after another, as if they were endless, with no limit, and they exploded madly. Extraordinary peak. Outside the ruins. Liu Ruyue was still waiting, but he couldn't stand it anymore after not seeing anyone for dozens of days. In addition, the secret place was special, so he started practicing. The spiritual energy here is at least 10 times that of the outside world. If I can stay here for a few years, I will have at least a 30% chance of breaking through to the celestial being. By then, with the possession of Sister Sword Spirit, my combat power will be ranked among the best in the heavenly man realm, and I will be able to fight against the monsters of the older generation. Liu Ruyue was pleasantly surprised. He obviously didn't expect that following Liu Qian would yield such a huge reward. Her true level of cultivation was just that of a saint. The reason why she was able to burst out with the 5th level of celestial sword cultivation was because of her physique and sword soul. But external forces are always just external forces, they are only temporary and cannot last. Only when you are strong within yourself, you are truly strong. When I become stronger, I can help master. Those people in the Misty Rain Sword Pavilion have been restless these years. Each of them has their own little calculations and bets on the princes. I don't know why Master has been insisting on letting me be with that B*******************, D, and not allowing me to use any tricks, and I have to do my best to protect him. With my qualifications, sooner or later, I will have the opportunity to step into that realm. Master, what are you thinking about? Liu Ruyue murmured to himself. At this moment, she was completely unaware that there was a figure quietly eavesdropping behind her. At this moment, the sword on her back suddenly trembled slightly, as if it had sensed something. Who? Liu Ryue's hair stood on end and he woke up instantly, and then he heard a murmur. It turns out that there are many disputes within Yanyu Sword Pavilion. Swish! She suddenly drew her sword, the sword spirit possessed her, her eyes glowed with a hint of blue light, her aura instantly reached the 5th level of heavenly being, and pointed it behind her. But when he saw that person, he was stunned for a moment, and the blue light in his eyes disappeared. Liu Qian. Suddenly, She sensed a little bit of the aura of the man in front of her that had not yet dissipated, and her face suddenly changed drastically, full of shock. You have reached the peak of transcendence. It had only been a few dozen days since we last met, but the man in front of me had actually made a breakthrough to a new level. What kind of monster is this? Facing the shocked Liu Ruyue, Liu Qian seemed extremely calm, no longer as cautious and flustered as before. From this moment on, there are few people in the entire Great Xia Empire who can make him as cautious as he needs to be. This is the confidence that comes from strength. Before, he had noticed that something was wrong with the Yanyu Sword Pavilion. As expected, this group of speculators is not a united force, with many conflicts and bets placed by various parties. Even the white-robed swordsman could not suppress this. I think that during the 6th villain simulation, Liu Ruyue was unable to appear due to internal resistance and chose to seek external help. Bang! He flicked his fingers and deflected the sword, pointing at him. I don't like it. Someone is pointing a sword at me. For the sake of what happened before, there won't be a next time. Based on several previous simulations, he had a good impression of Liu Ruyue, so naturally he wouldn't care too much. After saying this, he ignored Liu Ruyue's shocked expression and left the secret realm. Liu Ruyue subconsciously wanted to stop the mysterious man in front of him and ask him something he wanted to know. Don't want. But the next moment, the heavenly sword in her hand suddenly trembled violently, stopping her and causing her to stop subconsciously. Sister Sword Soul, what's wrong? Clang. The mysterious sword spirit seemed to be able to sense the deeply hidden yet destructive power in Liu Qian. Suddenly, a cold female voice appeared in Liu Ruyue's mind. You will die. Closing square bracket. What? Liu Ruyue's pupils shrank and he looked at the receding figure in disbelief. Tear. The mysterious secret realm was torn apart. Liu Qian's figure instantly appeared in the Magic City Sea. At this moment, he looked with his naked eyes and could almost see that something strange had happened over at the Century Hotel. Kill. Countless assassins in black have begun their frantic attacks, killing people wantonly. Soon, Su Meng, who was hiding in the Century Hotel and disguised as Yu, died tragically. Next, it was his protector Liu Zhang. Seeing that the Li family ancestors were unable to defeat Liu Zhang, the ghost doctor, hiding in the dark, also took action. The Liu family will not let you go. Liu Zhang's howl before his death echoed throughout the demon city. If it was before, Liu Qian might still be moved. But at this moment, he was watching very calmly, as if he was watching the death of a stranger. The last time he simulated a villain role, the old man emperor really taught him a lesson. What does it mean that the strong prey on the weak? What does it mean that the strong are respected? Then, with a blank expression on his face, he turned around and rushed towards Su Mei's home. Chapter 131. Your brother entrusted you to me before he died. You can call me Dad. Brother Liu. Century Hotel, ruins. There were countless casualties in this battle, except for Qi Wei, who luckily escaped. The rest of the people almost all died tragically, no one escaped. Among them, even Liu Zhang, the protector, is the same. Liu Qian knew very well that as a protector, his first principle was to be loyal to his family first, and then to be loyal to him. Family always comes first. Perhaps in the entire Liu family, only the ancestor of the Liu family is the traitor, and the rest are still kept in the dark. But when that time really comes, I think Liu Zhang will still be loyal to the family, not him. If things go wrong, the next person to stab you will be Liu Zhang. It's cruel, but it's the truth. It is impossible for Liu Qian to bury a nail around him. Oink oink. The battle was over and they began to collect the bodies and check the situation. Your Excellency, this Liu Qian is fake, he is a substitute. The masked ancestor of the Li family screamed in shock. The Liu Qian in front of him had a human skin mask torn off, revealing another face. They thought they could capture Liu Qian in this battle, but unexpectedly, they only killed a substitute. The people around looked at each other, their faces looking a little ugly. The ghost doctor next to him had an even gloomier expression on his face, and he obviously hadn't expected this to be the result. That shouldn't be the case. Could it be that this little b*********** D knew about our arrival in advance? The news from the imperial capital has been blocked right now, and it is impossible for the demonic capital to know about it. How could this little b*** d Liu Qian know about the dramatic changes in the imperial capital? Or maybe he was just suspicious and chose to hide. Your Excellency, I suspect that Liu Qian has exchanged identities with this substitute and is hiding. Shen Zhang, the director of the Magic City General Administration, suddenly spoke up. I'll give you 10 minutes to immediately have someone reveal the identity of this substitute to me, otherwise, you will all die. I understand. Shen Zhang agreed immediately. Given his status and position, it would be a piece of cake for him to investigate someone in the Magic City. Daxia Sea, thousands of miles away. A huge monster with 3 eyes and countless tentacles was moving quickly in the void, heading towards the demon city. On top of this huge beast, there stood a tall lady with 3 eyes, a human-like appearance, a tail behind her, and a mysterious aura. This person turned out to be from the Strange Eyes clan, a strange alien race. The Strange Eye clan are born with 3 eyes, and are good at mind control, curses, and other abilities. They are feared by all the strange alien races. In the weird list, jointly formulated by the human empire, they are one of the most dangerous ethnic groups. In the Strange Eye clan, the closer they are to human form, the more noble their bloodline is and the closer they are to the ancestor. This tall lady in front of you is a person of noble status even among the tribe. But this strange alien with extraordinary bloodline is actually approaching a human empire. At this moment, a confused and stupid round 3-eyed strange creature was kneeling at her feet, respectfully reporting. He also holds an octopus roulette in his hand and keeps spinning it, as if locking on a certain position. Back then, Her Highness the Saint ran to the human territory because of her playfulness, and was targeted by the slave-catching team. Fortunately, the guards at the time tried their best to stop them, and then used their mental power to capture a human boy, implanting in him the mission of desperately protecting Her Highness the Saint. Recently, there has been a trace of the Queen's bloodline in the Great Xia Demon City. I think the Saint's bloodline has begun to awaken. Suddenly, the tall lady interrupted its report, as if she sensed that the target was in danger. How long will it take before we can enter Daxia? Sir, we will arrive in about 3 or 4 days. Sanmu was a little dazed, but still answered. Speed up. In a remote little house near Magic City University. A girl with white eyes, beautiful face, simple clothes, and a pitiful appearance is in the living room, flipping through a lettered edition book and reading. Over the years, despite being blind, she still has a certain desire and understanding for everything. Suddenly, an expression of pain appeared on her face, and she couldn't help but cover her forehead and let out a painful whine. It hurts, it's happening again. From childhood to adulthood, she would feel a sharp pain from her blood and soul every once in a while, making her miserable. Over the years, my brother has found various medicinal herbs for her, but they are all useless. Moreover, I don't know if it's because of the headache, but for some reason, she seems to have forgotten everything about her childhood, and all her memories are blank. Even her brother was a little too respectful to her, and he was always giving to her without asking for anything in return. This scene was like being her slave. Of course, this should just be her illusion. Brother, I've been away for several days. I don't know when I can come back. Su Mei curled up on the sofa, covering her head, like a weak little white rabbit, stroking and enduring the severe pain in her brain. This was the method she had thought of after each attack in the past. However, for some reason, this time she felt that the pain was much more severe than every time before. It was as if something was awakening inside her. Her eyes gradually turned dark, and something seemed to be moving between her eyebrows, slowly cracking. Suddenly, an inexplicable stabbing pain appeared between my eyebrows, as if a terrifying danger was approaching madly. Your Excellency, the house in front of us is the home of the young man Su Meng whom we killed. According to the news, he has a sister who was born with a disability. Suddenly, her inspiration seemed to be enhanced, and she could hear several figures approaching from afar. Boom! Su Mei's mind went blank and she was instantly shocked by the content in it. Brother. Dead. Bang. At this moment, the door burst open, just right. A figure in a black cloak with an unclear face suddenly rushed in, locked onto his target, swept his sleeves, instantly hugged Su Mei, and fled into the distance. You. Who are you? The sudden action scared Su Mei instantly. I am your brother's friend. He died for me. Before he died, he entrusted you to me and asked me to take care of you. You can call me Dad. Brother Liu. Su Mei. Chapter 132. Su Mei, Brother Liu, who is that sister? Liu Qian, it's irrelevant. Su Mei. What's going on? The last second, she had not yet come out of the grief of losing her brother and losing her support. The next second, a father. Brother Liu appeared and filled the gap for her. 1 for 1 is the limit, right? But how could my brother have such a friend? It always feels weird. Su Mei felt confused for a moment and subconsciously accepted the identity of Brother Liu, but still maintained a trace of rationality. Brother Liu, who are those people? Those people are from the imperial capital. They are the people of Wuwang Chentai. They were the ones who killed your brother. They wanted to capture you to threaten me. Before your brother died, he was most worried about you and begged me to protect you for the rest of my life. Liu Qian's words were half true and half false, and he lied without blinking an eye. Luckily I arrived just in time. If I had been a step late, you would have fallen into the hands of those people and would have been in a state worse than death. I heard that Wuwang Chentai likes to torture and kill women the most. Without saying a word, he put one big accusation after another on Chentai. Su Mei was so frightened that she trembled. Don't worry, I'm here and nothing will happen to you. We'll depend on each other from now on. After several villain simulations, he had already figured out Su Mei's character. Although she seemed smart, that was all. After all, I am still young. Just like those college students who have not yet been beaten by the society and still keep their innocent eyes. With just a little grasp, you can easily master it. Thank you, Brother Liu. Su Mei was obviously stunned by his series of nonsense moves, and subconsciously regarded Liu Qian as her only support. As for the dead Su Meng, sorry, I almost forgot. Suddenly, Su Mei found that her headache disappeared without a trace, as if the man in front of her had a special magic power. The forbidden bloodline in her body was instantly suppressed by the Supreme Emperor Bone, and she became obedient, like a well-behaved cat. The pair of snow-white eyes stared at him, as if she could smell the body fragrance of the other person, and murmured to herself. Brother Liu, you smell so good. ... Ding, the host chooses to contact the hidden destiny heroine, the Saint of Weird Eyes, Su Mei in advance, taking advantage of the fact that she has not yet awakened and is inexperienced in the world, and telling lies one after another, causing her to develop feelings for you. This is simply despicable and shameless. Well done, you get the reward, 20,000 villain points. ... When Ghost Dr. Venerable and his companions arrived, what they saw was an empty house that had already been deserted. They were immediately trembling with anger. Find. We must find the person. ... However, the furious Ghost Doctor and others were completely unaware that there was a figure lurking in the dark. That person was none other than Yi Chen, the destined protagonist. According to what Master said, he sensed that there is a person with forbidden blood in the demon capital, which is very beneficial to me, but the result is. Liu Qian, how dare you? Mine. That's mine. I'm going to kill you. ... In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The crazy Ghost Doctor and others searched frantically for Liu Qian's whereabouts, but found nothing, not even a hair. It was as if Liu Qian had disappeared out of thin air. Seeing this, they had no choice but to be forced to report. ... Imperial capital. With Liu Qian's mysterious disappearance, not only the magic city was in chaos, but even the imperial city was also in turmoil, involving countless. Prince Wu's palace. Snap, snap, snap. The priceless antique vases were smashed to the ground one by the mastermind, King Wu Chentai, turning them into a pile of broken pieces. The Clown King seemed to be in a state of rage at this moment. Lung fog, it's all lung fog. Such a big, living person is gone just like that. Find him for me, even if I have to turn the entire demon city upside down. You have to find him for me, and dig out the Supreme Emperor Bone, for me. ... The port of Magic City, the vegetable market. A young man with a sallow face, carrying a bag of vegetables, walked towards home leisurely, like a husband who had just finished buying vegetables, and occasionally greeted a few neighbors he had just met. It is hard to imagine that this person is the Liu Qian, who caused a storm in the outside world. At this moment, he used the alias Han Li and settled in a remote cottage nearby with his newlywed wife. With the blessing of, "You can't see me," and, ever-changing, and the changing appearance, let alone the ghost Dr. Venerable, even if it was my own father, I would be stunned and difficult to distinguish for a while. Even if the ghost doctor and his men turned the entire demon city upside down, they would still not be able to find the person. Unless the old emperor comes to the Magic City to find him personally. Have you heard? Something happened to the Liu family in the imperial capital. I heard that many people died. Is this true? He is one of the 24 dukes, ranked 10th. Of course it's true. My brother sells pancakes in the capital. He's well informed. He guarantees. Quote. A series of discussions and gossips came into his ears from not far away. Hearing these conversations, Liu Qian smiled a little more and said to himself, "Are you starting to lose your patience?" Interestingly, after he suddenly disappeared 3 days ago, news of the Liu family's troubles in the imperial capital suddenly appeared in the Magic City, causing quite a stir. This news not only spread quickly throughout the upper class of the Magic City, but also appeared among the common people in the market. It spread so fast that it seemed as if someone was deliberately manipulating it. Judging from the rumors, the Liu family is almost at the brink of life and death. What's even more interesting is that the formation that covered the entire demon city seemed to have lost its effect and no longer blocked information. Just yesterday, Liu Qian received a greeting message from his elder brother Liu Shou through the blood communicator, and vaguely wanted to determine his location. When I dodged, a lot of monsters were blown out. Liu Qian couldn't help but sighed. Just based on that piece of information, he knew that his good brother Liu Shou also wanted him dead. He walked towards home. Soon, he saw his wife, Su Mei, standing at the door from a distance, waiting for him like a waiting stone. Liu Qian. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared and blocked his way. It was Liu Ruyue, whom I hadn't seen for a long time. I don't know how she found it. You got the wrong person. Liu Qian had a calm expression as he passed by and walked towards Su Mei. Liu Ryue's body froze, seeming a little bit unbelievable. Behind me, the newlyweds hugged each other happily, and the wife skillfully took the dish from her husband's hand. Brother Liu, who is that sister? Irrelevant. Chapter 133. You are just a human race, and you dare to covet our saint. You don't know how to live or die. I will kill you. It's irrelevant. Boom. Liu Ruyue was struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. She stared blankly at the intimate behavior of the two, and a sense of inexplicable sourness rose in her mind. How come it becomes irrelevant? At this moment, she felt a little wronged, not knowing why. Maybe it was the quest for scriptures, given to her by her master at the beginning, that made her subconsciously regard Liu Qian as her own. Maybe at the beginning, she looked down on this dandy boy. But as the other party reveals his mysterious methods again and again, her mood changes. But now, he turned his back on me. Perhaps she noticed her gaze. The girl with white eyes also looked towards her, revealing a faint, friendly smile on her face. However, I don't know if it's a psychological effect, but Liu Ruyue always feels that there is a sense of irony in it. She was the one who came first. Compared to Liu Ruyue, his mood is complicated. Su Mei seemed much more indifferent. Since Brother Liu said it is irrelevant, then it means they are irrelevant strangers. Brother Liu would never lie to her. During this time, in order to avoid those evil, bad guys, the two pretended to be newlyweds and lived together, spending time together from sunrise to sunset. Under Brother Liu's protection, she felt extremely relieved, and even the headache she had been suffering from disappeared without a trace. Unconsciously, she began to develop a psychological dependence on this somewhat strange, somewhat domineering, and somewhat gentle man. In the past few days, she had been fooled by Brother Liu, who was full of nonsense, and believed everything he said. Even though Brother Liu once said that she could call him by his real name, she still preferred to call him Brother Liu. Moreover, Brother Liu also taught her the skills, allowing her to master her own power, and gave her a lot of talismans. In her heart, Brother Liu is like an invincible existence who can protect her for the rest of her life. Brother Liu, Mayor is waiting for you at home today. So good. Ding, the host has used superb means to make the destined heroine Liu Ruyue have drastic emotional fluctuations and a sense of crisis. She is suspected of falling in love with you, which affects her rationality and causes changes in the long river of time. You have obtained 15,000 villain points. Inside the house, listening to the sound of villain simulator, the corners of Liu Qian's mouth seemed to slightly curl up. He knows women best. You should be more pampering to an obedient girl like Su Mei. But for someone like Liu Ruyue who likes to be strong, you have to be strong. If we don't put some pressure on her, it would be difficult to make her obedient and driven by us. If you don't know, you might think he's a licker like Yi Chen. He looked at Su Mei who was busy in the kitchen. Her eyes were hazy, as if she was holding a thought that was difficult to conceal. In the past few days, I have been with Su Mei and I can feel that my cultivation speed has increased a lot. I have vaguely touched the threshold of becoming a saint. Just now, I sensed a strange aura staring at me. I guess the people from the Weird Eye clan have arrived and are ready to take Su Mei away. The plan is almost done. Perhaps, in the next villain simulation, there will be a great helper. A forbidden-level Weird Emperor who is comparable to a true immortal on land, can have a significant effect when he explodes at a critical moment. In the last villain simulation, from beginning to end, his side did not have the true immortal level combat power. Even my uncle Yang Hong only used the 9 steps to heaven to improve himself, and he only stepped into the real strength of the old emperor, Lao Lao Deng, is probably far beyond that of an ordinary true immortal on earth. Without more trump cards, I really can't kill that old Deng. Over the years, in the entire Da Sha, there has only been one true immortal on earth, the old man emperor, and no other existence. Either the other, true immortals on land, were afraid of its existence and dare not show up. Or he was killed by the old emperor before he even showed up. Why was the abandoned crown prince Chen Zan so anxious back then? Why didn't he just hold back and wait until he really reached the land of true immortals before taking action? It's okay if you don't think about it, the more you think about it, the more wrong it seems. Liu Qian just felt that the water of the Great Xia Empire was deeper than he imagined. The last time the villain simulated the old man emperor, it always felt like he hadn't really revealed his true trump card yet. Drop. At this moment, a blood token on the table suddenly trembled, and a message was sent. It was sent by my elder brother Liu Shou. Brother Qian, how are you? But Liu Qian didn't even look at it, and didn't pay any attention. Imperial capital, Liu family. The Liu family ancestor and Liu Shou, one old and one young, the two figures seemed to be having some kind of conversation. No reply yet. No, ancestor, there has been no reply. Could it be that he has already noticed it? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The seal was placed by His Majesty himself. It is impossible for him to still remember it. The ancestor of the Liu family shook his head. For the past 18 years, he has been living under our control. If he had known about this, there would be no way he would not have revealed the slightest clue. Some things are not so easy to hide. It has to be done as soon as possible. The last share has been used up. His Majesty is pressing us, so we need to take some more from him. Outdoors. Liu Ruyue gritted her teeth and stood there for a long time, unwilling to leave, as if she was struggling with something. Seeing this scene, even the cold sword soul in his body couldn't help but sigh. Completion. At the same time, in the dark corner, a strange alien that had blended into the darkness slowly opened its 3 eyes, fixed its gaze on Liu Ruyue and paused for a moment. Then, he looked towards the cozy little house, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Swish. Its figure quickly blended into the darkness, approached rapidly in the direction of the demon city waters, and disappeared into the sea. Deep in the sea, a giant creature with 3 eyes and countless tentacles exudes a terrifying aura, shocking the strange creatures around it. And on top of the monster, there is a bone throne, with a tall and royal figure sitting on it. Sir, the location of the saint has been confirmed. She is currently staying with a human boy in the transcendent realm. That boy is also suspected of having an affair with a female swordsman from the heavenly realm. Swish. On the bone throne, the tall lady suddenly opened her cold eyes. You are just a human race, yet you dare to covet the saint of our race. You don't know how to live or die. I will kill you. Chapter 134. Liu Qian, you want to take someone away in front of me, as if I don't exist. As the top clan among the strange alien races, the Strange Eye clan attaches great importance to bloodline. Among the strange alien races, the stronger the bloodline, the higher the price one has to pay in order to give birth to offspring. As a descendant of the forbidden bloodline, Su Mei is the saint of the tribe and is very likely to grow to the forbidden level and become the future forbidden queen. Her status and identity is naturally self-evident. Now, there is actually a lowly human kid who wants to get involved. This is simply intolerable for the tall and domineering lady, Blood Eyes. As one of the personal guards of the Empress of Weird Eyes, she was responsible for carrying out the queen's will and bringing the saint back. If anyone dared to stop her or did anything, they would be wiped out. The noble bloodline of the queen must not be tarnished. That human brat must die. Boom. Blood Eye slowly stood up. A terrifying 8th level pressure burst out from his body, and his voice became extremely cold. A mere human being in the extraordinary realm is no different from an ant in her eyes. But now, such an ant dared to defile the noble bloodline of the tribe. Although I am in the powerful human empire of Daxia, I should try not to make too much noise. But can a mere extraordinary person really turn the world upside down? Swish. Suddenly, a huge wave arose from the bottom of the sea. The huge, three-eyed monster approached the land of the demon city above. Liu Qian, finally found you. You son of ABCH, I spent so much time looking for you. I thought I couldn't recognize you if you changed your appearance. Even if you turned into ash, I would still recognize you. You actually played with other women behind my back. Very well, this account cannot be let go just like this. A sneaky figure appeared silently. It was the destined protagonist Yi Chen. I don't know what means he used to find me again. He looked at the two figures walking in the hut in the distance and the little smoke coming out of the chimney with hatred. Suddenly, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Bang! He took out his cell phone and made a call. Hello, is this the Magic City headquarters? I want to report. The Magic City headquarters. Your Excellency, we have found the person. The head of the Magic City Shenzhong, who had just received the following news, was overjoyed and notified the ghost doctor immediately. Ha ha ha, God helps me. Port, cottage. Su Mei had already prepared a table of delicious food, Liu Qian was in charge of cleaning up the dishes, and the two of them were ready to eat. Calculating the time, it should be about time. Liu Qian held the bowl and chopsticks, looked at the sunset outside, and suddenly muttered to himself. It has been some time since the strange alien aura left. I think the people from the Strange Eye clan should be coming soon. Suddenly, Liu Qian raised his eyebrows slightly, his eyes slightly raised, as if he sensed something, and looked out the window. Tear. I don't know when, outside, it suddenly became dead silent, no more laughter or playfulness, even the air began to freeze. Brother Liu, what's the matter? Su Mei looked up and looked at Liu Qian who was not eating, feeling a little confused. It's okay, let's eat. Liu Qian smiled slightly and rubbed her head. Soon, Yi Chen, who was hiding in the dark, saw the ghost doctor and others who came hurriedly and excitedly, and he was immediately delighted. It's finally here. Liu Qian, you will suffer the consequences. At this moment, suddenly, a huge octopus tentacle suddenly fell from the sky in front of them, instantly wrapping up the ghost doctor Venerable, the Li family patriarch, Shenzhong and others. Puff, puff, puff. The meatballs exploded instantly. Wow, what the hell is that? Yi Chen's face changed drastically, he felt his scalp tingling, and he quickly used the head shrinking technique, and hid himself. Boom. The door suddenly blew open. Immediately interrupted Liu Qian and his wife who were having a meal. Trample. Trample, trample. The tall and majestic lady, Blood Eye, strode in with a strange 3 eyes. The figure of a huge monster can be vaguely seen behind him. Your Highness, Blood Eye is here to take you back. The few humans who were trying to harm you just now have been killed by me. The blood-stained gaze instantly locked onto Su Mei, and the blood roulette in his hand was also pointed at her. Who are you? Su Mei was stunned and subconsciously shrank behind Liu Qian. She could sense a familiarity from the other person that came from her blood, as if they were of the same kind. But at this moment, she subconsciously believed in Brother Liu beside her more. Seeing this scene, the tall and royal sister frowned, a little surprised. Your Highness, have you forgotten me? I am your mother's personal guard. Wait, you have lost your memory. Blood Eye suddenly reacted. In all likelihood, the Saint Lady was being hunted by the human slave hunting team, and suffered severe injuries, showing signs of amnesia. Damn human race. The tall and royal sister suddenly looked at Liu Qian, who was still eating, with a cold gaze, with a hint of murderous intent. Don't worry, Saint, I will immediately deal with this lowly human in front of me and take you back. No, I won't let you touch Brother Liu. Su Mei got anxious and subconsciously stood in front of Liu Qian. That's not up to you, Your Highness the Saint. Wait until you become the queen, before considering giving me orders. Blood Eyes revealed a cruel sneer. Although the Strange Eye clan values bloodline and has clear levels, they place more emphasis on strength. A saint, who has not yet awakened and does not have much power, although worthy of her respect, is not qualified to order her. She is the most loyal warrior of the queen. What she likes most is to see those lowly ants wailing in front of her. She was determined to eat the human boy in front of her. You're done. Swish. Her eyes blurred. The next moment, the human boy suddenly appeared in front of her and stretched out his hand towards her. Phew. The third eye between her eyebrows was dug out alive. The horrible pain almost made Blood Eye faint, and he screamed. Bang! Liu Qian raised his foot. The tall and slender lady was kicked out like trash and fell on the 3-eyed monster. Puff! Liu Qian had no expression on his face, and he crushed the squirming eyeball in his hand. You're trying to take me away right in front of me, as if I didn't exist. Ah, my eyes. Chapter 135. Liu Qian, how dare you, a mere projection, act so presumptuously in front of me? Get lost. Let the real body come. Ah, my eyes. Blood Eye covered her forehead, blood gushed out, and the severe pain penetrated deep into her bones, making it almost unbearable for her. She didn't expect that she would run into a tough guy this time. From the beginning to the end, she did not realize how the other party, an ant in the extraordinary realm, teleported in front of her silently and dug out her eyes so easily. This is really too careless. 3-eyed monster, kill him for me. The furious Blood Eye screamed sharply. She didn't think Liu Qian was that strong. The attack just now was just a sneak attack. His strongest curse and spiritual means have not yet been used. Moreover, if they really started fighting, an 8th level 3-eyed demon beast would not be able to be defeated by a mere transcendental cultivator. Anghu. The 3-eyed monster let out a strange roar, and the terrifying spiritual realm instantly enveloped the surroundings, causing all creatures to subconsciously sink into it and become puppets. Spiritual means. Liu Qian's face was calm, and the talisman seed in the depths of his soul shone slightly, instantly erasing the strange whispers that emerged in his mind. What he fears least is mental tactics. No matter how powerful and ferocious the 3-eyed monster in front of him is, can it be compared to his soul-devouring demonic sword. Moreover, in addition to the purple talisman seed, he also has the more ferocious Supreme Emperor bone. Su Mei possesses the cursed pupil and a forbidden bloodline, so she is not afraid of the mental methods of the 3-pupiled monster and is subconsciously immune to them. Roar. Seeing that spiritual means have no effect, the 3-eyed demon beast roared angrily, and its huge body attacked Liu Qian and the others below. Liu Qian had a calm expression, ready to take out the soul-devouring demon sword and kill everyone. How brave! Clang! At this moment, a sword light suddenly appeared and instantly pierced through the 3-eyed monster, nailing it to the ground, and it howled in pain. Swish. A graceful female cultivator suddenly appeared, with a cold look on her face, blocking Liu Qian's way, with her sword pointing at her blood-red pupil. It was Liu Ruyue. Liu Qian looked at the familiar figure in front of him, raised his eyebrows slightly, and was a little surprised. Obviously, Liu Ruyue has not left and has been paying attention to this place. At the critical moment, seeing him being attacked, he just popped out. Heavenly Sword Cultivator. Blood Eye had an ugly expression on his face, the blood hole on his brow kept wriggling, and a new eyeball grew out of it. His eyes were full of resentment, and he looked at Liu Qian, who was blocked behind him with gritted teeth. It was originally just a simple, little incident, but it became more and more serious, and even involved a powerful celestial swordsman. Now, it would be very difficult to take Su Mei away quietly. If we alarm the strong men of the Great Xia Empire, we might not be able to escape. Damn, the people of the Gatong tribe actually dared to come to my Great Xia and act so presumptuous. If anything happens to him, I'm afraid that you, the Gatong tribe, will not be able to withstand his wrath. Liu Ruyue scolded in a delicate voice with a cold tone. She knew Liu Qian's special identity. Liu Qian could die in the internal strife of the royal family, or in various accidents. But I cannot die at the hands of outsiders. By then, not only will the deposed prince's lineage seek revenge, but even the old emperor will not remain indifferent. Daxia's reputation cannot be slapped by anyone. Moreover, the Lord of Daxia is famous for being stubborn and conceited. By then, a war is inevitable. Whether it was for the sake of the Great Xia Empire or for a certain D****************, she couldn't just sit back and do nothing. You want to scare me? I don't believe that Daxia would dare to go to war with my Strange Eye clan, just because of one person. Blood Eye showed a resentful smile on his face, staring at Liu Qian behind Liu Ruyue, obviously hating the other party. Originally, I didn't want to use that thing, but you forced me to do it. An eye, like a black gem, suddenly appeared in her hand. Phew. She stabbed her chest fiercely, and immediately countless blood gushed out, staining the gem eye in her hand. Snap, snap. The eye of gemstone seemed to come alive in an instant, and began to shatter one by one, revealing a terrifying forbidden aura. This is the breath of forbidden weirdness. Liu Ruyue's face changed drastically, and he suddenly felt that he was locked in by a terrifying pressure. He froze in place, and even the hand holding the sword was trembling. The taboo-level weirdness is compared to the human race's land immortals. It can be said to be the most powerful creature in the world. How could this little b***************** attract such a terrifying existence? Because she arrived late, she did not hear the conversation just now. Little did he know that the blood pupil was not directed at Liu Qian but at Su Mei. In Liu Ruyue's eyes, the possibility of Liu Qian, who is of noble status, being targeted is much higher than that of a blind girl. Bang! The eye of gemstone shattered, and instantly condensed into an illusory elf shadow. It was a perfect tall figure like a night elf, with a mysterious and noble aura all over his body. When will you call me? Bang! Blood Eye immediately knelt on the ground, showing a submissive attitude and a look of panic. Your Majesty, there has been an error in the mission here. Someone is deliberately disrupting the situation. I hope your Majesty can show your divine power and get rid of these ants. Queen of Weird Eyes. Liu Ruyue's body trembled and she couldn't help but scream out. This person is known as the greatest enemy of the human race, and is one of the top 10 terrifying beings among all the strange alien races. It is said that a human superpower empire in the West was destroyed in her hands. Even the true god of the West fell in her hands. Swish. The Queen of Weird Eyes slowly opened her dark eyes and looked over here, with an endless sense of oppression. Liu Ruyue felt his mind go blank, as if he had instantly fallen into endless darkness and lost control of his 5 senses. Completion. Bang! At this moment, a big hand suddenly patted her shoulder. Wake up! A supreme and domineering aura entered her body, pulling her consciousness back too. Swish! Liu Ruyue was dragged backwards. A tall figure holding a bloody knife stood in front of her, pointing the knife at the other person. How dare a mere projection act so presumptuously in front of me? Liu Qian ignored the taboo pressure, his face remained normal, and he exuded a supreme and domineering aura. Roll. Let the real body come. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 136. Liu Qian, so what if I may land immortal? It's not like I haven't killed one before. You can give it a try. Let the real body come. Boom. At this moment, Liu Qian displayed an extremely domineering aura, and was so arrogant that he almost ignored the pressure from the Queen of Weird Eyes in front of him. In the last villain simulation, he even faced the super boss, Old Man Emperor. How could he possibly be afraid of a mere projection of the Queen with strange eyes? If you have the guts, let the main body fight you one-on-one. Blood Eyes. Su Mei. Yi Chen. Liu Ruyue. Queen with strange eyes. In an instant, all eyes were focused on Liu Qian holding the bloody knife. Liu Qian. Liu Ruyue's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief, her body trembling, she was almost overwhelmed by the domineering and majestic figure before her. Even the fear in my body was instantly cleared. At this moment, she seemed to have truly realized the true face of this man, who was so domineering and strong. So, this is the real you. Brother Liu. Su Mei's snow-white eyes looked deeply at the figure holding a bloody knife, brave and fearless, and extremely domineering. Although I can't see it clearly, I can see a rough idea in my mind. Unlike the gentle Brother Liu, this moment Brother Liu is so domineering. Only in this way can she feel an unparalleled sense of security. She likes it so much. You are so domineering. You are looking for death. Yi Chen, who was hiding in the dark, had a dazed look in his eyes, as if he was somewhat shocked, with a complicated expression, but then he snorted coldly, with disdain on his face. Of course, despite all the scolding, that B*************** D is pretty handsome at the moment. How dare you face the queen? Kneeling on the ground, like a dog, his blood pupil face showed a ferocious expression, filled with righteous indignation, as if seeing his master being humiliated. Then, Liu Qian just glanced at her casually, and the horrible sense of oppression instantly frightened her to lower her head. Funny little guy. To everyone's surprise, faced with such provocative words, the Queen of Weird Eyes did not get angry, but remained calm and looked at Liu Qian with interest. What if I insist on taking her away? Then you have to be prepared to have this projection hacked to death. Today, you can't take her away. Liu Qian was not at all false, with an unbridled and arrogant smile on his face. When facing a forbidden monster, with unfathomable strength, only strength can intimidate the other party, win attention and respect. Next, if you want to borrow the opponent's strength, you have to keep both parties on the same level as much as possible. Otherwise, everything you do will be in vain. Humility will only be met with contempt and disdain. Being rude will attract fear and attention. Aren't you afraid of my coming in person? The Queen with Weird Eyes frowned slightly and looked at Liu Qian in front of her. Her voice seemed to become a little lower and colder. Faced with the continuous provocations, even she was a little annoyed. Ha ha ha. So what? Liu Qian suddenly laughed unruly with his eyes shining brightly, and the heavenly talisman, deep in his soul trembled slightly. The aura on his body began to gather, and it seemed that he could burst out with earth-shattering power at any time. At this moment, he said something shocking and started to fool himself again. So what if I've killed a true immortal on earth? It's not like I haven't killed one before. You can give it a try. Swish. Another, soul-devouring demonic sword, appeared and was held in his hand. Although last time only one hand of the old emperor was chopped off. But if you round it off, it's no different than chopping the old emperor to death. When you go out, you can't lose face. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. With the help of his nonsense, the people in Ghosts Present all subconsciously believed his words. Then, an explosive chemical reaction occurred. Digging a groove. Everyone present had different expressions, all confused and surprised. Bang. The blood pupil, who was kneeling on the ground, was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. Even the Empress of Weird Eyes' pupil shrank. For some reason, she was a little skeptical, as if she believed it a little. Because, as a woman who is proficient in souls and curses, she can clearly sense that the human boy in front of her has no fear of her, but instead has an urge to kill her with a knife. Moreover, she could sense that the other person seemed to have a special power in his body, which seemed to pose a threat to her. And those two semi-immortal weapons. At this point, the atmosphere was completely frozen. The two sides are starting to fight each other, and it depends on who will give in first. Or maybe we need to have a real fight. Brother Liu, I can sense the familiar aura of this sister. She doesn't seem to have any ill will towards me. Let me go with her. At this moment, the silent Su Mei suddenly spoke up, giving both sides a way out. Call. As soon as these words were spoken, the tense atmosphere on the scene instantly dissipated. Many people secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Mayor, do you know what you are saying? Liu Qian frowned slightly and looked at Su Mei with an ugly expression. Brother Liu, thank you for protecting me, but I feel this sister is very familiar to me. She won't hurt me. Please stop fighting. Su Mei hugged Brother Liu with a trembling voice and looked up at him. She obviously saw that if a fight broke out, Brother Liu would obviously pay a heavy price. She didn't want Brother Liu to get hurt. Brother Liu, let me go with her. Liu Qian said nothing, but just hugged her silently, unwilling to separate. It seems that someone has made a choice. Closing square bracket. The queen with weird eyes looked at the scene with interest, and seemed to react, and gave Liu Qian a meaningful look. Then, he looked at Su Mei with gentle eyes. As a gift after not seeing you for a long time, I will give you a gift. Swish. Blood Eye, who was kneeling on the ground suddenly let out a scream, a mark appeared on his heart, and a drop of blood flew towards Su Mei. This is the blood of Blood Eye. From now on, she will be your slave. Thanks. Su Mei accepted this goodwill. She could see that the reason why Empress of Weird Eyes did this was partly because of her, but also because of Brother Liu. Bang. The previously unruly Blood Eye's body was trembling. This strange alien, who was at the 8th level, was now lying in front of Su Mei like a loyal dog. Master, please forgive my previous rudeness. The fact that her heart blood was in her control meant that Su Mei could kill her at any time if she wanted to. However, facing the flattery of Shitong, Su Mei ignored it and looked straight at Liu Qian, as if she was going to remember it completely in her heart. Brother Liu, don't forget me. Chapter 137, Queen with Strange Eyes. Turns out he is the son of an old friend. Su Mei is gone. Although she was reluctant, she still followed the Queen with Strange Eyes. Perhaps she had already guessed that she did not belong to the human race. Her existence is bound to cause a lot of trouble. Su Meng is already dead, she doesn't want anything to happen to Brother Liu. Although Brother Liu said that Su Meng died because of him, Su Mei felt that it might have something to do with her. Maybe she killed Su Meng. But the kind-hearted Brother Liu didn't want to make her sad, so he lied to her. To some extent, women's intuition is terrifying. She actually guessed half right. Even when leaving, the pair of snow-white eyes still looked at the tall figure holding the bloody knife, standing still, as if to remember it deeply. Brother Liu, you have to remember me. Liu Qian stood there in silence, motionless. Everything seemed to be going as he expected, but also seemed to be out of his control. He originally wanted to use Su Mei as a bargaining chip to get in touch with the Queen of Weird Eyes and at the critical moment, ask the other party to take action to deal with Lao Lao Deng. But now it seems that he has succeeded halfway. Su Mei seemed to really fall in love with him. And he seemed to be somewhat moved. But can someone like him really have such a heart? At this moment, a sudden, sky-high reward suddenly arrived, which immediately interrupted Liu Qian's complicated thoughts. Ding! For the sake of the destined heroine Su Mei, the host faced the projection of the taboo-level Weird Emperor, the Queen of Weird Eyes, and had a head-on conflict. He successfully deceived the other party with nonsense, which shocked Liu Ruyue, Su Mei, Yi Cheng and others. To a certain extent, it changed the fate of the Long River a little bit. Rewards: 200,000 villain points, Purple Talent Enhancement Scroll X1. Closing square bracket. 200,000 villain points. Purple Talent Enhancement Scroll. Liu Qian's pupils shrank, and the previous sadness suddenly disappeared, and his eyes were shining. Not to mention the 200,000 villain points, which was definitely the largest amount of villain points he had ever obtained, enough for him to continue his simulation journey. The purple talent upgrade scroll upgraded nonsense to purple talent last time, which gave him a huge convenience. Etc. Yi Cheng's shock. Lu Qian reacted suddenly. There is a surprise. Looking at the man who had fallen silent because of Su Mei's departure, Liu Ruyue secretly breathed a sigh of relief but also felt inexplicably excited. Just when she was about to go forward to comfort him, she saw his face suddenly change, and he looked around as if he was looking for something. Below the sea, the huge, three-eyed monster is swimming quickly, returning to the tribe. As for the projection of the queen with weird eyes, it had already dissipated and returned to the tribe with her memories. Su Mei's eyes were confused, and she held a blood-colored talisman in her hand, which was the life substitute blood escape talisman. This was given to her by Lu Qian before they parted. Brother Liu. Blood Eyes stood aside like a servant, with a flattering smile on his face. Master, your bloodline is noble and destined to be extraordinary. Why should you worry about a lowly human race? With your noble bloodline and peerless appearance, you are enough to attract the hearts of those geniuses from other races. Su Mei looked at her with cold eyes. She doesn't like people saying bad things about Brother Liu. Bang! Shitong suddenly felt a suffocating feeling, and the slave curse in her body began to shrink her life soul. She screamed and knelt down to beg for mercy. Master, please spare my life. Master, please spare my life. This blood slave won't dare to do it again. This blood slave won't dare to do it again. Master, with your forbidden bloodline, once it is awakened and developed, you will surely be able to make rapid progress and become stronger quickly. When you reach the level of forbidden emperor, who can stop you from being with that person? When the time comes, you can capture that person and bring him to your side. Su Mei's eyes suddenly lit up, as if she had found the direction in an instant. Overseas, there is a huge and wild island, where countless strange races gather, like a group of demons dancing wildly, among which there are even humans. Among them, when some of the weird aliens, born with 3 eyes walked, the surrounding weird aliens would subconsciously step away and dare not look directly at them, like slaves. This place is the territory of the Strange Eye clan. The Strange Eyes clan is good at mind control and likes to enslave strong people of various races as their own slaves to compete with each other. Their powerful strength makes them naturally arrogant and contemptuous of other races. The more powerful the Strange Eye clan is, the more slaves they have. Deep in the island, inside a dark palace, a tall figure who was as perfect as the goddess of the night, and seemed to be sleeping suddenly had a flicker in his eyes, as if he had gained a memory of projection out of thin air. A charming and pleasant laughter suddenly appeared. It turns out he is the son of an old friend. He got away again. After searching the surroundings, there was no gain at all. Lu Qian knew that Yi Chen, the slippery protagonist of destiny, had escaped again. What a pity. This guy has a lot of good stuff on him, and he also has a mysterious residual soul with a lot of knowledge. He is so greedy. Well, since we can't catch anyone, let's simulate it first. The hidden pieces have already been laid, and it depends on whether they can succeed. Let's see if we can defeat Lao Lao Deng in one go. Lu Qian turned around, ignoring Liu Ruyue who was following him like a tail, and directly moved to a new alternative house and entered it. Bang! Close the door. Villain Simulator, start the 7th simulation. Ding! 100,000 villain points have been deducted from the host in exchange for 1 villain life simulation. The 200,000 villain points that I had just obtained were gone in half in an instant. Ding! The 7th villain life simulation begins. Closing square bracket. It is detected that the host has sufficient villain points. Do you want to spend 5,000 villain points to perform a temporary talent 10 draw? Closing square bracket. Yes. Talent extraction is a must, so Lu Qian will naturally not be stingy. Ding! The 10 consecutive draws begin. Drawing is over, please choose one of the next 10 temporary talents. Closing square bracket. Son, I am your father. Green. When you say this to the target, there is a certain chance that you will become the target's father, but it is also possible that you will greatly anger the target. Question mark. Late bloomer. Purple. The older you are, the stronger your talent becomes. Question mark. Charmer, green, your attraction to the opposite S*X and the same S*X increases. Unyielding heart, red, you have a strong will. No matter what setbacks you encounter, you will not fall down easily. Instead, you will activate the potential in your body. Closing square bracket. Idea king, blue, when three people are together, there must be one who has an idea. At critical moments, he can come up with some special ideas. Telepathy, blue, you are always in tune with the opposite S*X and can guess what they are thinking. Big liar, white, there is a certain chance that what you say can deceive the other party, and there is a certain chance that you will be beaten. It is full of uncertainty. Closing square bracket. Question mark. Dragon and Phoenix talent, purple. Chapter 138, Dragon and Phoenix. The talent of Dragon and Phoenix, born supreme, with the appearance of an emperor, indescribably noble, with every move, possessing the power of a real dragon, which can turn momentum into reality and make people submit subconsciously. The talent of a dragon and a phoenix. Liu Qian's pupils shrank, and he stared at the purple talent, almost unable to move his eyes away. He had an inexplicable premonition that this talent seemed to be the most suitable for him. Boom! Even at this moment, a warm feeling appeared on his back. It was the Supreme Emperor Bone sending some kind of message. Moreover, the talent of Dragon and Phoenix seems to have some benefits and help for his next plan. However, in addition to this, he also took a fancy to the purple talent, Late Bloomer. Purple talents are hard to come by and almost all of them have unimaginable special effects. This talent is suitable for use in the late game. During the last villain simulation, other purple talents also appeared, but due to the lack of villain points, they could not be retained. But right now, he still has nearly 100,000 villain points, so he naturally can't let it go. For the villain simulator, I will keep Late Bloomer. For this simulation, I will choose Dragon and Phoenix talent. Ding! 5,000 villain points have been deducted, and Late Bloomer will be retained until the next villain simulation. Closing square bracket. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the temporary purple talent, Dragon and Phoenix talent. Starting the 7th simulation. Dragon and Phoenix talent. This time, real dragon versus real dragon. I want to see what the result will be. Liu Qian narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of the imperial capital, with a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. Old Deng, let me see what else you are hiding and what happened back then. What exactly is stored in the Dragon Temple in the secret place where the abandoned Crown Prince Chen Zhan's cenotaph is hidden in Yang Mansion in the imperial capital? And in the last villain simulation, why didn't Yang Hong take out the Supreme Emperor Bone? Where is Lao Deng's Supreme Emperor Bone? And there is the Black Hand, hiding in the secret realm who wants to kill me. I hope this time, we can solve it all at once. Simulation starts. Closing square bracket. Since you know the identity of the Liu families, traitor, you will naturally not be foolish enough to rashly go to the imperial capital, easily join the game, and be calculated as a pawn. Closing square bracket. Tier, you took out the purple talent enhancement scroll, and tore it apart. Your blue talent, oil on the soles of your feet, has been selected to start the advancement of purple talent. Your running ability has been enhanced to an epic level, as if you were assisted by God. I actually chose the talent of grease the soles of your feet. Liu Qian raised his eyebrows, somewhat unexpectedly. Originally, in his imagination, the top priority was the red talent, you can't see me. As a result, such a useless one was chosen. However, the ability to run away has been enhanced, which doesn't seem to be a bad thing. This time, you have 1 gold talent, 3 purple talents, and 1 red talent. First, raise your realm to the saintly realm, and then, completely practice the last step of the 9 steps to heaven. This time, you decided to focus on improving your strength first. Closing square bracket. You left the cabin and headed towards the mysterious port of the Magic City. Liu Ruyue noticed your actions and followed you. You glanced at him but ignored him. Devil's City Port. 3 days ago, the mysterious secret realm has been opened, and some people have entered. This time, you don't need the soul-devouring demonic sword, but enter directly from the front. You move quickly in the mysterious secret realm and soon return to the land of ruins, while Liu Ruyue is once again blocked in the fog. Begin practicing. You took out the space rings of several powerful celestial beings, took out a huge amount of cultivation resources, and began to devour and cultivate. A month later, the threshold to the Holy Realm began to tremble, and some cracks appeared. The mysterious realm has been closed, and everyone inside has left. Only you and Liu Ruyue are left. Half a year later, your Qingdi Changsheng Jing broke through to the 7th level, reaching the 1st level of sainthood. Your lifespan increased by 1,000 years, your body became pure, your spirit condensed, and you possessed the ability to search souls. 1 year later, you have broken through to the 3rd level of sainthood. Your strength is much different than it was a year ago. You are ready to stop and practice the last step of the 9 steps to heaven, so as to gather a powerful trump card for yourself. You begin to prepare for training, and at this moment, a golden light suddenly appears in your mind. It is heaven official's blessing that is giving a warning. What's going on? Is something going to happen? You realized something was wrong, suddenly woke up, and stopped practicing. Click, click. The incomplete stone statue carrying the parchment in front of me began to tremble. No, it was not the stone statue, but this ruined land. The entire secret realm began to tremble. At this moment, the entire secret realm seems to be beginning to collapse. Closing square bracket. What's going on? How could this happen? Could it be that because I took away the 9 steps to heaven, the entire secret realm lost its energy to sustain it? Your face changed slightly, sensing the coming of danger. Closing square bracket. Once the secret realm collapses, the space turbulence it generates will be enough to swallow everything. At that time, even if you don't die, you don't know where you will be exiled to by the space turbulence. Question mark quote question mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote question mark. You didn't hesitate, rushed out of the ruins, grabbed the still confused Liu Ruyue and ran outside. At this moment, you seem to be assisted by God, your speed is as fast as the breeze, surpassing the speed of the collapse of the secret realm. Closing square bracket. Question mark. Disaster is on your heels. Question mark quote. Cut. You took out the soul-devouring demonic sword, cut a huge crack, and jumped out directly. Question mark. Boom. The moment you jumped out, the mysterious secret world behind you suddenly collapsed, like a piece of paper that was squeezed to the extreme, and then shattered into powder. Gurgle. You swallowed your saliva. This level of collapse is almost equivalent to the destruction of a small world. Even a celestial being would not be able to withstand it. Only a true immortal on land could survive. If you were a step later, you would have to risk your life and strike with the divine sword to see if you could escape. I didn't expect that this villain simulation would start off so exciting. I have a bad feeling this is just the beginning. Chapter 139, Chen Tai, what a joke. Does he think he has returned as the king? Blood demon. Go and kill him. The sudden disaster made you realize that the new purple talent, oil on the feet, seems to be quite useful. Question mark. As long as you run fast, disaster will always be one step behind you. If it runs slowly, then we have to consider reopening. Closing square bracket. What a pity. If this mysterious realm hadn't collapsed, I could have considered staying inside until I was invincible, and then come out to fight Lao Lao Dang. But now that's impossible. You felt a little regretful. The mysterious realm's 10-fold flow rate is definitely an excellent place for cultivation. If I give you another 10 years, you can condense the true immortal talisman. Right now, it seems like you have been in the mysterious secret realm for a year, but in the outside world, only a little over a month has passed. Right now, there are still 5 days until the birthday banquet of the old emperor. I don't know what kind of chaos the imperial capital has become. Is the Liu family all dead? Liu Qian, what on earth did you go through? Liu Ruyue, who was still in shock, stared at you blankly, his eyes blurred and he couldn't help asking. Obviously, her curiosity about you has reached its peak at this moment. It's only been a year since we last met, and you've broken through to a new level, reaching the sainthood. This speed is even more outrageous than a rocket. Those old monsters who have lived for hundreds of years look like rookies in front of this man. When you get to my age, you'll know. You didn't explain much, just answered casually. Question mark. Liu Ruyue. You ignored the dumbfounded Liu Ruyue. Right now, the mysterious realm has collapsed, so it's no different to stay in the Magic City. You are ready to go to the Imperial City. In fact, you can consider going overseas to hide and practice, but you always have a premonition that once you leave Daxia, you will alarm the old emperor and attract him to hunt you down personally. The other party seems to have set their sights on your Supreme Emperor Bone, so they will naturally not let you go easily. Moreover, overseas countries will not easily let go of this piece of fat meat of yours, and I am afraid there will be a lot of trouble. Of course, you can also consider joining the strange alien race through Su Mei's concern, but if they are not of our race, their hearts must be different. If you are not careful, the end will be death. You don't dare to bet your Supreme Emperor Bone has any special attraction to those strange alien races. In the final analysis, it is still a question of strength. Right now, the most you can do is to briefly burst out the immortal god sword, and be invincible under the true immortals on land for a short period of time. They don't even have the combat power of a true land immortal. If you really have the power of a true immortal on land, you would have already started to overturn the table. At worst, you could just wander around and develop slowly, and when you are completely invincible, you can come back and kill Lao Lao Dang. Qi Wei, arrange a cruise ship for me to the imperial capital. You took out your phone and contacted the still-alive Deputy Director Qi Wei of the Magic City, and prepared to go to the Imperial City openly, instead of sneaking back like last time. By the way, since Shen Zong's death, Qi Wei has become the acting director of the Magic City. He was extremely shocked by your call, and then he obeyed subconsciously. His tone was extremely humble and flattering. Quote. Yes, Mr. Liu. Although the news of the incident with the Liu family in the imperial capital has spread to the magic capital, there are other news along with it. That is the true identity of your crown prince. There are also rumors that the old emperor values you and intends to let you inherit the throne. In Qi Wei's eyes, your status has been strengthened 100 times, 1,000 times more than before. He really wants to hold your thighs. Soon, a private ship approached quickly, and Qi Wei was on it. He had obviously left everything behind and came here in person, wanting to repay your kindness. The moment he saw you, Qi Wei's body was shaken, as if he had seen something incredible, and he fell to the ground with weak legs. Bang! Quote. Your Highness, you did not refuse, knowing that the dragon and phoenix talent might have taken effect. You learned from the other party that the capital had undergone a dramatic change, that the Liu family was almost extinct, and that the ancestor of the Liu family had been attacked again and was seriously injured and unconscious. For a month, countless people have been searching for you, and various forces have been fighting in secret, because some people think you might have been killed. Hearing that the Liu family was seriously injured again, you sneered in your heart. In the previous villain simulations, the Liu family never lasted this long, but this time they managed to hold on. It seems that your hiding has caused a chain reaction, attracting many people. Closing square bracket. Mr. Liu, His Majesty's birthday is in a week. Are you planning to go and celebrate? Do you need to prepare some gifts? Let's go. Hearing that Lao Lao was attending the birthday party, you sneered, interrupted Qi Wei, and turned to enter the room of the ship. Celebrating birthday. Help him. If Qi Wei knew what you were thinking, he would be scared to death on the spot. Since you were ready to go back, you took out the blood communicator and reluctantly replied to Liu Shou, so that he wouldn't keep annoying you. Question mark. Because this time, you did not sneak back to the capital secretly, but chose to go back openly. The news about you spread like wildfire throughout the capital. Soon, the chaos in the entire imperial capital calmed down instantly, and there was no more undercurrent. And at this moment, upon hearing that you are about to return, the person who is most unhappy is a certain clown King Chen Tai. Wasn't it said that the little b************** d was dead? How come he showed up again? Ghost Doctor's lung fog, Chen Tai yelled angrily, and the whole person was extremely anxious. Closing square bracket. Especially when he knows that you came here in a legitimate way on a cruise ship, he will be even more furious. Some time ago, you mysteriously disappeared, and the whereabouts of Ghost Dr. Venerable and others were unknown, which caused quite a stir and made him a little anxious. It has been rumored that he killed your nephew in order to prevent you from taking the top position. Although this is true, how could he possibly admit it? Closing square bracket. Your Highness, this little b**************** d is probably planning to come back openly and honestly, so that no one dares to attack him. A subordinate suddenly reminded him. Chen Tai sneered. What a joke, he thinks he has returned as the king, and he is plotting something openly. How ridiculous. Blood demon, you, go and kill him. I want him to die in front of everyone when he arrives at the imperial capital. Chapter 140, Born Supreme, the appearance of a true dragon. Yes, Your Highness the King of Wu. The blood demon in a blood-stained robe showed a ferocious smile, full of confidence, and directly accepted the order. Closing square bracket. Being able to kill a noble bloodline of Daxia is undoubtedly a great enjoyment for him who has a mental abnormality. Moreover, the powerful blood of that little b************** d will probably allow his blood nerves to advance even further, which can be regarded as a godsend opportunity. As for whether it will fail, impossible, absolutely impossible. Closing square bracket. Question mark. GU family. Damn it, this little b*********** d is not dead yet, and he is returning to Beijing at such a sensitive time. You know, the birthday banquet of the emperor will be held in a few days. If His Majesty is in a good mood and allows him to recognize his ancestry and become the crown prince, my GU family will probably suffer a devastating disaster. Don't worry, it won't happen. His Royal Highness the King of Wu is more anxious than us. The ancestor has already gone to the King of Wu's mansion. There will be an answer. Faced with your return, not only Chen Tai is anxious, but also the traitor GU family. Closing square bracket. This traitor is so different from the Liu family. Have you heard? The crown prince is returning to Beijing. Didn't they say that person was already dead? You're coming back so brazenly, I'm afraid you must have heard something. I'm afraid there will be some fun next. His uncles are not people you can easily mess with. What on earth are you thinking about, Your Majesty? The entire imperial capital is buzzing with discussions, and all the major families are filled with various complex emotions regarding your arrival. However, most people are still pessimistic about your existence, and most of them are disdainful, and obviously don't think you can defeat your uncles. After all, at this moment, in the eyes of countless people, you are still a waste who can't practice, and even the GU family betrayed you. Thinking back then, how many loyal ministers were there among the backup plan that the deposed Crown Prince Chen Zan left for you? Closing square bracket. I don't know what attitude I will show when I return to the imperial capital after this villain simulation. Lu Qian's eyes flickered with curiosity. Ever since the last villain simulated clone gave him a big surprise, he has been looking forward to the next simulation more and more. He always felt that there might be a surprise. Question mark. Time flows fast. The ship carrying the attention of the crowd left the magic city and approached the imperial city little by little. The entire imperial capital's port has already gathered with the children of numerous aristocratic families, as well as some people wearing black cloaks to conceal their figures. Here it comes. Here it comes. On the ship, you ignored the outside world and flipped through the history books of the Great Xia Empire. These history books were obtained by Liu Ruyue through various channels. Since you learned about your identity as the grandson of the emperor, you have developed a certain interest in the history of Daxia. Although the information about the deposed Crown Prince Chen Zan was erased in that battle, there are always some wild histories that record certain contents. According to unofficial historical records, the deposed Crown Prince Chen Xuancheng was famous for his romantic and unrestrained character. He had been with many women, including some from strange races. It was not until later that he gradually calmed down. Moreover, this great Xia crown prince has a very high charisma, extraordinary appearance, and a natural emperor's appearance. Otherwise, of course, it would be impossible for him to drag a group of brothers to fight with his father at Xuanwu Gate, and the fight was so tragic. You have confirmed this through Liu Ruyue. After all, the intelligence work of Yanyu Sword Pavilion is not for free. Liu Ruyue discovered that you seemed to be very concerned about your father, and even asked about some of his habits and characteristics. At the same time, you also began to realize that something was wrong. Yanyu Sword Pavilion seems to know a lot about the abandoned Crown Prince Chen Zan. Could it be that he has some relationship with Lao Deng? Your eyes paused, and you reacted instantly, realizing this. Before, you brought Liu Ruyue with you just to take advantage of the intelligence organization behind him, but now you have gained something. Bang! Just when you were about to test it out, a white dove suddenly appeared in the room, flew to Liu Ruyue's ear, and whispered something. Lu Qian, the entire imperial port is now crowded with people from aristocratic families. King Wu Chentai is preparing to attack you. When you arrive at the imperial capital, he will kill you in public. The one who was in charge of the attack was the Blood Demon, a 6th-level celestial being with extremely strong vitality. In his hand was a hidden weapon called the Blood Dragon Thorn, which was said to be forged from the gallbladder of a blood dragon. Even if an 8th or 9th-level celestial being was scratched by it, without the corresponding antidote, something bad would happen and they would turn into blood. Liu Ruyue spoke up and told Chentai about his plan and the details, with a hint of worry on his face. It is obvious that Chentai spent a lot of money to kill you. I don't know where he got such a vicious hidden weapon. Right now, the Blood Demon is lurking around, ready to attack you at any time. A killer who is quite powerful, good at hiding, and holds a powerful weapon. Even Liu Ruyue is very afraid of you at this moment, fearing that you will die accidentally. In response to this, you just sneered. It's been such a long time since we last met, and Chentai is still the same old guy, with no improvement. Let's go. Since someone is here to greet us, let's go out and take a look. Liu Ruyue was stunned. The current situation was special. Shouldn't he be more cautious at this time? If he showed up rashly, wouldn't he become a sitting duck? Tread. You took the initiative to show up, walked out of the ship, revealed your figure, and walked towards the deck. Liu Ruyue followed behind you with a wary look on his face. It's Liu Qian, he's out. Swish. At the port of the imperial capital, in full view of the public, a blood demon, wearing a blood-red cloak suddenly appeared, holding a poisonous stinger in his hand, and quickly approached the ship in front. There's an assassin. This scene immediately caused countless people to exclaim, and it was also within the expectations of many people. Your sudden return will obviously make a certain clown king desperate. Ha ha ha, you little b****************, go to hell. You look up, your face calm, and in the eyes of everyone, you walk out of the shadow of the ship and reveal your true face. Dragon and Phoenix. At the moment he saw your face, the hideous blood demon suddenly froze, his pupils shrank, and he was still in shock, as if he had been hit hard. Boom. The sky has darkened without anyone noticing. Your figure seems to have become infinitely large at this moment. In his eyes, you have almost transformed into a huge monster that reaches the sky and the earth, overlooking the world. That is, a real dragon. You want to kill me? Chapter 141, Dragon and Phoenix appearance plus nonsense equals words come true. The blood demon screamed in terror, his body trembling as if he was having a seizure, his nose running and saliva flowing. At this moment, in his eyes, you are no longer a human, but a true dragon that reaches the sky and penetrates the earth, occupies the 9 underworlds, stands out, and is naturally noble. It is the purple talent, the appearance of Dragon and Phoenix. Under the gaze of the true dragon, he seemed as tiny as an ant, not even as big as a scale. You are a true dragon, son of heaven. He mainly cultivates the body, not the soul. The soul is almost the biggest weakness of the blood demon. Now he is shocked by your true dragon appearance, and a flaw appears in an instant, and his spirit collapses. Not only him, but everyone in the entire imperial port is looking at you in shock and fear. Their bodies are shaking uncontrollably, as they have also seen the real dragon transformed by your aura. The appearance of a true dragon. The appearance of an emperor. This is a natural emperor. Could it be that this boy has a destiny, born with the appearance of a dragon, invaluable, invaluable? Question mark. Question mark. Pairs of people exclaimed in surprise one after another, and everyone had different expressions. They all lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at your true face. They were obviously shocked. They could never have imagined that you, the son of a deposed crown prince, would actually have such a terrifying vision in your body. It's so terrifying. You may have the human emperor's appearance. Closing square bracket. Ah, true dragon, spare me, your highness, spare me. The blood demon looked crazy, falling from midair, hitting the ground heavily, howling crazily. Having been severely damaged by the pressure of the dragon and phoenix appearance, he has long been mentally confused, abandoned Wuwang Chentai, and showed his willingness to submit to you. You, commit suicide, you said calmly with a calm face. Question mark. Swish. Hearing this, the blood demon seemed to be possessed by a ghost, and seemed to have heard an imperial decree. He did not dare to disobey, and a crazy smile appeared on his face. Thank you, your highness, thank you, your highness. Question mark. Puff. The blood demon made a crazy move in front of everyone. He turned the blood dragon thorn in his hand upside down and stabbed it into the neck. The poison spread. Instantly, this 6th-level celestial being turned into a pool of blood, and the blood dragon thorn in his hand also fell to the ground with a clang. Question mark. Swish. Seeing this strange scene, everyone in the entire imperial port felt a chill, their scalps tingling, and they looked at you with fear. This method is somewhat similar to the legendary, the law follows the words. The ruler wants his subject to die. The subject must die. Closing square bracket. Gurgle. Liu Ruyue swallowed his saliva and looked at you with a strange and fiery gaze. King Wu Chentai's trump card was destroyed on the spot by just one sentence from you. Closing square bracket. Qi Wei was so excited that he almost lost control of his bladder. It was obvious that he had made the right bet. You are the real summer emperor. At this moment, in everyone's eyes, you are almost mysterious to the extreme, unpredictable. It seems that your return is not as easy as imagined. Even you have a hint of surprise in your eyes. You didn't expect that the combination of the two purple talents, dragon and phoenix appearance, and nonsense, would have such a magical effect. However, although you were surprised, you didn't show it on the surface, because you could sense that there were countless pairs of eyes staring at you secretly. Even the old man in the Great Xia Palace seemed to be looking at you at this moment. Obviously, the means you displayed also aroused the curiosity of this old man. You looked up, and as if through the void, you met Lao Lao Deng's gaze. His voice was calm. I'm back. Bang. At this time, the ship has successfully docked. You restrained your true dragon appearance and took Liu Ruyue off the ship. The people on both sides subconsciously made way for you, like ministers welcoming the emperor's return, lowering their heads and not daring to look directly at your face. They were afraid that if they heard a word from you, they would be unable to hold back and commit suicide on the spot. Question mark. Swish. When passing by the blood demon, you sucked the blood dragon thorn into your palm and put it into the space ring as a trophy. In the crowd, you saw familiar figures, the livid-faced 6th Uncle Chen Tai, the silent Uncle Chen Ang, the terrified ancestor of the Jiyu family, the astonished Liu Shou. Your eyes focus on Chen Ang and pause for a moment. In a sense, this is one of the few people you cannot see through so far. Liu, your highness, you're back. Liu Shou stumbled forward to recognize him, seeming a little incredulous. Obviously, your changes are beyond his expectations. What's even more terrifying is that you seem to no longer be the same Liu Qian as before, as if you have become a different person. He always has a bad feeling. Let's go, you said calmly, without much emotion. You didn't choose to kill the Jiyu family's ancestor directly or seek revenge on the spot. It seemed like you had other plans. In this villain simulation, if you plan to act in a domineering and kingly way, someone will help you deal with the Jiyu family. Closing square bracket. Your Highness, you are finally back. The Jiyu family and King Wu have gone too far. The Liu family has suffered heavy losses. The ancestor is in a coma, and the other celestial beings have suffered heavy losses. Only the second uncle still retains his strength. Soon, you return to the Liu family. Along the way, Liu Shou kept telling you about the betrayal of the Jiyu family and the misery of the Liu family, trying to mislead you and create an image of a loyal minister for himself. He also intended to instigate a fight between you and Chen Tai. If you hadn't known some things long ago, you would still be kept in the dark by Liu Shou in front of you. You know very well that behind all this, it is the old man who is behind it all. You ignored Liu Shou's chatter and asked to see the unconscious Liu family ancestor. Liu Shou immediately took you to the backyard of the Kelu family, and in a secret room, he saw a seriously injured, unconscious, motionless old man. It is the ancestor of the Liu family. Your Highness, the ancestor was ambushed and poisoned. What a coincidence. I happen to know a little bit about medicine, so I'll see if I can treat him. You smiled and walked forward to check, pulling the Liu family ancestor's right hand to feel his pulse. With a pull of his right hand and a flip of his sleeves, a blood-red ring suddenly appeared in the hand of the Liu family ancestor. Chapter 142, Sixth Brother, Long Time No See. Old man, it's really you. Your gaze paused on the blood-red ring for a moment, and a hint of ferocity flashed in your eyes. Before, it was just a guess. After all, it is not excluded that someone deliberately changed into the appearance of the Liu family ancestor to kill you during the last villain simulation. But now, the evidence is solid. At the end of the last villain simulation, the one who stabbed you in the back was the seriously injured and unconscious Liu family ancestor in front of you. But you didn't get angry. Instead, you grabbed the palm of the Liu family's ancestor and checked it out. You found that the other party was indeed seriously injured and fell into a coma. But you, who possess the Green Emperor's Longevity Sutra, are extremely sensitive to vitality. You have discovered that there is a huge vitality hidden in the heart of the Liu family's ancestor. As long as it is activated, you can recover instantly and wake up. Old man, you are so sinister. You put on a full show. In order to pretend to be dead, you pretended to be real and even used tricks on yourself. You hid it so deeply, you sneered in your heart and instantly saw the purpose of the ancestor of the Liu family. Closing square bracket. You suspect that the Liu family ancestor may not have been plotting against you at first, but may have been planning to plot against other people, such as the followers of the deposed Crown Prince Chen Zan. It's just that, the last time you came back, it was just the right time, and then, just by chance, the knife stabbed you. These old immortals who have lived for who knows how many years are more sinister than the other, and none of them are simple. Closing square bracket. Your Highness, is the old man all right? Liu Shou, who was standing by, probably worried that you might see something, interrupted him immediately. Alas, he is seriously injured and in a coma. He will die within a short time. I am afraid the chance of him surviving is not high. You sighed, looking sad. Seeing that you didn't seem to notice anything, Liu Shou heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that the ancestor's methods were indeed extraordinary. At the same time, he looked down on you, obviously thinking that you were pretending to know something. Since he can't survive anymore, in order to let the Liu family's ancestor suffer less, just burn him, put his ashes in a box, and bury him. You suddenly changed the subject and said something shocking. Ryu, please handle this. Liu Shou. What's going on? Why are we going to burn and bury the ashes while we're talking? It's really scary. Perhaps sensing danger, the Liu family ancestor's fingers moved slightly. Liu Ruyue's eyes moved, as if she had noticed something. She knew your character well and would not say such things for no reason. Could it be that? Wait, Your Highness, the ancestor may still be saved. Give him some more help. Liu Shou was panicking at the moment. He knew that his ancestor was not dead yet, but if he was really burned to ashes, he would really die. After much persuasion and great efforts, Liu Shou finally persuaded you to change your mind and stop trying to trouble the Liu family ancestor. Of course, this is the result of you deliberately letting him go. Otherwise, with your nonsense method, you would have fooled Liu Shou and made him rush to burn his own ancestor. Right now, the Liu family ancestor cannot move for the time being. Otherwise, it will easily attract the attention of Lao Lao Deng, which will not be worth the loss. It is not impossible to let him live a few more days. Your Highness, I have already found out that the one who is targeting my Liu family is your sixth uncle, King Wu Chentai. Even the Gu family has joined him, as well as the blood demon assassin. Liu Shou came to his senses and began to want to draw hatred to you, so that you can fight Chentai. But before he could finish, you interrupted him again. It is better to resolve a feud than to create one. No matter what, the King of Wu is still my uncle. There may be some misunderstanding. Liu Shou, please pass me a name card and say that I want to visit you. After we talk about what's right and wrong, we'll know everything. Liu Shou. This plot is wrong. Under normal circumstances, you shouldn't be so furious and want to fight Chentai to the death. How can you be so calm and composed? This doesn't fit your previous image of a vindictive dude. Oh no, could it be that the Emperor's bloodline has awakened? At this moment, Liu Shou actually felt that he could not see through you. Father, my eldest nephew has a majestic head and is born with the appearance of a dragon. He is extraordinary at first glance. There are rumors that he has the aura of an emperor. He came back with such a big fanfare and killed people in the street. What on earth does he want to do? How can Daxia have two true dragons? Just when you returned to the Liu family, the clown king Chentai did not go anywhere, but ran to the palace to complain about you to the old emperor. Obviously, he wants to make a big fuss about your revealed, true dragon aura, so that the old emperor will be afraid of you and kick you out directly. But no matter how he persuaded, the old emperor was tolerant and dismissed him with a simple, just kids playing around. After hearing this, the clown king was so angry that he cursed Lao Dang for being old and dim-sighted and misleading the country and the people. Shou Dang was arrogant and domineering, bringing disaster to the country and the people. Only he could make Daxia even greater. Quote. Go back home. The angry Wu Wang Chentai left the Great Xia Palace. The Chu family's ancestor, the Nine-Revolution Heavenly Man, met him outside and asked about the situation, but he only heard a lot of complaints. Just when Chentai was about to return home, he saw the housekeeper of the palace appear halfway and brought an invitation, expressing his intention to visit. Hey, who the hell is he? How dare he enter the palace of the King of Wu? Get him out. Chentai sneered. He was already full of anger, and he immediately found an outlet to vent his anger, and started to curse. The palace steward hesitated. But your majesty, he is still the crown prince after all, this. What the hell, where did the Great Xia Empire's grandson come from? D. How come I don't know about this? When Chentai heard about the grandson, he instantly exploded. His sensitive nerves were touched, and he kicked the butler out. Puff. The butler hit the wall, and blood splattered all over the floor. From now on, anyone who dares to mention that little b** d in front of me will die. The furious Chentai could not hide his anger and started to curse loudly. Then, he angrily brought the Chu family's ancestor and several of his confidants back to the palace, ready to continue to plot against you. But as soon as he returned to the palace, Chentai found that the whole palace was somewhat dead silent. In the lobby, there was a strange yet familiar figure standing with his back to him. Who? The Chu family ancestor's face changed slightly, and he immediately stood in front of Chentai, thinking that he was an assassin. Chentai's eyes turned red, as if he had seen an enemy. It was obvious that he recognized you from your back, and he cursed angrily. Little b** d, you dare to come here. Sixth brother, long time no see. Chapter 143, Chentai, second brother, you are not dead. Sixth brother, long time no see. Boom. Hearing that familiar yet strange voice, Chentai's furious expression suddenly froze, his pupils trembled, and his body trembled uncontrollably, as if he realized something. The Chu family ancestor standing in front of him instantly got furious. At this moment, this ninth-level celestial being sensed a supreme aura that almost suffocated him. Swish. The figure with his back to them slowly turned around, revealing a face that looked like a dragon and a phoenix, like the sun in the sky, and exuding the aura of an emperor. The face looked like a teenager, but also like a middle-aged man, and was looking at them with a smile. Bang! Chen Tai's feet went weak and he collapsed to the ground, his eyes staring blankly, as if he had lost his soul. Second brother, you are not dead. Liu Qian. Digging a groove. This time, the villain clone is so playful. Directly choose to pretend to be his own Lao Deng, the crown prince of Daxia, the deposed crown prince Chen Zan. What a great opportunity, this will double my seniority. There are also various buffs added to it, which are stacked up directly. Liu Qian's eyes lit up, and he instantly realized the profitability of it. My goodness, these simulated clones of mine are more playful than the last one. The last one was crazy enough, and this one is quite sinister. This is an attempt to take an unconventional path. You are undoubtedly a genius. In the last villain simulation, after learning about the old man emperor's plan and the Liu family's betrayal, you realized that there might be a traitor in the backup plan of the former deposed crown prince Chen Zan. Those old monsters in the entire Great Xia Empire are more sinister than each other, and it is difficult for you to see them clearly. Closing square bracket. Looking across the Great Xia Empire, it is difficult to find like-minded people to deal with Lao Deng. Closing square bracket. Question mark. Just then, a certain clown king unexpectedly caught your eye. Chen Tai, who seemed to be the mastermind behind the persecution of you in the early stage, may actually be the most innocent, purest and most suitable cooperator for you at present. From the beginning to the end, he only wanted to be the emperor of mankind. He has been moving in this direction. For this, he must become your enemy. Since he wants to be the emperor so much, then let him be the emperor. You can't stop someone from wanting to be the emperor. So, you are going to play Lao Deng Chen Zan to turn your enemies into friends and become a dream investor for once. My father didn't die back then, so how could I die so easily? I'm alive again. With the help of the ever-changing dragon and phoenix postures and the endless nonsense, you transformed into Chen Zan and looked at him with a smile. Closing square bracket. Sixth brother, it's all thanks to you that you sent people to the demon city to kill Chen Qian. Otherwise, I wouldn't have awakened to the mystery in my womb so quickly and woke up. But to Chen Tai, the smile was like a ferocious dragon head, looking down at him. Question mark. Boom. Chen Tai's brain is about to explode at this moment. Closing square bracket. My heart started to roar wildly. Closing square bracket. I knew it, where did all the true dragon energy come from? Where did all the emperor's appearance come from? Closing square bracket. No wonder he always suffered defeat before, no wonder the ghost doctor suddenly disappeared, no wonder the blood demon died so miserably. Chen Qian, Chen Zan, they are exactly the same person. Closing square bracket. Second brother, you are so cruel. Closing square bracket. He actually didn't die back then, and quietly took over the body of his own flesh and blood. He lived in the imperial capital, under the eyes of the old immortal, for 18 years, a full 18 years. Mads. They are all crazy. Closing square bracket. Question mark. Fathers all like to kill their sons, right? Chen Tai has been frightened by you. He has a rough outline in his mind, and he is terrified by the you in front of him. Thinking back then, when he was young, he had met the deposed crown prince Chen Zan once and was deeply impressed by him. Later, after learning that his second brother had almost crippled Lao Deng, he admired him even more and regarded him as an idol. He regretted that he could not meet him again. But now, his second brother suddenly took over another body and was reborn, and he couldn't stand it. Brother, I admire you, but if you really come to me, I really can't handle it. Nephew, if you tell your uncle that your father is hiding something from you, I wouldn't dare to touch you even if I had 10 guts. Why are you hiding it? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Chen Tai, who was almost scared to death, suddenly remembered that there was a Chu family ancestor who was a 9th-level celestial being beside him. He immediately had a tiny glimmer of hope and looked to the side. Prince, you are still alive. Bang! One of them collapsed. It was none other than the Chu family's ancestor. This 9th-level celestial being, the most advanced celestial being in the Great Xia Empire, is like a rookie at this moment, and is frightened by you. Unlike Chen Tai, the Chu family's ancestor lived long enough and was an important official of the empire. Naturally, he had come into contact with the deposed crown prince Chen Zan. Right now, judging from your every move, he thinks you are exactly the same as the deposed Crown Prince Chenzan back then. What's even more terrible is the complete aura of the Supreme Emperor's bone in you. As an eyewitness of the battle, he witnessed the horror of the abandoned Crown Prince Chenzan. The so-called nine-transformation heavenly being was like a clay figurine in front of Chenzan, and was crushed to death directly. Although no one dared to go and watch the battle at the Great Xia Palace, based on the fluctuations of the aura revealed, even a nine-transformation heavenly being would be killed if he went there. During that battle, he, who had reached the 9th level of heaven, stood outside the Great Xia Palace, looking up at the sky like a mayfly. At this moment, he knows the horror of the abandoned Crown Prince Chenzan, and he can't even muster the slightest resistance to you who has taken over his body and been reborn. Prince, please spare me, Prince, please spare me. The King of Wu really didn't know that you were still alive and possessed by the Crown Prince. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to attack you. No matter how many mistakes I made, they are all my fault. I hope I can use my life to exchange for the lives of the King of Wu and the Chu family. At this moment, this nine-transformation heavenly being, the Duke of Daxia, and a loyal minister of the empire, almost burst into tears and begged for mercy frantically. Gurgle. Chen Tai was stunned. His greatest supporter had fallen on his knees. At this moment, he seemed to truly feel how terrifying the value of you in front of him was. Even beneath your calm exterior, there are some turbulent waves. It seems that the intimidating effect of our old man Deng on these old guys is somewhat terrifying. It can be said that the effect is outstanding. Second brother, spare my life. Leave a way for me to live. If you killed my grandfather, you can't kill me. Chen Tai hugged your thighs and cried, trying to evoke a little brotherhood. He has made up his mind that as long as he can survive, he will go to the palace to complain to the old emperor, report you for illegally taking over his nephew's body, and let Lao Deng strike you hard. Sixth brother, when did I ever say I was going to kill you? On the contrary, I came here this time to give you a great opportunity. You stroked the dog, Chen Tai's head, whispered in comfort, and then threw out a thunderbolt. Do you want to be the emperor? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Check out our playlist for more amazing novels. Chapter 144, I really want to be the emperor. Do you want to be the emperor? Boom. The crying Chen Tai's mind exploded, and he instantly threw aside the matter of complaining to Lao Deng, staring blankly at you in front of him, and it seemed that he was unable to react for a moment. Wait, this is a test. Just when Chen Tai was about to speak, he suddenly realized that he had sent someone to assassinate you before, so how could you be so nice to him? Moreover, what's even worse is that he has crippled the Liu family. Nowadays, everyone in the Great Xia Empire knows that the Liu family is a diehard supporter of the deposed Crown Prince Chenzan. Based on this alone, he knows that it will be difficult for him to reconcile with you. Brother, please stop testing me. I still want to live a few more years. Chen Tai cried and begged for mercy. I ask you if you want to be one. You suddenly shouted. This useless thing, at this point, still hasn't reacted, right? You have to build a ladder for him. Swish. Chen Tai is not a fool after all. Seeing your attitude, he realized that something was wrong. If you really wanted to kill him, why would you say so much nonsense? Second brother, it seems that my younger brother sent someone to assassinate me before. Chen Tai spoke carefully, as if he had thought of something. Are you dead? You are right here. You smile, as if you are very satisfied with Chen Tai's gradual improvement. But the Liu family's matter, Chen Tai gritted his teeth and said the most fatal question. The Liu family belongs to my father. Otherwise, how could I have failed that year? At the critical moment, someone stabbed me in the back, the smile on your face faded, and you spoke half-truthfully. Chen Tai's pupils shrank, and he was also shocked by this news. The Liu family is not yours, but the old emperor's. Wow, that old man is so damn sinister. I didn't expect that the Liu family is actually a betrayer, and they are the old ghost's people. Second brother, I really feel sorry for you back then. If I had known that there was something wrong with the Liu family earlier, I would have killed them all to vent my anger. Chen Tai shouted indignantly. Closing square bracket. At this moment, he has finally realized that you two don't seem to have any deep hatred. All the assassins who went to the magic city died, and I thought they had been revived by you, taking over their bodies. Closing square bracket. The Liu family in the imperial capital is another traitor. Question mark. You are still brothers. Second brother, what did you mean just now? Chen Tai swallowed his saliva, his mind was full of the response to that sentence just now. Closing square bracket. I am only using Chen Qian's body to wake up for a short time. If it takes too long, I am afraid my soul will be scattered and I won't be able to live for long. This time, I came back to the imperial capital to fight with my father again and see if I can send him down first. You started to talk nonsense and make big promises to Chen Tai in front of you. Closing square bracket. Question mark. Chen Tai, ancestor of the Chu family. If this succeeds, Daxia cannot be without a ruler for a day. Someone must appear to take up the responsibility. I will interrupt and choose one of my brothers to inherit the throne. The first person I thought of was you, but right now, you obviously don't have any such thoughts. Bang! Chen Tai kowtowed hard, his head was broken and bleeding, his eyes were red, he screamed, his expression was squeezed into a ball, he cried and laughed. Second brother, I miss it so much, I miss it so much, I am looking forward to that position. I am almost going crazy, I want to be the emperor so much. Just let me be the emperor, please. I beg you. I will listen to you and do as you say. You can even let me kill that old immortal. Chen Qian, your son, my eldest nephew is still alive, right? You are just temporarily possessed by him, right? As long as you let me become the emperor, I will kill my son and protect my nephew. I will kill all my children. When I am old, I will let Chen Qian succeed me and let Chen Qian be the next emperor. At this moment, Chen Tai has gone crazy. He is almost going crazy, dancing with joy, just like a child who has seen his favorite toy. He made the promise without hesitation. Even the Chu family ancestor, whose face changed drastically and who tried to pull and block the attack, was kicked by them. The temptation of that position is really terrifying. Liu Qian watched the scene inside the villain simulator in silence. Chen Tai's performance was certainly disturbed by the endless nonsense. But one's own greed is even more terrifying and directly blinds the mind. For the sake of that position, Chen Tai had become obsessed and even wanted to kill his son to protect his nephew. Sure enough, in the Daxia royal family, being someone's son is a high-risk job. Second brother, please give your younger brother a chance. Chen Tai held your thigh tightly and refused to let go. Closing square bracket. With the record of the past, he has great confidence in you, and thinks that the possibility of you coming back as a king and killing Lao Dang is at least 50%, which is 100% if you round it up. Question mark. With his assistance, great things can be expected. Okay, then I'll give you a chance. You go with the flow and reluctantly agree to the other party's offer. You stated that you wanted to find a suitable time to take action, so that Chen Tai would not reveal your relationship with you, continue to oppose you, and deceive others. At the same time, during this period, you will fall into a short sleep, allowing Liu Qian to take over your body. At the critical moment, you will naturally wake up. Chen Tai was overjoyed and immediately agreed, saying it was no problem. Then, you took advantage of the fact that time had passed and that there might be changes in the Great Xia Palace, so you asked about some of the layout and issues. Chen Tai did not doubt and continued to speak directly. Soon, you hinted that it would be great if someone in the Great Xia Palace could help at a critical moment. Second brother, my mother, concubine Chu, is the favorite of the old immortal. Although the old immortal seems to have a hidden illness since the battle that year and has never visited my mother's painting and medical skills have won his favor. She is responsible for the old immortal's meals. Chen Tai showed a sinister smile. Closing square bracket. I am confident that I can persuade my mother to secretly give that old man something, so that it can be used at a critical moment. What a loving father and filial son, you sighed in your heart, the old man is lucky to have these sons. At the same time, you also know that the so-called concubine Chu should be the noble lady who appeared in the simulation before. Chen Tai's power seems to be more terrifying than you imagined. He is definitely an ally worth winning over. Chapter 145, Mysterious Note. Turning enemies into friends is a good idea. Instead of fighting with the Clown King Chen Tai again and again, wasting most of our energy and trump cards, it is better to solve the source fundamentally. At least it won't benefit Lao Dang. Moreover, among all the princes, apart from a certain guy who is hard to see through, Chen Tai's strength is definitely top-notch. He has the support of several celestial families, and there are people in the palace who can contact Lao Dang, and he can play a miraculous role at a critical moment. Lu Qian's eyes lit up, and he saw some of the thoughts of the villain's simulation and clone. It was obvious that this time the simulated clone had a big start. It put aside past grudges and got involved with Chen Tai. I don't know if it was because of the purple talent dragon and phoenix appearance. The last time he simulated being a villain, he lost in terms of intelligence. He fought too hard with Chen Tai and spent too much energy on it, which resulted in him being led by the nose by the old emperor and being schemed against by him. This time, he took the initiative to attack directly from the beginning, pulled Chen Tai into the camp, and joined forces to deal with the old man emperor. When uncle and nephew are of one mind, they can accomplish anything. Old man, you will have to pay the price this time. After a brief conversation with Chen Tai to come up with a rough cooperation framework, you decisively stopped using the 1,000 changes magical power which consumes a lot of energy. Swish. Your body trembled, pretending that Chen Zhan's soul was asleep and your will was awakening. This strange behavior immediately frightened Chen Tai. Those who didn't know would think that you were possessed by evil spirits. Sixth uncle, my father has already talked to you. You spoke mysteriously, restraining your dragon and phoenix demeanor, and becoming more ordinary. Second brother, no, nephew, yes, it's all settled. Chen Tai's expression was a little weird, and he looked at you with some fear, obviously he was frightened by you just now. Closing square bracket. Quote. Sixth uncle, what's wrong with you? No, nephew, from now on, you call me sixth uncle and I call you brother, okay. Chen Tai swallowed, obviously still a little uncomfortable. Okay, our test, we're all brothers. You generously agreed to the other party's small request, thinking that the other party was a little schizophrenic. Chen Tai. By the way, Tai, I have something to ask you. Do you know the Yanyu Sword Pavilion? The reason why you were able to play Lao Dang so closely just now was because you learned many details from Liu Ruyue. You suspected that Yanyu Sword Pavilion had some kind of relationship with Lao Dang, and it might be one of the backup plans left behind. Of course, it could also be the old emperor's people. It is not appropriate to let Chen Zhan ask this question, as it will easily make Chen Tai suspicious. But if you ask it, it will not be a big problem. You can just blame everything on some imaginary father. Brother, I have also heard of the Misty Rain Sword Pavilion. This mysterious force suddenly emerged 20 years ago. It is said that the pavilion master is extremely mysterious and has never revealed his true appearance. He is also good at 1,000 kinds of extreme swordsmanship. His sword can communicate with gods and his strength is unfathomable. Chen Tai did not doubt it and told everything he knew. Closing square bracket. You narrowed your eyes, as if you were thinking about something. 20 years ago. The timing is right. There is indeed something wrong with Yanyu Sword Pavilion. Either it is a backup plan left by the abandoned Crown Prince Chen Zhan, or it is the old emperor's people. From various signs, it seems to be Chen Zhan's. After all, the other party has been helping me most of the time. Even before the last simulated final battle, the pavilion master hinted that there was something wrong with my Liu family and wanted me to live. But why didn't you tell me directly? Why did you choose to back off and not take action at the critical moment? Lu Qian's expression changed, he realized something was wrong, and looked out the door with a gloomy look. Outside the door, Liu Ruyue looked at the closed door, looking somewhat lonely. His temperament seemed to have changed a lot since Su Mei left, and he seemed to be greatly shocked. It seemed that the woman was very important to him. This undoubtedly made her feel a sense of disparity. At this moment, the heavenly sword behind her suddenly trembled slightly, as if the sword soul inside was telling her something. Yes, that's it. Her expression suddenly became excited, as if she was encouraged, and she walked towards the kitchen. No wonder he chose Liu Ruyue to get close to me. This guy looks aloof, but he's actually warm-hearted. He's also a naive person. I'm afraid he doesn't know too many things. This guy has to help count the money after he is sold. He is lucky to meet someone as kind as me. Liu Qian sighed, realizing that it was unrealistic to know something from Liu Ruyue. After learning some things, you left the Wu Wang mansion and headed back to the Liu family. With the big pie of human emperor hanging in front of you, you believed that Chen Tai would not betray you easily. As for whether to contact more princes to join forces and learn from Lao Deng, you rejected the idea after a brief thought. You can't guarantee what those people's expressions will be when they see Chen Zan resurrected. What if they go to the old emperor to report him? If you don't keep things secret, you won't succeed. Don't shoot yourself in the foot. Closing square bracket. You have played with Chen Tai several times in simulations, and you know his personality inside out, so you dare to play like this. According to Chen Tai, the old emperor seems to want me to go to the imperial capital university to study etiquette. He obviously wants to replicate the results of the last simulation and force Zan Fuzzy to use his immortal talisman. I can't be led by the nose this time. This time, thanks to Liu Ruyue, otherwise, it would not be so easy for me to sneak up on Chen Tai. This time you came to the Wu Wang mansion quietly. Before coming, you used the 1,000 changes to change Liu Ruyue into your appearance, and stayed in the Liu family to hide from others. Otherwise, a sudden disappearance out of thin air would definitely draw the attention of others. However, things like this can't always go on like this. You realize that you should probably look for a secret method to change your body. It would be best if you could find a secret method to change your body. Because you still have a heavenly demon stone in your hand, which can directly increase the progress of the technique to the maximum. With the help of oil on the soles of your feet, you soon returned to the Liu family and saw Liu Ruyue, who had transformed into your appearance. However, at this moment, Liu Ruyue looked a little solemn, sitting on a chair with a corpse at his feet. Is that the second great uncle of the Liu family? He was also the spy of the Liu family that was caught in the last simulation. Closing square bracket. What's going on? Your expression changed slightly, and your eyes turned cold as you looked at the corpse on the ground. Could it be that the Liu family is preparing to take action against him? Closing square bracket. Just now this guy suddenly came to me and wanted to give me a note. I sensed something was wrong and wanted to capture him and wait for you to come back. Unexpectedly, he suddenly died. Liu Ruyue explained the reason and took out a note and handed it to me. Closing square bracket. You frowned slightly, took the note, opened it, took a look, and your pupils shrank immediately. Closing square bracket. Yang Mansion, under the tomb of Yiguan, there is what you want. Chapter 146, The Venomous Snake Hiding Behind the Scenes. Yang Mansion, under the tomb of Yiguan, there is what you want. You stared at the note in your hand with a slightly cold look in your eyes. Your first reaction was that the second great uncle of the Liu family in front of you was Yang Hong's man. But soon, you noticed something was wrong and recognized that the handwriting on the note was different from that of your uncle Yang Hong. So, you can be sure that this note was definitely not written by Yang Hong. Unlike the special situation in the Hidden Dragon Land at that time, Yang Hong was being watched by the old man emperor and could only pass on information through this special channel. Now, if the second great uncle of the Liu family is really his man, he could have told him what is hidden in the Dragon Temple in the secret realm of the Yang Mansion. Why would he have to hide it so much and choose to commit suicide? From this, it can be seen that there is someone behind this note, and even the second uncle of the Liu family under his feet is just a chess piece of that person. Closing square bracket. But if it wasn't Yang Hong, who else could it be? Who else could have noticed Yang Hong's arrangement? Closing square bracket. You think quickly in your mind, and then, suddenly, a dark arm appears. It was the ghost thing that attacked me in the secret realm in Yang's mansion before. This note was written by it. It wanted to hint and lure me to Yang's mansion and attack me. You have guessed the person behind the scenes through calculations. It might be the ghost thing that simulated the attack on you last time. Moreover, the other party has learned about Yang Hong's arrangement through some unknown means. Moreover, this ghost thing is extremely well hidden, and even arranged a backup plan in the Liu family, which can drive a powerful celestial being to death. I think his identity is extraordinary. You suspect it could be the old man emperor, but you feel something is not right. Judging from the previous villain simulations, the old man emperor does not seem to be going down easily, but is just stirring up trouble behind the scenes. In the last villain simulation, from beginning to end, the old man emperor only took action 3 times, once against Zhan Fuzzy, once against Yang Hong, and once against you. Before the other threats were resolved, the old man emperor would not easily kill you. But last time, that ghost thing showed no mercy and went after you. Could it be him? You have a vague guess in your mind, and seem to have locked onto a certain target. However, whether it is true or not, you still need to verify it yourself. Closing square bracket. You look at the body of the second great uncle of the Liu family on the ground, and your eyes become cold. This is simply a naked provocation. Do you really think he is still the same young boy you used to be, someone you can manipulate at will? Closing square bracket. I've tried to attack you once or twice, do you really think you're a pushover? Closing square bracket. You plan to find out the venomous snake hiding behind the scenes who wants to attack you. Closing square bracket. Question mark. Seeing you thinking, Liu Ruyue next to you said, Liu Qian, have you thought of something? Do you need help? I am going to the Yang residence tomorrow. Ruyue, can you ask your master to meet me in secret? You said. You plan to involve the white-robed sword immortal according to the original plan. It would be best if you could meet him again to verify some things. Okay. Liu Ruyue nodded without hesitation. Closing square bracket. This time, you return to the imperial capital as a true dragon, shocking everyone. Even the attitude of the Yanyu Sword Pavilion towards you has changed dramatically, and many people are willing to help you. Give me a sword. You let Liu Ruyue attack you, cut a wound on your chest, and then let her hide. Closing square bracket. After preparing everything, you called Liu Shou and said that the second uncle of the Liu family wanted to kill you, but was discovered and chose to commit suicide by taking poison. You suspected that he was a spy hidden in the Liu family. You want to use this to involve the old emperor. If something like this happens, the Liu family will definitely report it to the old emperor. As the prey, in the eyes of the old emperor, with his overbearing personality, how could he allow other beings to attack you easily? This will inevitably lead to you being out of his control. What? The second uncle wants to kill His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Liu Shou was a little confused, and was obviously frightened by this news. Closing square bracket. This sudden change is obviously beyond his authority. He cannot handle it and needs to report it. After something like this, it's hard for me to believe in the Liu family's loyalty. You had a blank expression on your face, covering your wounds, and used the topic to scare Liu Shou so much that he knelt in front of you, trembling. I don't think a mere Liu Shou can handle this matter. It will definitely be reported. By then, you will be able to see more things. Your Highness, please give the Liu family some time. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Liu Shui gritted his teeth and promised quickly, then took the body away. At night, Liu Shou quietly came to a secret room, entered silently, and came to the side of the seriously injured and unconscious Liu family ancestor. Closing square bracket. Bang! Liu Shou made a complicated hand seal and slapped the Liu family ancestor's chest heavily. Question mark. Puff. The seriously injured and unconscious Liu family ancestor suddenly opened his eyes, bursting with brilliance, and exuded a powerful aura. His injuries were healed and he returned to his peak. What's going on? Why did you suddenly wake me up? Has your Majesty's elimination plan ended? The Liu family's ancestor was a little surprised. He didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Closing square bracket. No, ancestor, it's something else. There's a traitor among us. Liu Shou told you that your second uncle wanted to assassinate you. As soon as these words came out, the face of the Liu family ancestor instantly turned gloomy. You know, the second uncle is his brother, and has always been the person he trusts the most. He has told him most of the things about His Majesty. This traitorous beast actually secretly colluded with outsiders and almost ruined your majesty's plan, and nearly killed the entire Liu family. Back then, I thought he was trustworthy, so I didn't let him go from the open to the dark, but kept him by my side to help. I didn't expect that he would be a ghost. The Liu family's ancestor was shaking with anger, obviously extremely angry. Closing square bracket. Grandfather, the share we took from the crown prince was once sent to the palace as a tribute to his majesty, but it mysteriously disappeared. Do you think it was intercepted by our second uncle? Liu Shou swallowed and suddenly mentioned something. As soon as these words came out, the face of the Liu family ancestor turned livid. There are only a few people in the whole of Daxia who can use this method to make the second son work for them wholeheartedly. No, I have to go to the palace tonight and report to His Majesty. At this moment, while they were talking, they didn't notice that there was a mosquito in the corner looking at them calmly. Question mark. It is you who used the word, ever-changing. Chapter 147. Night visit to the palace and the head of the deposed Crown Prince Chen Zan. From the beginning to the end, you have been following Liu Shou's whereabouts, followed him to the secret room, and witnessed him awakening the Liu family ancestor and communicating with him. Closing square bracket. I didn't expect that I would get an unexpected reward. The elimination plan of the old emperor refers to potential threats such as Zan Fuzzy and Yang Hong. After I came back, it started quietly. The Liu family ancestor didn't want to harm me at first, but someone else. However, in comparison, what is more important is what they call the share. Previously, the ancestor of the Liu family had been extracting something from my body and sending it to the palace. This has been going on for 18 years without stopping. You transformed into a mosquito and looked at the conversation between the grandparents and grandchildren with cold eyes. It seems that it is no wonder that the Supreme Emperor Bone has been sealed and in a weak sealed state for all these years. It turns out that something has been extracted from it and sent to the Great Xia Palace for the old emperor to take. That old man has been eating your blood and bones to become so powerful. Without the heavy blow you suffered back then, he is really cruel. You have been treated as a guinea pig all these years. Closing square bracket. At this moment, you look at the accomplice in front of you and wish you could chop him into pieces, but you hold back because that would be detrimental to your next plan. At present, besides the old man emperor, there is someone else who is targeting you, and you want to use the old man emperor to deal with the other party. Closing square bracket. Just bear with it for a while, and you'll be able to kill them all sooner or later. You suppress the anger in your heart. Closing square bracket. Liu Shou, try your best to keep the crown prince stable and put all the blame on Wu Wang Chentai. I'm going to the palace first. Maybe the subsequent plans need to be changed. After the ancestor of the Liu family explained some things, he left the Liu family. Closing square bracket. Looking at the figure of the Liu family ancestor leaving, you thought for a moment, and then chose to follow quietly, wanting to enter the Great Xia Palace together and investigate a little. Closing square bracket. I think you have the blessing from heaven, so you won't die easily at the moment, so why not be bolder? Closing square bracket. You silently said, you can't see me, in your heart, used nonsense to strengthen the effect of this red talent, and followed behind the Liu family ancestor silently. You witnessed with your own eyes the ancestor of the Liu family wearing a black cloak that covered his figure, and appeared at the gate of the Great Xia Palace, taking out a token in his hand. Open the palace gate. Crack. The palace gate opens, and the Liu family ancestor enters, and you follow him in. Closing square bracket. An old eunuch suddenly asked, "What's going on? Why are you breaking into the palace in the middle of the night and disturbing your majesty's rest?" Eunuch Shah, I have something important to report to His Majesty. It concerns the crown prince. The Liu family's ancestor spoke in a humble tone, not daring to be presumptuous. It's because the old eunuch Shah Gonggong in front of you is the confidant of the old emperor, and he is also the dead eunuch who was killed by you in the last simulation. Closing square bracket. Come with us. Eunuch Shah snorted coldly and led the ancestor of the Liu family to a certain direction. Closing square bracket. You transformed into a mosquito, and watched the two people leave. You did not choose to follow them, but chose another path. You dare not bet whether the old emperor can see through your transformation. If you are not careful, the simulation will end early. It's best to get a good idea of the palace's topography before entering the palace this time, so that we can have a good fight with Lao Lao Deng later. Question mark. Swish. At this moment, you suddenly discovered that there was a little eunuch, patrolling the night, in front of you. You knocked him unconscious, revealing your true form. You searched his soul and learned that the young eunuch's name was Shou, and that he was responsible for patrolling the harem at night, as well as part of the route map of the Great Xia Palace. Question mark. Click. You twisted the eunuch's neck and threw the body into the space ring. Then, you transformed into Shou and walked towards the harem with a lantern in your hand. While exploring the terrain, look around and see if you can get some benefits from the Great Xia Palace, the richest place in the empire. At this moment, you suddenly noticed that the figure of a young palace maid in front of you seemed to be a little sneaky. You frowned and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. What a familiar figure. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Wait, it's Yi Chen. You instantly realized that in the last simulation, Yi Chen was pretending to be a young palace maid. But the question is, how come this guy is in the Great Xia Palace right now? Closing square bracket. You are confused, but seeing the other person acting sneakily, you think he must be doing something shameful. Moreover, a man of destiny like Yi Chen must have all kinds of opportunities. Maybe you can try to pick up some opportunities behind the scenes. Thinking of this, you simply followed him quietly, wanting to see what this guy was going to do. But after following closely, you actually lost Yi Chen. His figure suddenly disappeared at a corner. What's going on? You frowned, a little surprised, and searched around to find the other party's whereabouts, but there was no clue. Closing square bracket. Question mark. Boom. At this moment, a golden light suddenly appeared in your mind, as if reminding you of something. You looked up and saw an abandoned side hall in front of you, surrounded by weeds and wisps of mist. What is this place? There is no information about this palace in Shou Dezi's memory. However, since it can cause a reaction from heavenly official's blessing, I think there may be something hidden inside. You frowned slightly, looked around, and after making sure that no one was approaching, you walked towards the side hall. Question mark. Swish. Just as you were about to push open the door and enter, you suddenly sense the figure of a heavenly official appearing in your mind, shaking his head at you, as if warning you. What's going on? One moment it shows something is there, and the next moment it starts to warn. It seems a bit contradictory. You look a little hesitant, as if there might be something wrong in that side hall. Closing square bracket. Come on, come on. Suddenly, you inexplicably feel a restlessness coming from your blood, and there seems to be a voice muttering in your mind. Bang! You subconsciously pushed open the temple door and walked in. What came into view was a bloody altar. And on the altar, there is a human head. When you saw the head, your pupils shrank and you recognized its origin. It's the deposed Crown Prince Chen Zan. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 148, Dead Head. You smell so good. Question mark. Lao Deng's head. Your face changes slightly. You didn't expect it to be something like this. You were looking for treasure, but you didn't expect to find Lao Deng's head. It seems that what Yang Hong said before was true. He really killed Lao Deng and came to negotiate with the old emperor with his head on his shoulders. Around the altar, there are piles of white bones and blood flowing. These bones are emitting the pressure of a celestial being. They are obviously the corpses of celestial beings. Bones, blood, altars, human heads. The scene before my eyes was extremely bizarre and horrifying, many times more exciting than some horror movies. Why did the old emperor place Lao Deng's head here? He even set up an altar for it. Could it have some special meaning? Closing square bracket. What on earth is this Lao Deng trying to do? Is he going to curse Lao Deng, so that his soul will be scattered and there will be no possibility of reincarnation? Or is there some other reason? You begin to realize that something is wrong, but you don't know what it is. What on earth is that old man trying to do? Using his own son's head to do something. Lu Qian frowned slightly. The previous villain simulations and encounters with the old man emperor made him clearly understand that this immortal old man was not simple. The other party obviously would not do useless work and must have some special purpose. At this moment, the simulated clone seemed to have accidentally seen some clues and realized the secret arrangement of the old immortal. Could it be that Lao Deng is not dead yet? Since I'm here, I can't leave easily. I have to gain something. The golden light that appeared from the heavenly official's blessing before meant that there was some kind of opportunity similar to the heavenly demon stone in the hall. How could we let it go so easily? Closing square bracket. Of course, with the warning from the heavenly official, you did not let down your guard. You took out the soul-devouring demon's sword and held it in your hand, ready to explode at any time, and walked towards the palace. Question mark. Tread, tread, tread. You walked towards the altar in front of you step by step, wanting to find out the situation clearly. Question mark. Swish. At this moment, a gust of cold wind suddenly appeared, and with a snap sound, it instantly closed the palace door behind him. This sudden situation made your heart skip a beat and you looked behind you. Question mark. Something seems wrong. Question mark. Swish. When you turned your head, you met a pair of dim eyes. Closing square bracket. But you see that the eyes of Chen Zhan's head on the altar have opened at some point, staring straight at you. Hey, you're here. It hurts. It hurts. Why are you killing me? I didn't do anything. Why do you want to kill me? Why do you want to kill me? Question mark. Wow. Question mark. Lao Deng's head is alive. This old B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* remaining head can still do evil. Closing square bracket. This sudden scene startled you instantly, and your scalp went numb. Why do I feel like this family is more sinister than the other? Closing square bracket. Could it be that Lao Deng deliberately built an altar to suppress it because he couldn't kill this thing? Closing square bracket. And this thing talks so strangely. By the way, Yang Hong said before that after Lao Deng was defeated in that battle, he seemed to be stupid when he was found, and he was a little crazy. I saw that the head of Chen Zan in front of me sometimes had an aggrieved expression, and sometimes had a ferocious expression, which changed very quickly, as if he was still immersed in the memory of being killed by Yang Hong that year. You pondered for a moment, then decisively changed back to your original form, revealing your true appearance, emitting a hint of the aura of Supreme Emperor Bone, trying to stimulate the dead head in front of you to remember something. Old Deng, look who I am, do you still recognize me? What happened back then? You want to get some information from the dead head in front of you. Closing square bracket. Question mark. Swish. The pair of dim yellow eyes suddenly turned and looked straight at you, and opened his mouth, revealing white teeth stained with blood. You have a familiar smell. You are him, but not like. Ah. Wait, hello, you smell so good. Question mark. Puff. Chen Zan sticks out his tongue, drools, and stares at you, as if he has seen something extremely delicious. You smell so good. His dim yellow eyes seemed to have some special power and began to distort the surroundings. Your mind is suddenly disturbed, and you walk towards the altar blankly as if you have lost your soul. Question mark. Tread, tread, tread. You walked up to the altar step by step, like a sacrifice, to be sacrificed, and walked towards the dead head in front of you. Closer, closer. Chen Zan looked at you step by step and couldn't help muttering to himself, drooling all over the floor. Closing square bracket. Obviously, it, which has been imprisoned for a long time, has been hungry for a long time and is in urgent need of new food. Your appearance has undoubtedly made it a little bit unable to bear it. However, at this moment, it did not notice that a trace of blessing golden light suddenly appeared on your body. Outside the palace, a young palace maid suddenly appeared and looked around stealthily. What a crappy place. My head hurts after wandering around like that. I almost lost the way. By the way, master, where is the opportunity you mentioned? Hey, there's a hall here, this should be it. Yi Cheng, who disguised herself as a young palace maid, was overjoyed. She had unexpectedly found her destination. Closing square bracket. Over the past month, under the guidance of her master, she has paid a heavy price. Her strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and she has gained countless opportunities, all for the purpose of seeking revenge on a certain mortal enemy. Now that her master has mentioned that there are other opportunities in the Great Xia Empire, she will naturally not let them go, so she sneaks in. Bang! She decisively pushed open the door of the temple, and then saw a strange altar, a strange human head, and a familiar figure. Swish. Her eyes were instantly locked on a certain irreconcilable figure, and she ignored everything else and screamed like a groundhog. Quote. Liu Qian. ... Boom. You are instantly frightened by a surge of resentment, and when you come out of your state of distraught, what comes into view is a dead head that is very close to you. Closing square bracket. Closer. Closer. You old man, how dare you to trick me? Die now. You instantly become furious, your eyes are fierce, and you exude a terrifying aura of a real dragon, shocking the entire audience. You can vaguely see the shadows of a dragon and a phoenix appearing behind you, roaring. Boom. The soul-devouring demonic sword in his hand chops towards the dead head in front of him. Chapter 149, Chen Tai. Wow, my second brother fought with Lao Deng in advance. He is so powerful. You were tricked by someone by mistake, and you were furious. In your rage, you didn't care that the head in front of you was your own boss's head. You have even chopped off Lao Deng before. He is just Lao Deng, a dead head. You should chop him off anyway. Quote. Wait. Lao Deng's dead head still wanted to struggle, but was frightened by your real dragon pressure and could not move. Clang. Surprisingly, the skin of the dead head seemed indestructible. Even when the semi-immortal weapon, soul-devouring demonic sword, chopped it down, only a shallow blood mark appeared. From this, we can see how terrifying Lao Deng's strength was when he was alive. Chen Zhan's head. After all this, I thought it was so awesome, but it turned out to be a silver spear with a wax head. Closing square bracket. Ha, it doesn't hurt. Emperor's bone. Open. Your eyes are bloodshot, and you instantly activate the 9 steps to heaven, burning your lifespan. Your aura instantly breaks through the heavens and rises rapidly, like an erupting lava volcano. Chen Zhan's head. Clang, clang, clang. At this moment, the soul-devouring demonic sword in his hand instantly turned into an afterimage, and he chopped at the dead head in front of him like crazy. You son of ABCH, who do you think you are? I am not someone you can trick. Quote. It would be better to just die. Why do you want to live? Why do you force me? Why? Quote. Do you know that I'm so scared of death? Have you ever tasted death? Quote. That old immortal wants to trick me, and there is another B************ D hiding behind the scenes who also wants to kill me. And me, you all must die, all of you must die. Quote. Perhaps you recalled the bad memories from the last simulation, and your emotions began to get a little out of control, as if you were going crazy. The true dragon pressure on your body almost condensed into substance, covering the entire hall, and even blocking the space. Gurgle. Yi Cheng swallowed his saliva and found that he could not move at this moment, as if he was sealed by your real dragon pressure. He looked at you on the altar with some horror, chopping off the dead man's head in a frenzy. It hurts. It hurts so much. In 1 second, under the terrifying sword lights of nearly 1,000 swords, Chen Xuanren's headache-inducing baby screamed, and was instantly split open by marks, and even the solid skull was cracked. The altar below is also beginning to show signs of collapse. Click, click. Its skull was shattered, revealing its interior. Surprisingly, there was no brain inside, but a strange, suspended, golden bead. Closing square bracket. Swish. Your eyes suddenly sparkle, you regain your sanity, your blood starts to boil, and you realize that this is most likely a treasure. Could it be that the opportunity foretold by heavenly officials' blessing is this? Swish. You reach into your skull, grab the golden brain bead, and pull it hard. Take it. Puff. The golden brain bead is instantly in your hands. Closing square bracket. Before you can carefully look at the wonderful use of the golden beads in your hand, a dazzling golden light suddenly bursts out in your mind, revealing a celestial official, warning you madly. Not good. The noise was too loud. Closing square bracket. I'm afraid it will attract the attention of that old immortal. Closing square bracket. Your pupils shrank, the hairs on your body stood up. Looking at the broken altar on the ground, you felt a terrifying will approaching. Ah, that's mine. Chen Zhan's head, whose bead had been taken away, was still alive. No one knew what it was, and it seemed to be struggling to take back the brain bead. Closing square bracket. Yi Cheng, I will give you an opportunity. You turned your eyes and kicked the dead head away. Snap. Yi Cheng. He was stunned, and subconsciously caught the dead head. The two looked at each other, and their emotions became strange. You smell good too. Exclamation mark quote question mark. By the time she realized what was happening, there was no one on the altar. You had already escaped. Come on, catch the assassin. You slicked your feet and blended into the crowd, absorbing Yi Cheng's firepower. Liu Qian. Yi Cheng screamed like a groundhog in anger, obviously realizing that he had been tricked by you. Swish. Auras of powerful celestial beings appeared from all directions to block. Boom. A terrifying will of a true immortal suddenly descended. With the blessing of oil on the soles of your feet, you escaped from the Daxia Palace at an extremely fast speed, and the disaster was once again one step behind you. Closing square bracket. It's a pity that a certain destined protagonist doesn't seem to be as lucky as you. I don't know what will happen to her. You turned your head and glanced in the direction of the Great Xia Palace, and seemed to vaguely see Yi Cheng's beautiful face full of grief and anger. No way, you are not the destined protagonist. If you are blocked by Lao Deng, you will have to fight for your life in advance. Now the time is not right, you can only let the other party fight. You fled to the port of the imperial capital and hid yourself there. You were mentally prepared to run away as soon as you arrived in the imperial capital, and you prayed in your heart that Yi Cheng could escape danger. This time, it's your turn to pray for him so that nothing happens. There is no way. You believe that Yi Cheng is a man without moral integrity. If he is really caught, I am afraid that your name will be included in the confession. Yi Cheng, good brother, I believe you can do it. That night, with the violent movement in the Great Xia Palace, the entire imperial capital was in a state of panic. Everyone had different thoughts and could not guess what was going on. The princes and princesses sensed that something was wrong and did not dare to act rashly. They waited for the development to happen, fearing that they would get into trouble. But there is always an exception in this world. Wow, the second brother fought with Lao Deng in advance. He is so powerful. A certain clown King Chen Tai thought you went to the Great Xia Palace in advance to confront Lao Deng at the Xuanwu Gate, and was immediately overjoyed. He was ready to call for help and stab Lao Deng in the ribs, but the frightened Chu family ancestor, who was old and almost D, held his thigh and stopped him. Ancestor, you are truly my living ancestor. The next day, two pieces of heavy news instantly swept the entire imperial capital. Chapter 150, Soul-Fixing Orb. Lao Deng is really not dead. The next day, two pieces of heavy news instantly swept the entire imperial capital. First, a female assassin disguised as a young palace maid appeared in the Daxia Palace last night, alarming the imperial court worshippers and the old emperor, causing quite a stir. But the strange thing is that such a female assassin mysteriously disappeared under heavy siege. Under the nose of a land immortal, surrounded by many powerful celestial beings, and in the most heavily guarded imperial palace of the Great Xia Empire, someone just ran away. This has never been heard of in hundreds of years. Compared to this, the second incident, the Gu family being besieged by a group of mysterious strong men, which led to the annihilation of the entire family, seems somewhat insignificant. As expected, he is the protagonist of destiny. He can still escape in this situation. He is worthy of being the protagonist of destiny. Hearing the news, you immediately felt relieved. After seeing that, heavenly official's blessing did not continue to warn, you realized that you had survived this disaster and stopped your plan to escape. Originally, you were planning to trick Wu Wang Chen Tai into taking action in advance, using him as a shield to buy you time. But now it seems that you don't have to do that. The current situation is undoubtedly the best. Things have not gotten completely out of control, and a certain destiny protagonist has just helped to take the blame. I think the other party must have paid a considerable price to escape, and he also had the help of the mysterious soul. Yi Cheng, good brother. And all the benefits were taken by you alone. Closing square bracket. Last night, you have refined the golden brain bead that you took out from Lao Deng's head, and now you know the origin of this object. This item is called the soul-fixing orb. It is a natural magical treasure that can suppress evil spirits, calm the soul, stabilize the spirit, and protect the soul. Even if the body is destroyed, the soul can remain immortal and possess living things, sucking away their vitality and continuing to live. The soul is immortal and possesses living things. You silently looked at the soul-fixing orb in your hand and its special effects, but your heart was filled with turbulent waves, and you had a special idea. Such a special effect seems to remind you of the mysterious residual soul of a certain destiny protagonist Yi Chen. ? No way, could it be that the mysterious remnant soul in Yi Chen's body is Lao Deng, the abandoned crown prince Chen Zan? The corner of Lu Qian's mouth twitched, and he was obviously shocked. The appearance of the soul-fixing orb also completely verified one thing. The deposed crown prince Chen Zan is most likely not dead and has a backup plan. The dead head, placed in the palace, was just a smokescreen he left outside. No wonder Yi Chen was able to escape under the eyes of the old emperor. Maybe it was Lao Deng who did it. After many years of feuding, this father and son finally fought each other out of nowhere, right? As for why the old emperor hid the dead head in the palace and set up an altar, it might be because he found out that Chen Zan was not dead and wanted to use it as a medium to find him. You realized that the deposed crown prince Chen Zan was not dead, and had been hiding in the dark, hiding in Yi Chen's body. So, from the beginning to the end, the one that Lao Deng was afraid of was not Zan Fuzzy, Yang Hong. But it is the deposed crown prince Chen Zan. From the beginning to the end, that old Deng didn't kill you. In addition to wanting to extract some things from you, he also wanted to use you to fish and catch old Deng. At this moment, everything seems to have a reasonable explanation. Closing square bracket. No wonder Yi Chen's cultivation speed increased so quickly and he had so many opportunities. ? Dangerous. These guys are really good at playing, and they are so cunning. Closing square bracket. If you don't have a simulator, you probably won't understand the ins and outs of this. Closing square bracket. You cursed inwardly, but quickly calmed down and rushed towards the Prince of Wu's palace. The layout has to continue. You have to take advantage of this great opportunity to fool the other party and increase their confidence so that they will work hard for you. ... Second brother, you are awesome. You only made a few moves, but that old man must have trouble sleeping all night. That's because I didn't come earlier. If I had come earlier, he wouldn't have been able to sleep. After your deception, Chentai believed that the turmoil in the Great Xia Palace last night was your fault, just to test Lao Deng. Lao Deng couldn't even catch a single assassin you sent. He seems to have not recovered from his injuries yet and is in a critical condition. He is just a paper tiger and is not to be feared. When the time is right, you can enter the palace, raise the banner, kill Lao Deng, and become the new emperor. Chentai was overjoyed when he heard this, and he became your die-hard fan. He has already started sending people to make dragon robes, and he is fantasizing about the good days of ascending to the throne. As for the incident with the Jiyu family, he didn't even mention it. Closing square bracket. Damn, if I had known this guy was so easy to fool, I would have fooled him a long time ago. ... Quote. Lu Qian, master agreed. You returned to the Liu family and exchanged identities with Liu Ruyue again. Liu Ruyue said that the master had agreed to help you at the Yang mansion tonight. You nodded, indicating that you understood. Seeing that you didn't come back all night, Liu Ruyue suspected that the person who broke into the palace last night was you, and wanted to ask, Lu Qian, last night in the Daxia palace. It was me. I went to the palace last night and had a fight with that old man. He couldn't do anything to me. You said nonsense without changing your expression. Right now, you still need the Yanyu sword pavilion, so you naturally have to give the other party some confidence. Closing square bracket. Besides, you did go to the Great Xia Palace last night, and the old emperor really couldn't do anything to you. There was nothing he could do, you ran too fast. Question mark. Hiss. Question mark. Liu Ruyue took a deep breath. Obviously, she believed it. After all, she witnessed you pointing your knife at the Queen of Weird Eyes with her own eyes. Naturally, she knew that your strength was extraordinary and unfathomable. Question mark. What you said is at least 98% true. As for whether she will be deceived by you, how is that possible? She is not stupid, she is very smart. Closing square bracket. Then the Gu family was destroyed last night. Suddenly, Liu Ruyue seemed to react, covering his mouth and looking at you in disbelief. Closing square bracket. As soon as he arrived in the imperial capital, he caused such a huge commotion without even showing up. It was simply terrifying. Closing square bracket. I told you that someone will rush to deal with the traitor of the Gu family. You smiled mysteriously, making it hard to understand. At this time, there was a commotion, and figures rushed towards the Liu family, escorting the Gu family's ancestor, Guao and others. Obviously, the person you mentioned has arrived. Among these people, there are many old acquaintances of yours, all of whom were the backups left by Lao Deng, including the ancestors of the Shou family, the Shang family, the Wu family, Bai Long, Tong Qing. Chapter 151. Enter Yang Mansion again and use yourself as bait. We have met His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. The Gu family's ancestors and other rebels have all been escorted here. At this moment, all the celestial ancestors, including the Shou family ancestor, and the powerful independent cultivators, showed their willingness to submit in front of you. The Gu family ancestor, who betrayed you before, as well as Guao and other core members of the Gu family were all tied up and brought to you. Because you showed your true dragon appearance when you returned to the imperial capital in broad daylight, and the old emperor favored you and wanted you to inherit the throne, there were many people who wanted to join you. Also, unlike the last time when the villain simulated a crazy and daunting move, this time you are in the position of a dragon and a phoenix, making many of Lao Deng's former subordinates and backup personnel feel as if they have seen their old master return. After 18 years of forbearance and a life of extravagance, he now returns as a king, exuding an imperial aura. Closing square bracket. Even Wu Wang Chentai has been avoiding you for a while. A blood demon died and he dared not retaliate against you. Closing square bracket. Question mark. Who dares to say you can't do it? You are the orthodox of Daxia. Closing square bracket. You are the future master of Daxia. Closing square bracket. So, last night, a group of people gathered together and worked together to destroy the entire Gu family and capture the core members of the Gu family. Except for Luo Zili, who is still hiding in Imperial University and has become the fiancé of the son of King Wu, everyone else is now kneeling in front of you. Your Highness, please spare my life. Your Highness, please spare my life. My Gu family didn't really intend to betray me. Question mark quote. Question mark. The ancestor of the Gu family kneeled on the ground tremblingly, like an old dog, kowtowing to you like a madman and admitting his fault. The playboy Guao of the Gu family next to him had already peed himself in fear. At this moment, pairs of fiery eyes are focused on you, and you are exuding the real dragon pressure, without any concealment, making people subconsciously want to surrender. Closing square bracket. This is the true way of an emperor. You said to yourself as you scanned the entire audience with your eyes like a dragon. Compared to the last villain simulation, it took a lot of effort and personal effort to destroy the Gu family. Closing square bracket. At this moment, you barely made a move, and the entire Gu family collapsed, and even the culprit was brought in front of you. Closing square bracket. Question mark. It's all because of the dragon and phoenix in you. In the last simulation, although I was powerful, I was too crazy. I was more like a tyrant than a ruler. Most people were afraid of me, and few truly submitted to me. It was hard to win the hearts of the people. I just forced them to gather together for the sake of interests. But right now, I am the orthodoxy and the future. At this moment, you seem to have some kind of realization, and your cultivation breaks through out of thin air, reaching the 4th level of the sainthood. You look at the Gu family ancestors and others at your feet with cold eyes, knowing that this is a token of surrender. Quote. Those who betray their master will be dragged away and tortured to death. Quote. Only. After hearing that the Gu family's ancestor died at your hands, Wuwang Chentai was furious and went to the palace to complain about you. However, perhaps because of the assassin's appearance last night, or for some other reason, the old emperor listened too much, so he just said a few perfunctory words and drove him out of the palace. When being driven out of the palace, Chentai happened to meet the personal maid of his mother, concubine Chu, and quietly handed over some good things, hoping to use his mother's hand to replenish Lao Dang's body. He specially sent people to trade with strange alien races overseas to deal with Lao Dang. Old Dang, my second brother has won the resurrection match, and you are still pretending to be stupid. Go get yourself killed. Night. You are alone, walking towards Yang's house. You are going to get rid of that ghost thing hiding in the dark tonight. Unlike the last simulation, this time you are above board. Quote. Who? Soon, as you approached, you were discovered by the Imperial Guards stationed around Yang's residence and surrounded. The leader of the Imperial Guards, the 8th-level celestial being Peng Bo, appeared instantly, but when he saw you walking out of the shadows, he was stunned on the spot. Your Excellency Liu Qian, what are you doing here? The 8th-rank heavenly being was about to speak, but then he remembered that His Majesty had not yet officially conferred the title of Crown Prince on you, and he immediately changed his words. Faced with you, a person famous in the imperial capital, even he would not dare to show the slightest disrespect. Who knows when the old emperor will suddenly have an idea and support you to ascend to the throne, and directly become the heir to the Great Xia Empire. I heard that my uncle's house has built a cemetery for my father, so I came here to pay my respects. You said your purpose with a calm expression and a candle in your hand. Get out of the way. I can't let you in without His Majesty's order. Please stop, Lord Liu Qian. The Imperial Guards commander Peng Bo's face changed, and he subconsciously wanted to stop him. But the next moment, as he approached, he felt a terrifying pressure coming, and you seemed to be looking directly at him. Quote. What did you just call me? Boom. The dragon and phoenix once again showed its power. At this moment, all the Great Xia Imperial Guards present were in a trance, as if they had seen a real dragon, and were immediately terrified. Even Peng Bo, an 8th-level celestial being, was not immune to this. He was filled with fear and trembling, because he seemed to see a familiar figure of a middle-aged emperor in you, Your Highness. Your Highness. Kneel down. You shouted loudly, like thunder from the sky. Voices appeared one after another. The Imperial Guards on the scene knelt on the ground instantly, and even Peng Bo was no exception. You walked over with a calm face, pushed open the door of Yang's house, and walked in openly. I will be leaving soon. Just pretend I have never been here. Bang! The gate of Yang Mansion is closed. The Imperial Guards outside knelt on the ground, and for a moment, they had not yet come to their senses. Even Peng Bo, the commander of the Imperial Guards, the 8th-rank celestial being, and one of the old emperor's confidants, was like this. However, his expression was a little strange at this moment, and he muttered to himself, Your Highness, is that you? You stepped into Yang's house, but your expression was a little strange, and you obviously noticed something was wrong. The commander of the Imperial Guards, Peng Bo, seems a little strange. Could he be Lao Dang's man? The father and son, Lao Dang and Lao Dang, are so idle that they keep arguing with each other. If that's the case, your last villain simulation to deliberately lead him away was really unnecessary. Just as you were secretly complaining and walking towards the cenotaph, you suddenly found a blessing golden light appearing in your mind, and began to warn. It is obvious that the ghost thing that attacked you last time has been lurking here in advance and has been waiting for a long time. An inexplicable sense of voyeurism begins to emerge. Chapter 152. Liu Qian, Uncle, it really is you. Ha. The cold wind howled, as if a ghost was haunting you, surrounding you and making you shudder. You be asterisk 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 d, you thought you had me defeated. So arrogant. You sneered in your heart, without any fear, holding the incense and candles in your hands, and did not immediately walk towards Lao Deng's cemetery, but instead walked towards the boudoir of your mother Yang Shou. Closing square bracket. Inside Yang Shu's room, there is a piece of heavenly demon stone, which is a good thing that can help one quickly master the magic skills. Your ever-changing is derived from the mutation and reproduction of the heavenly demon stone. Closing square bracket. The ghost thing must be hiding in the secret realm at the moment. If you rush over there, you will be ambushed and it will be useless. You want to lure the other party out, so as to avoid losing everything in the secret realm if you really start fighting. In addition, there is another little thought, which I will not mention for the time being. Bang! You pushed open Yang Shu's boudoir and went inside, walking towards the portrait skillfully, preparing to take out the demon stone hidden inside. But the next moment, your hand penetrated the portrait but hit nothing. No. Your expression was stunned for a moment, then became solemn. This is different from the last time the villain simulated the situation. Closing square bracket. There are only two possibilities in this situation. Either it was taken away by someone in advance, or the demon stone simulated last time was deliberately placed here for you. If it is the latter, then it means that the other party is very clear about your whereabouts and has been paying attention to you. At that time, there were only 3 people who knew that you wanted to come to Yang Mansion. One was the ghost thing that hid in advance, one was Liu Ruyue, and one was the mysterious leader of the Misty Rain Sword Pavilion, the white-robed sword immortal. Could it be her? With almost no hesitation, you instantly locked onto the white-robed swordsman. The other party was undoubtedly the most suspicious. You know, the last time the villain simulated, the other party appeared from inside Yang's house at the beginning, so it is possible that he has this motive. But the question is, why did the other party give him the heavenly demon stone? Could it be that he noticed the Thousand Shadows demonic art in him? If Yanyu Sword Pavilion is related to Lao Deng, then is it related to Lao Deng? You know, Lao Deng has won the resurrection match now. Just when you were lost in thought, a gust of cold wind suddenly blew from the cenotaph, not far away, blowing towards you. Boom. The door of the room was suddenly slammed open, and a cold wind swept in, making the Yang Shu painting scroll in front of me whirring. Obviously, because you haven't appeared, a certain ghost thing that has been lurking for a long time can no longer hold back. Swish. A faint golden light appears on your body, issuing a warning. It's coming. Tear. The space behind you is torn apart, and a thick arm covered with red hair suddenly appears and grabs your head, as if it wants to kill you. It's extremely fast, and you don't seem to have reacted at all, still looking at the portrait of Yang Shu in front of you with a complicated expression. At this moment, your life or death is only a matter of seconds. Closing square bracket. Since you have never revealed your cultivation in front of outsiders, even if others have speculated that you may have entered the stage of cultivation, I think that considering your age, your realm is not high. That ghost thing asked himself, killing you is not difficult. Closing square bracket. Clang. At the critical moment, a graceful figure of a swordsman in white suddenly appeared out of thin air, slashed out with a sword, and blocked the thick arm. It is the leader of the Misty Rain Sword Pavilion. Closing square bracket. The ghost thing behind the broken space made a strange sound, and was obviously a little surprised, as if it recognized the identity of the white-robed sword immortal. That ghost thing didn't expect that you would secretly invite helpers. Devil's hand. Who on earth are you? You actually practiced such an evil technique, using the human body to reverse the devil's body. You are no longer human. The white-clothed swordsman seemed to have seen through the owner of the thick red-haired arm, and immediately exclaimed. Boom. Instantly, the white-robed sword immortal and the ghost thing engaged in a fight. Both of them revealed the terrifying pressure of the 9 transformation heavenly being. They each used their domains to suppress the fluctuations of the battle within the Yang Mansion, without revealing the slightest bit to the outside world. The white-robed swordsman seems to be concerned about your safety and is unable to use his full power. He intends to drive that ghost thing away and move his position. Lu Qian, retreat quickly, this place is dangerous. That's not necessary. You are at the center of the battlefield, watching the fierce battle in front of you calmly, without any fear or influence. Because, although they are strong, they are not as strong as you. I'm afraid no one in the entire imperial capital knows how terrifying the power hidden in your body is. Once your terrifying slash, that is comparable to that of a true immortal on Earth appears, even the old man emperor will have one arm chopped off, and the two people in front of me will die. But that's your biggest trump card. You stared at the figure of the white-robed sword immortal with a look of inquiry. It was obvious that you were also very curious about the true identity of this white-robed sword immortal. Before, you inexplicably felt that the other person was familiar. It was seen that the sword fairy in white clothes affected the sword domain with every move, and countless invisible sword chi burst out, fighting with the thick arms of the ghost thing, but the damage it could cause was not great. Seeing that it was difficult to force it back, coupled with the presence of this burden, the white-clothed swordsman suddenly gritted his teeth, his figure became blurred, and the invisible sword energy suddenly changed, bursting out with an effect like a fire explosion, blasting the demon hand away. Thousands of changes. Your eyes narrowed, and you immediately recognized the magic power used by the white-robed sword immortal, which was thousands of changes. Closing square bracket. The heavenly demon stone was indeed placed there by the white-robed sword immortal. However, the opponent's everything changes seems to be different from yours, and it seems to have enhanced the power of the moves. Snort. Perhaps it was afraid that something unexpected would happen after a long time, so the ghost thing finally couldn't hold back any longer. Tear. A large hole was instantly opened in the space, and another demon hand appeared, bringing with it a golden glow, repelling the white-robed sword immortal. It flashed and changed back. Great Xia Dragon Qi, you are from the royal family. The white-robed swordsman's pupils shrank as he exclaimed. Quote. Don't want. When she reacted and wanted to stop it, she was a step too slow. The two thick, demon hands were already attacking you. Compared to the shock of the white-robed sword immortal, your expression seemed extremely calm. You stared straight at the torn space behind the two devil hands, and seemed to see the true appearance of the ghost thing. You said calmly, Uncle, you really dare to come here? Do you really think that old thing is dead? He has been staring at you. Click. The two red-haired, devil hands, suddenly stopped in midair, and the ghost thing in the space behind them seemed to have heard your words and frantically retracted them. The Grand Prince's residence. Damn it. Middle-aged Chen Ang's expression suddenly changed drastically. He wanted to cut off the connection, but it was too late. Boom. The sky above Daxia suddenly moved abnormally, forming a blood-red vortex. A white jade finger suddenly fell from the sky, carrying a rolling power and thunder, and rolled towards him fiercely. Obviously, a certain old man has murderous intentions. Closing square bracket. Chen Ang's face was gloomy, but he immediately regained his composure and smiled. Good boy, you even took me into account. Boom. The entire imperial capital was shaken. You stand above the Yang mansion, overlooking the great prince's residence being razed to the ground and all living things destroyed, with a calm expression, Uncle, it really is you. Chapter 153, How should I address you? Pavilion Master Liu. Or, you actually already had a guess about the true identity of that ghost thing. After all, there are very few things in the entire imperial capital that you cannot see through. In addition, he was able to force the second great-grandfather of the Liu family, a powerful man, to die willingly and deliver intelligence. This means that the person behind this must be a high-ranking official. Closing square bracket. Among them, your uncle, the eldest Prince Chen Ang, is undoubtedly at the top of your list. Closing square bracket. This man who survived the war and was safe and sound, and briefly ruled the entire Great Xia Empire, is definitely not as simple as imagined. Closing square bracket. For this reason, you did not hesitate to set a trap for the other party, hoping to catch him. Closing square bracket. Lao Lao Deng treats me as food. He has been continuously extracting certain things from my Supreme Emperor bone to consume. In his heart, he has long regarded me as his own. How could he possibly let others get their hands on me? I deliberately revealed your existence and had the Liu family's ancestor report it to him. How could that old immortal not have murderous intentions? Uncle, since I came to the Yang residence, the moment you decided to take action, you were doomed to die. That old man will not allow me to die easily before achieving certain goals. You calmly watched the scene of the great prince's residence being razed to the ground, with no ripples on your face, as if you had already expected this. Although I don't know why Chen Ang wants to kill you, what his plan is, and what his calculations are, now everything has been destroyed. Closing square bracket. This is a dimensionality reduction attack that comes from strength and level. Closing square bracket. This is the power of the true immortal on earth. Closing square bracket. For that old man, killing one son is nothing. He killed many people in the past. The white jade finger that had made the move had already dissipated again, as if it had never appeared. It was His Majesty who took action just now. That was the eldest prince's residence, and it was razed to the ground. Chen Ang died just like that. The entire imperial capital was in a dead silence. All the noble families and the humble cultivators did not make a sound, but just watched in silence. They didn't know why the old emperor killed the eldest prince Chen Ang, but many people smelled fear and a strange smell, and began to tremble. And you, too, have killed someone by borrowing a knife, removing a potential threat that had malicious intent towards you in advance. Before, the reason why you did not go to the cenotaph but led it out was because you were afraid that the secret realm below would be discovered by the old emperor. Now that the eldest prince Chen Ang is dead, the whole secret can be covered up. Question mark. Swish. The white-robed swordsman appears silently at the side. Under the white veil, he looks at you with complicated eyes. You planned all of this. Obviously, this mysterious leader of the Misty Rain Sword Pavilion also saw through part of your plan, and even she was only part of it. However, she obviously doesn't know that there is a secret place hidden under the cenotaph. Man proposes, God disposes. I just gave it a push. You explained in a gloomy tone without even turning your head. If the old emperor had not killed him but captured him alive, this plan would have been ruined. Closing square bracket. Your scheming doesn't seem like that of an 18-year-old young man. The white-robed sword immortal's voice was complicated, with a hint of relief and regret. Thank you very much for this time, Pavilion Master. May I ask for your name? You smiled faintly. Quote. Willow catkins. People are like duckweed, and bodies are like catkins. They can only go with the flow. The name of Pavilion Master is really sad. You savor it carefully and express your feelings. Closing square bracket. To be honest, when I saw Pavilion Master Liu, I felt familiar with him, and at the same time, I thought of a story from the past. Oh, what's the story? The white-robed sword immortal raised his eyebrows. That's a story an elder once told me. The smile on your face widened. Several decades ago, my elder was leading troops to fight outside, but his sister was proficient in the art of transformation. She transformed into his appearance and lost an elite soldier. At that time, I was thinking, what kind of mysterious transformation technique must be used to deceive thousands of elite soldiers and generals? Just now, I saw that Pavilion Master Liu also seemed to be proficient in the art of transformation. You two do have some similarities. Question mark. Swish. The white-robed sword immortal was speechless and remained silent. However, my elder did tell me that his sister had died, and he even took me to see the tombstone. I don't know if what he said was true or not. You smiled and looked back at the white-robed swordsman in front of you. Closing square bracket. Master Liu, what do you think? Crack. The swordsman in white trembled slightly as he held the sword, as if he wanted to speak, but was interrupted by you. Question mark. Quote. I think she's dead. My elder wouldn't lie to me. You said calmly, looking straight at her. But some things are true and false, and no one can tell the difference. However, I would like to thank you for sending Ryu to the Magic City to protect me and for wanting to help me continue the incense. But I am wondering how I should address you at this moment, Pavilion Master Liu, or Yang Shou. Chapter 154. My father doesn't consider me his son, my mother doesn't consider me her son, my grandfather considers me a bait. Master Liu, or Yang Shou. Bang! The body of Pavilion Master Liu trembled as if he had been hit hard, and the sword in his hand fell to the ground with a snap sound. This action seems to confirm her guilty conscience and also verifies what you said. Call. The breeze blew by, lifting the white veil above her face, revealing a face that was not stunning but gave people a very gentle feeling. This gentle face is almost identical to the portrait. This extremely mysterious, master of the Misty Rain Sword Pavilion, is none other than your mother Yang Shou. You know everything. Yang Shou, who was flustered, never thought that even though he hid his true identity so well, you would still guess his true identity. Over the years, she has been paying attention to your growth, but it seems that during this period, you have changed too fast, to the point where she can't see through it. The reason why she doesn't want to contact you is that she is afraid that you will discover her true identity and feel a little guilty. Looking at the panicked Yang Shou in front of you, you were indifferent and speechless, without a trace of tenderness for a relative or a mother. As early as the last simulation, you felt a very familiar aura from the other party, but you were still unsure until this time, the second meeting. You finally confirmed it. Although Yang Hong built a tomb for her in the land of Hidden Dragon, saying that she was dead, there is also a cenotaph for the deposed Crown Prince Chen Zan in Yang's mansion, but is Chen Zan really dead? When you learned that Yanyu Jian appeared 20 years ago, you guessed the true identity of the person in front of you. I think that in order to help Lao Deng ascend to the throne, your mother Yang Shou founded the Yanyu Sword Pavilion to collect intelligence for him. In essence, this force is Lao Deng's intelligence agency back then. Unfortunately, with the failure of the deposed Crown Prince Chen Zan, everything is over. Why did Uncle Yang Hong say that Yang Shou was dead? Either he was trying to cover it up, or he was so heartbroken that he didn't want to recognize her and just thought she was dead. So, what could have happened that made Yang Hong, a brother, so heartbroken about his sister? Yang Hong said that after the defeat in that battle, the deposed Crown Prince Chen Zan simply abandoned his wife and children and ran away. But I think he was too conservative and left her a little room for motherhood. After Lao Deng ran away, Yang Shou must have abandoned me and ran away too. He either hid himself or went to find Lao Deng. When Yang Hong returned to the Yang mansion in Daxia, he saw only an abandoned, hungry baby and a mess. Lu Qian lowered his eyes slightly, as if he had seen the scene at that time. Even if there are some mistakes, I think they are probably 9 out of 10. This family is all top-notch. No wonder Villain Simulator appears. If you want to create a villain, you have to give him a miserable childhood. You can already guess the truth, that Yang Shou didn't die and chose to abandon you. Over the years, you were fostered in the Liu family, and she knew everything about the things that were extracted from the Supreme Emperor bone, but she did not save you, and did not care whether you lived or died. There is also a certain old Deng. Ruthlessness is the family of the emperor. In their eyes, you are just a valuable chess piece. The old emperor uses you as medicine and bait. Lao Deng lost the Supreme Emperor bone and wants your emperor bone. Yang Shou wants to find another channel to create another emperor bone. And Liu Ruyue thought that this was the child bride that Yang Shou had carefully selected for you over the years. In the 5th villain simulation, Liu Ruyue destroyed your flesh and blood, but at the final settlement, she looked lifeless and desperate at your photo, as if she already knew the fate of the child in her belly. It's just digging bones. A myriad of thoughts are intertwined in your mind, making you emotional, but strong will suppresses it. Your eyes are bloodshot, your anger is surging, your dragon and phoenix postures burst out, and the space around you begins to solidify and tremble. Perhaps frightened by your gaze, Yang Shou's body trembled, and he subconsciously took a step back, his voice trembling. Kaianer. Shut up, am I still your flesh and blood? You shouted loudly, as if the might of heaven had descended, and even the sky was filled with thunder and anger. Boom. My father doesn't consider me his son, my mother doesn't consider me her son, my grandfather considers me as bait. Each of them is going to push you to death, and force you to become a lonely person. Question mark quote. Lu Qian. Outside the Yang residence, Liu Ruyue, who was always worried, finally came. He hid in the dark, looking at you and master above with worried eyes. Due to the presence of Yang Shou, your conversation was not leaked. But judging from your attitude, I'm afraid you two are about to fall out. At this moment, she still doesn't know some things, and she doesn't know that she is just a chess piece. The master she respects is not as kind as she imagined. She just felt that it was the master who raised her from childhood to adulthood, taught her many things, and even showed her your photo and told her that this was her future husband. Second brother, you are angry. Who is that woman? Is she the love debt from the past? King Wu Chentai has also been paying attention to your every move, secretly spying on the direction of Yang Mansion. The eldest brother was suddenly killed, which scared him half to death. He thought Lao Dang had gone crazy, so he ran to his second brother for protection. At present, the only one in the entire imperial capital who could fight Lao Dang was his second brother. As you get angry, many beings in the entire imperial capital cast their eyes in this direction. Gurgle. Yang Shu stared at you blankly, his eyes widened, the guilt in his heart was infinitely magnified. It seemed that he saw the figure of that man in your furious you, they were exactly the same. This is something she has never seen in you in the past 18 years. She thought you would be content to be an ordinary person, but now it seems impossible. She saw your anger and your undisguised ambition, and knew that you were destined to be extraordinary, either brilliant as a song or dull and dull. Perhaps out of guilt as a mother, or perhaps because she was unwilling to admit it, she still wanted to quibble, her lips trembled. You can't beat him. Question mark. Boom. You looked at her deeply, not hiding your disappointment, turned around and left, kicking open the door of Yang's house. Then I will die. Chapter 155, Chen Ang's Gift, Demon Disintegration and Destruction Technique. Yang Shuru was hit hard and stood there stupidly, almost collapsing to the ground. At this moment, it seems that your scolding has aroused her maternal instinct, and her guilt has been infinitely magnified. She reaches out her hand, as if wanting to grab you, but just as she takes a step, she seems to have thought of something, stops where she is, and watches you go away. Kyaner. After all, they are just crocodile tears. You seem to be deaf to the shouts behind you, and your heart is not shaken at all. Repeated simulations and deaths make your will more and more firm. You know very well that the reason why the other party is so moved and excited is because you have shown all kinds of extraordinary qualities and your value has been continuously raised. I even suspect that you have awakened the complete, Supreme Emperor Bone, or that some kind of mutation has occurred. Otherwise, how could there be such a huge change now? Otherwise, why would there be so much hypocrisy? If there is real maternal love, what would it be done long ago? You know, in the first few simulations, you died tragically several times, but this pavilion master Lu never appeared once. During the last mock battle between the villains, this mother was not even seen. Obviously, in the eyes of the other person, loving yourself makes you love him more. Loving Lao Dang also makes you love him more. Question mark. In this world, the only person you can rely on is yourself. The purpose of tonight is to kill Chen Ang, the hidden trouble, with the help of the old emperor, and see his true face. Right now, although you are angry, you still retain your rationality. The secret place under the cenotaph has not been exposed yet, and Yangshu obviously does not know about it. After the incident, I will find a chance to come back and check what Uncle Yang Hong left for you. Right now, I'm attracting too much attention, I'm really too sensitive. In a few days, it will be Lao Laoding's birthday banquet, and all nations will come to pay tribute. If he really can't hold back, just like the previous dream, I'm afraid I don't have much time left. This time I didn't do what I did before. I didn't fight with Chen Tai and cause a big disturbance in the capital, which attracted the attention of my uncle Yang Hong and called Uncle Go. Now it's very difficult to contact him and it's difficult for him to help. I have to think of another way. Right now, if Yang Hong cannot come, the only one I can rely on is my master, the former Grand Tutor of the Crown Prince, the Imperial Tutor of Great Xia, and the #1 immortal talisman Master Zon Fuzzy. Also, that old Deng is not a fool. Such a big mess happened tonight. Although my plan is secretive, with his methods, I am afraid he will find out something. I don't know what he will do. Question mark. Tread, tread, tread. Outside Yang's house, Pangbo, led by the commander of the Imperial Guards, bowed his head and made way for Yu, not daring to block Yu. Farewell to His Royal Highness. Yu left Yang's house expressionlessly. On your way out, you saw Liu Ruyue and Chen Tai waiting outside. Question mark quote. Land. Liu Ruyue subconsciously wanted to call Yu, but was interrupted by another voice. Closing square bracket. Look who this is. Isn't this our wandering crown prince? Why does he look so gloomy? Could it be that his father has died? Oh, no, my second brother died a long time ago, ha 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 ha. The clown king Chen Tai, who looks like a brainless villain, appears from the dark, laughing wildly, looking at you coldly, mocking you to the utmost. This is the agreement you made before. When you are outside, you must confront each other head on and show a fighting attitude. The old man is deliberately fanning the flames, wanting you to fight, to implement the elimination plan. You can't just do nothing. Some necessary confusing behavior is also necessary. Closing square bracket. Oh my, it must be hard to have your father die. Come here, nephew, let your uncle take care of you. Question mark quote. Ha 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 ha. Chen Tai hugged the Chu family's celestial being by his side by his neck, laughing wildly, showing no ill will. As soon as this move was made, the faces of the people present changed drastically. The commander of the Imperial Guards, Pang Bo, felt a pang in his heart and clenched his fists, but he did not dare to show the slightest. Liu Ruyue's eyes almost spit fire when he saw Yu being humiliated. Inside Yang's house, Yang Shu looked at Chen Tai with a hint of murderous intent. In the corner, a young girl is seen sneaking around with a bloody knife in her hand, and her eyes become ferocious. You son of ABCH. I've never insulted this guy like this before, and you actually dared to get there first. You're done. ... Slap me for being noisy. You speak expressionlessly. Ha ha ha, you're still slapping me. Slap me, ah. Chen Tai sneered and prepared to continue to exert force, but the Chu family celestial being next to him had a dazed look in his eyes, as if possessed by a ghost, and slapped him directly. Closing square bracket. Bang. Chen Tai was slapped to the ground, looking confused. Wow, are you crazy? You dare to hit me, bang, come on, bang bang bang. The Chu family's immortal rode on Chen Tai like a madman, slapping him in the face like crazy. This strange scene instantly shocked everyone. Closing square bracket. However, you ignored it, turned around and left, walking into the shadows alone. Closing square bracket. You walk in the shadows, heading back forward, thinking about the next arrangements and responses. It seems that you don't have much time left. The threat from the old emperor is coming towards you step by step. You are a little upset, and before you know it, you have walked to the vicinity of the great prince's mansion which has been razed to the ground. Suddenly, you stopped and felt a breath approaching. You frowned and looked up. You immediately saw a feminine figure appearing, and a hint of surprise flashed in your eyes. It's you. Question mark quote. This old servant has seen the Grand Prince. Question mark. A feminine man appears in front of you. You are not unfamiliar with this person. You have seen him before. He is the personal eunuch of your uncle Chen Ang. But how could the other party appear here? Closing square bracket. Your Highness, my master has previously told me that if he dies one day, he will give you a gift. The feminine eunuch respectfully stepped forward, took out the gift he mentioned, and placed it in front of you. Question mark. That is a special ancient book. Demon Disintegration and Destruction Technique. This is actually an extremely evil magic technique, which uses life as the price to disintegrate and self-destruct in exchange for several times, dozens of times, or even 100 times the power. My master said that you might need it someday. Chapter 156. The old emperor is so cruel that he wants to kill his son and pass the throne to his grandson. You have become the target of public criticism. Demon Disintegration and Destruction Technique. After Uncle Chen Ang died, he actually left you such a gift. Your pupils shrank and your brows furrowed slightly, as if you realized something. It seems that Chen Ang had already calculated that he would die, and he even had a backup plan in advance. Closing square bracket. Besides, I can actually find you by such a coincidence. This seems a bit weird. Closing square bracket. He gave you this gift. Did he want you to deal with Lao Lao Deng? Or did he want you to be free at the critical moment? Or, what other purpose did he have? Thinking carefully, it seems that the other party has been planning this for a long time. He even took away a portion of the bone marrow that was taken from you in the middle of the process and snatched food from the tiger's mouth. He even knew about Yang Hong's arrangement. Is it really that easy for this guy to die? Just now, was the one who died really the eldest Prince Chen Ang? You didn't reach out to take it, but just looked coldly at the feminine eunuch in front of you, wondering in your heart whether you should capture him and search his soul. But I think that the other party dared to show up like this. I'm afraid he was prepared. Drip, drop, drop. The feminine eunuch still maintained a respectful look, holding the book, The Art of Disintegrating and Destroying the Heavenly Demon, in his hands, but under your gaze, blood began to flow from all 7 orifices, dripping onto the ground. Even his body began to melt, starting from his feet, and turned into blood. Bang! He could not maintain his body shape and fell to the ground. His limbs turned into pus and blood, leaving only his torso and head. The demon disintegration and destruction technique in his hand also fell to the ground, stained with blood. But even so, his face still had a smile on it, as if the body that turned into pus and blood was not his own. What else does he want to say to me? You lowered your eyes slightly, looking at the eunuch who was suddenly dying on the ground. It was obvious that he had taken some kind of poison in advance, or activated some kind of restriction. You felt an inexplicable shock in your heart. What on earth did Chen Ang do to have so many people willing to die for him like this? Master, let this old slave tell His Highness, this is just the beginning. Bang! Question mark. The feminine eunuch died. He turned into a pool of pus and blood that emitted a foul odor. In an instant, you thought of many things, and even seriously suspected that your uncle Chen Ang was not dead. The one who died was just a stand-in, who had been pushed on the stage. There was Chen Zan in front, and Chen Ang in the back. Now, all kinds of monsters have come out. That old man is really powerful. All of his children are rebellious. None of them are good. It's just the beginning. Then I want to see what you guys are up to. Do you like hiding behind the scenes so much? Stir it up, stir it up, stir up the storm in the imperial capital a little more. This way I can see some things clearly, and my actions will be smoother. You put away the demon disintegration and destruction technique, and headed back towards the Liu family. You already had a premonition of something bad to come. If Chen Ang is really alive, you have plotted against him once, and obviously you have made an enemy. But I think with Lao Lao Deng's methods, he will find some clues and also distract some of his attention. Plus there is also an old Deng hiding in Yi Cheng's body. Question mark. This is a crisis, but it is also your opportunity. Some things can be done more boldly. Closing square bracket. No wonder that old man has not been in a hurry to attack me during this period, nor has he issued an order to force me to go to the imperial capital university to lure out the Zan Fuzzy. I guess his attention has been distracted. You were thinking about what to do next, whether to be bold and go looking for the Zan Fuzzy, but suddenly you found that on the way back to the Liu family, some people looked at you in an extremely strange way. There are still many people pointing fingers at you, full of malice. What's going on? You frowned, realizing something was wrong. Question mark. Swish. A warning of the blessed golden light suddenly appeared in your mind, but it was extremely terrifying, almost making you shudder. Liu Qian, leave quickly. There is no place for you in the entire imperial capital. When you returned to the Liu family and met Liu Ruyue, you heard a explosive piece of news from her anxious mouth. News came from the Great Xia palace that the old emperor is not long for his life and wants to kill his son and pass on his throne to his grandson. I will clear all obstacles for you and ensure that you ascend to the throne. And those obstacles are naturally your uncles and all the princes of Daxia. And the eldest prince Chen Ang was the first to be killed. This time, all the forces in the entire imperial capital exploded, and your uncles are almost going crazy. The mother clan behind them and the Tianren family they have taken refuge in are almost hating you to death. At this moment, you have become the target of public criticism and have offended most of the Tianren families in the imperial capital. They won't let you go. What a cruel and vicious plan. If he didn't execute it, it would be fine. But once he executed it, it was earth-shattering. This old man is really cruel. Lu Qian's pupils shrank, and he was also shocked by the old man emperor's methods. This is a complete conspiracy. Originally, Chen Ang's death would cause the old emperor to bear the consequences and backlash. If you kill your son for no reason, the rest of your sons will surely be in danger. But now, this cause and effect has been cleverly transferred to you. Those uncles couldn't deal with the old emperor, so why can't they deal with you? What follows will surely be endless pursuit and conspiracy. It is obvious that the old emperor has been greatly disappointed with a certain clown king. He originally wanted to support him and fight you to the death. But after Chen Tai was fooled by you, he became your ally in private. It is impossible for him to do this. Moreover, you have always been very low-key and no longer like to stir up trouble like before. In this case, the old emperor directly took a move to cut off the source of the problem. Is this what Chen Ang meant by just beginning? You realize the cruelty of the old emperor, and know that there will be endless troubles in the future. Closing square bracket. Question mark. But at the same time, you also realize that this is an opportunity. If Uncle Yang Hong is paying attention to the situation in the imperial capital, he will definitely send dogs to help you. At that time, you can use this opportunity to get in touch again. This may not be a bad thing. The old man suddenly became like this. Maybe he encountered something and started to get anxious. The more anxious he is, the more it means that what I have done during this period is right. Time and death have taught you a lot. Until now, you have remained calm and not disturbed by fear. Closing square bracket. Chapter 157. Nephew, there were so many people outside just now. I'm sorry. I'm kneeling down for you. Seeing that you were still calm and confident of victory, Liu Ruyue was unconsciously influenced by you and calmed down. She knows very well how terrifying the old man emperor is. This move is undoubtedly an attempt to flatter you. If she is not careful, she will become an enemy of everyone. Those who have hope of becoming the emperor, or those who have no hope of becoming the emperor, will all want to kill you in order to survive. Otherwise, they will be the ones to die. Ryu, if one day, at a critical moment, someone wants to kill me, and that person may be your closest person, if you were asked to choose, would you help me? Your expression became serious, looking at Liu Ruyue in front of you. Closing square bracket. In your heart, you are ready to turn against everyone, including your mother Yang Shou. When that time comes, the truth will be revealed under the sword. Closing square bracket. Liu Ruyue was stunned, as if she was frightened by this question. Her mind was a little confused, but as smart as she was, she seemed to have heard what you meant. The person she is close to is her master. But didn't the master ask her to protect Liu Qian? How could the two sides end up in such a mess? One is the master who raised her, and the other is the man she loves. How could they be against each other? Closing square bracket. Question mark quote. You don't have to answer me so quickly. I'll give you some time. Okay, that woman is not a good person. I'll agree to this on her behalf. Liu Ruyue's eyes suddenly turned cold, emitting a deep blue light, and his aura also became aloof. You were stunned for a moment, and then realized that the Liu Ruyue in front of you had been taken over by the mysterious sword spirit. That's fine. After all, Liu Ruyue's true strength is not even close to that of a celestial being. The real celestial being's fighting power is the mysterious sword spirit in front of him. The next arrangement still requires the other party to take action. Closing square bracket. Although you are not a good person, at least you don't have so many bad intentions towards this idiot, and this idiot really loves you. The mysterious sword spirit's voice was cold and undisguised with pride. You narrowed your eyes, and the soul-devouring demonic sword on your body trembled slightly, reacting. You actually sensed a hint of threat from the Liu Ruyue in front of you. It was obvious that the opponent's true form was extraordinary, at least a semi-immortal weapon, or even a higher existence. No wonder Liu Ruyue was able to travel overseas alone in the last simulation and break into the territory of the Strange Eye clan. I guess it was the work of this mysterious sword spirit. It seems that Liu Ruyue's cultivation is too low, which limits the use of this mysterious sword spirit. However, this mysterious sword spirit seems to have some opinions about Misty Rain Sword Pavilion and your mother Yang Shou, but this seems to be a good thing. You have seen clearly that Liu Ruyue is a bit indecisive and a bit in love. At the critical moment, she still needs the Sword Soul Sister to make the decision for her. Sir, I have an unwelcome request. You spoke decisively, took out a letter from your pocket and handed it to her. Find a way to go overseas, find Su Mei, give her this letter, and tell her that I am going to die. The current situation is turbulent and is about to spark conflicts among all parties. You are in urgent need of external assistance, but there are very few people around you who can help. Closing square bracket. You can only rely on the Liu Ruyue in front of you. In the last simulation, she was able to bring Su Mei here at the critical moment. I hope she can do the same this time. Su Mei has a special identity, and is likely to attract the forbidden Queen of Weird Eyes. Right now, the old man's birthday banquet is getting closer and closer, and there are Lao Dang, Yang Shu, Chen Ang, and other forces lurking in the dark, calculating against each other. You need more chips and trump cards. Remember, don't tell anyone about this, otherwise I will definitely die. Okay, but I want you to make a promise to this idiot. The mysterious sword spirit nodded, but did not refuse. He looked at you with a cold gaze and asked for a name for Liu Ruyue. Okay. You are also happy. This is a matter of life and death, so minor details can be ignored. Besides, you are not at a loss. I also want a drop of your blood essence. This idiot is too weak to bear too much of my power. Your Emperor Bone is extraordinary. Your blood essence and blood are of the same origin. You can let me refine blood and temporarily exert the 9th level of combat power. The mysterious sword spirit made another request. Quote. Good. You frowned slightly. Your blood essence involves the origin and is extremely precious. But you only hesitated for a moment before agreeing. You forced out a drop of blood essence, and the mysterious sword spirit's seemingly cold eyes suddenly showed a hint of heat and greed. Although she concealed it well, you discovered it. Boy, your physique is a great tonic for the strange alien race. Before your strength reaches a certain level, don't go overseas easily. Otherwise, there will be many old immortals who want to devour you. In Daxia, with that person here, those guys dare not come. What can I do to you? The mysterious sword spirit swallowed his saliva, gave a rare reminder, and then left. Closing square bracket. You suspect that if Liu Ruyue wasn't there, and if he wasn't afraid of Lao Laoding, and if he couldn't figure out your background, this mysterious sword spirit would want to eat you. We must hurry up and increase the strength of our trump cards. After Liu Ruyue left, you announced to the public that you were injured and went into seclusion, entered the secret room, and took out the demon disintegration and destruction technique to comprehend it. No matter what, this item is of great use to you at this moment. Your comprehension is extraordinary, and with the blessing of the Supreme Emperor Bone, you will soon be able to get started. You took out the demon stone and began to integrate it into your body. The demon disintegration and destruction technique began to operate autonomously and mutated. You have successfully broken through the first level, and you can disintegrate and self-destruct your right arm, gaining 5 times the magic power. Question mark. You have successfully broken through the 3rd level. You can disintegrate your legs and self-destruct, gaining 10 times the magic power. Question mark. You have successfully broken through the 5th level. You can disintegrate your limbs and self-destruct, gaining 50 times the magic power. Question mark. You have successfully broken through the 7th level, and can disintegrate the self-destructing torso, gaining 70 times the magic power. Question mark. You have successfully broken through the 9th level. You can disintegrate and self-destruct your entire body, burn your soul, and gain 100 times the magic power. Question mark. Instantly, the level of the magic skill, Heavenly Demon Disintegration and Destruction, was raised to the maximum by you, and it was able to burst out with terrifying power at the last moment. I just don't know how much power can be unleashed by detonating the Emperor's bone. I hope that when the time comes, I can give everyone a big surprise. You take a stone, change it into your own image, and place it in a secret room. Your real body went to the Wuwang mansion quietly to find Chen Tai. Question mark. Prince Wu's palace. Nephew, there were a lot of people outside the Yang residence just now. I'm sorry for you. I kneel down for you. Chapter 158. When something goes wrong, muddy the water first, start making plans, and look for the mysterious talisman. The Clown King Chen Tai kneels in front of you respectfully and fawningly, with a smile on his face. He no longer has the arrogance he had just shown outside. He is so cautious, like a dog chasing after a goddess. Obviously, he has not been affected by the rumors of killing his son to support his grandson that have been circulating outside, and is still loyal to you, hoping that you will take him out to play. Don't worry, nephew. No matter what happens, your uncle will always stand by you. Alright, Uncle Six, get up. We're all family, don't be like this. You smiled as you reached out to pull Chen Tai up, but you sneered in your heart, not fooled by the performance of the person in front of you. If it wasn't for this simulation, you pretended to be old Deng and fooled this guy, plus there was the big pie of the throne of the emperor. As soon as the Clown King heard the news of killing his son to support his grandson, he would be the first to explode, the first to turn against you, and fight you to the end. Closing square bracket. This guy is not a good man. In the last villain simulation, no matter how strong you were, he would fight you to the end, using all his trump cards. He was more active than anyone else. He is really a dog skin plaster. To be honest, with the example of Chen Ang, it seems that the bloodline of that immortal old man is not simple. The old Six in front of me can't really be old Six. It would be funny if this guy was always in disguise. Perhaps it is because your uncle Chen Ang left a deep impression on you, which made you suspicious of the sixth Prince Chen Tai in front of you. But judging from the look in front of me, the other party is simply invulnerable. Closing square bracket. Nephew, ask your father when we should start. Uncle Six asked someone to read my fortune a few days ago, and that person said that I have a destiny, but I am being suppressed by someone. I think it is that old immortal. Chen Tai was obviously a little impatient. He was very dissatisfied with Lao Ren Huang, the old immortal, but in fact, he was certain that he was a little afraid because of the death of his eldest brother Chen Ang. However, he is the sixth child, and there are several older brothers ahead of him. I think it will take some time for him to take his turn. Sixth uncle must be afraid that old man will use you as a scapegoat. I am not afraid to tell you that there is another reason for the death of my uncle. Your expression becomes solemn, revealing the posture of a dragon and a phoenix, full of majesty. To be honest, that old man never recovered after being crippled by my father. He secretly built a blood sacrifice altar in the Great Xia Palace, where blood relatives can be sacrificed to recover from injuries. My uncle died because of this. If you don't believe me, you can go to the palace and visit a side hall in the harem. The altar is inside. You start to deceive, tell lies, and fight back with half-truths and half-false rumors. Wow, that old man dares to play like this. Chen Tai was furious, obviously believing what you said. At this moment, the deception ability of ghost talk exerted a terrifying effect. Since that old man has used a vicious trick, you must naturally fight back. Closing square bracket. You took out a videotape and gave it to Chen Tai, asking him to find a way to insert it into the most popular TV series in the Great Xia Empire. It records the truth about the old emperor's blood refining prince's healing in your transformed form, Chen Ang. According to the description of ghost talk, as long as I hear your words, I will subconsciously believe one or two. Once everyone in the Great Xia Empire heard it. Question mark. This is the real bombshell. Haha, old man, you like to dig holes for me, right? Then I'll dig one for you too. You sneered in your heart. Closing square bracket. You all like to spread rumors, right? Then let's hurt each other. Closing square bracket. I have a talent for simulation, why would I be afraid of you? Closing square bracket. It's a good opportunity to throw dirty water on Uncle Chen Ang, stir up hatred, and further muddy the situation. Okay, I'll arrange an assassin to do it. Chen Tai didn't know that you had the powerful weapon, Ghost Talk, and he was a little confused, but he still agreed. Please find me a substitute with the right image and appearance, preferably one with natural noble aura. I need to do something. You have decided to quietly go to Imperial University to find Zhan Fuzzy. Right now, the entire capital of Daxia is in the spotlight, and Lao Deng and his men are stirring up trouble behind the scenes. The old emperor's attention has been diverted a lot. This is a great opportunity for you to do something. The Liu family seems to have received some kind of secret order to monitor your every move. In order to avoid being discovered, you need a substitute. Chen Tai naturally agreed to this and brought a young man with him. It was his biological son Chen Jian. You look at your sixth uncle meaningfully, as if you are getting to know him all over again. Sixth uncle, what I want is a substitute. This seems to be your son. If something goes wrong, he will die. The external situation is complicated at the moment. Assassination is not impossible. If you are not careful, your life will be in danger. My dear nephew, my sixth uncle once said that as long as I can take that position, I will not hesitate to kill my son to support my nephew. Now is the time to prove my determination. Chen Tai looked solemn, his eyes piercing as he looked at you. Dad, what are you talking about? Chen Jian, who was standing by, was confused and didn't react for a while. Swish. Your eyes suddenly gleamed with brilliance, and Chen Jian felt dizzy and confused. His appearance and figure began to change, and a strange whisper came to his ears. From now on, you are me, you are Chen Qian, the grandson of the Great Xia. Imperial University. Using thousands of changes, you transformed into Chen Jian and easily entered it, wandering around and determining the location of the secret realm where Zhan Fuzzy was imprisoned. Compared with the last villain simulation, you are still quite confident. Come to think of it, it just so happens that Chen Jian is a student of Imperial Capital University, so you don't have to transform into someone else. Just when you were concentrating on determining the location of the secret realm where Zhan Fuzzy was imprisoned, you were suddenly blocked by a beautiful figure. Chen Jian, I found you, why didn't you reply to my message? The person who came is Chen Jian's fiancé Luo Zili, who is also the one who worked with the Jiu family to frame you. Before, you were busy with other things and forgot to deal with her. But right now you have something important to do, so you ignore the idea and turn around to leave. As a result, the other party suddenly comes to you. Wait, Chen Jian, why are you hiding from me? Is there another woman out there? You hugged Luo Zili, saying you wanted to show her something good, and walked towards the corner of the school. Crack. You broke her neck and put her body into the storage ring. It's rare for me to be kind-hearted. I don't want to kill anyone, but you force me to do it. Chapter 159. Zhan Fuzzy, it's been a long time since we last met. I am old and frail, but the young master is still as charming and elegant as ever. It changes so fast. This time, the simulated clone has become quite sinister. It has taken the initiative to join the game and even fought against Lao Deng. Compared to the last villain simulation, this style of rushing all the way to the end is almost a complete contrast. Lu Qian was also a little amazed when he saw the changes in the simulator. This time the simulated clone grew too fast, not only in strength but also in mental sophistication, and it was almost beginning to transform into a true superior. Among them, there is the influence of dragon and phoenix, but more of it is real experience. Unlike his original body who can relax, if his clone in the simulated world relaxes, he may be doomed to death. Now many arrangements have been made and everything depends on the birthday banquet of the old emperor. You don't care about the episode about Luo Zili, and are only focused on finding the location of Zhan Fuzzy. This, immortal talisman master, of the Great Xia Empire is of great significance to you. He is a powerful being who can temporarily stop the old man emperor. If Lao Deng was still alive, it would be fine, but now you suspect that Lao Deng is still alive and hiding in Yi Cheng's body, then it's troublesome. If the mysterious soul in Yi Cheng is really Lao Deng, the deposed Crown Prince Chen Zan, then Yi Cheng will definitely come to Imperial Capital University. Compared to the old master, I, the son of the old master, am undoubtedly one level lower. I must find a way to get in touch with Zan Fuzzy first. Not to mention Zan Fuzzy's inheritance of talismans, his immortal talisman, is also of great benefit to me. It cannot be taken away by Yi Cheng. You thought for a moment, and took out the almost gray, Yi Cheng broken arm, from the space ring, and used the soul nailing method, to confirm whether the other party had come, but there was no response. But even so, the opponent's future cannot be determined. After all, the level of the soul nailing technique is too low. In addition, there is also the factor of Lao Deng. It has to be done as soon as possible. Swish. Just then, a golden light suddenly appeared from the front, immediately attracting your attention. Closing square bracket. You looked towards a place next to the stone statue of the emperor above the teaching building. There seemed to be a hint of golden light shining there. Found it. Swish. You silently recite, "You can't see me." To hide your body, quietly come to the top, take out the soul-devouring demon's sword, tear a small hole, transform into a mosquito and fly in. Tear. Accompanied by a feeling of dizziness. You suddenly appear in a small secret space where black and white are reversed. It's fake. It turns out it's all fake. 3 flowers gather at the top of the head, gone. An old man with disheveled hair, ragged clothes, and a thin body, who seemed to be insane, was tied up with shackles and soaked in a pool. He was motionless and muttered to himself. "Your Majesty, you are so cruel." With just one glance, you recognized that the old man was Zan Fuzzy, the #1 immortal talisman master in Daxia. However, the other party's current state seems to be extremely strange, as if he has gone crazy, and his aura is like a candle in the wind. Swish. You transform into your original form, revealing your true face of dragon and phoenix, and the aura of the Supreme Emperor Bone on your body also appears. Who are you? The old madman seemed to sense something, raised his head, and looked straight at you with a pair of cloudy eyes. For a moment, he was a little dazed. So it's you. The old face covered in mud trembled slightly, and the turbid eyes suddenly shone brightly, as if the last rays of light were returning. It's been a long time since we last saw each other. I am already old and frail, but the young master is still as elegant as ever. At Imperial Capital University, a sneaky young girl appeared quietly, holding a toy box in her hand, which seemed to contain a head. It smells so good. FKU, do you smell the odor of that B************ D. Liu Qian? I spent a lot of effort to get you out of the Daxia Palace. The smell disappeared. Suddenly, the head in the toy box smacked its lips and said with a regretful tone. Disappeared. Yi Cheng frowned. This dead head was the spoil she got after escaping last time. This thing remembered Liu Qian's breath and could almost lock the location. Also, this thing occasionally utters some weird words, and there are some special formulas. She thought it was of some use, so she kept it. Suddenly, the head seemed to smell something and paused for a moment, looking at a gentle, elegant, and ordinary-looking middle-aged teacher in front of it. This person looks so familiar, like my elder brother. My nephew has chosen to come to find Zan Fuzzy. It seems that he has made up his mind. Although one of my clones was destroyed, everything is still under control. The middle-aged teacher looked at the top of the teaching building, and a smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, there was a commotion ahead, and the TV series, History of the Great Xia Empire, that was playing on the big screen of the Imperial Capital University suddenly turned dark, and then, a series of garbled characters appeared. This sudden situation instantly attracted the attention of many people. Closing square bracket. At the same time, throughout the Great Xia Empire, viewers who were watching TV were immediately furious and cursed. However, a horrifying scene occurred next. Tear it. The strange garbled code quickly disappeared, revealing the face of a middle-aged king with blood flowing from all 7 orifices, smiling. When you recorded this video, I was already dead, killed by my father. My dear father, you used my flesh, blood and soul to refine blood pills in an attempt to prolong your life. Quote. I will not be the last one. Swish. Before the videotape was finished playing, the screen suddenly went black, and the entire Great Xia Empire lost power. But even so, the creepy video just now is spreading like a virus. That just now seemed to be the eldest prince Chen Ang. Gulu, could it be that the eldest prince foresaw his own death in advance and left behind this video? The Great Xia Emperor killed his son to make an elixir in an attempt to prolong his life and live another 500 years. Quote. That sudden situation instantly caused a storm in the entire Daxia. What's even more terrible is that right now, all nations are coming to pay tribute, and envoys from overseas countries have arrived. Quote. Big brother died like this. Daxia Palace. A raging pressure from a true immortal on Earth erupted in an instant, almost tearing the entire sky apart. Obviously, a certain old emperor is angry. Imperial University. The middle-aged teacher who was originally smiling looked at the dark screen, his face instantly stiffened, and his eyes became extremely gloomy. This time, it's either shit or shit. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Check out our playlist for more amazing novels. Chapter 160, The Crazy Zon Fuzzy, The Immortal Fu Master's Inheritance. If the middle-aged teacher didn't know that he hadn't done it, he would have suspected that he had lost his memory, because the video was so realistic. Moreover, the words in the video seemed to have a strange power that made people subconsciously believe it. Is that the power of rules? It seems a bit like the methods of some strange evil gods. My nephew, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have such a trick. This really gave me a big surprise. You're trying to hit me, right? Chen Ang, who looks like a middle-aged teacher, has a sinister smile on his face. He has already guessed that it was you who was behind this. After all, the timing was too coincidental. He gave a gift to his nephew, and then his nephew gave him a big gift. It's really a case of reciprocity. Once this dirty water is thrown, his escape method is also mostly useless, and the old emperor is bound to target him. However, the most anxious people at this moment are none other than his brothers. At this moment, you are in the secret realm meeting Zon Fuzzy, but you don't know what kind of storm is going on outside. Because of your actions, your uncles and the princes of the Great Xia Empire are all furious. Quote. Did my eldest brother die because of his nephew's succession, or because of that immortal old man's alchemy to prolong his life? Damn it, I can't tell the difference. When my second brother rebelled, I was young and did not follow him. I thought nothing would happen again, but in the end, I still had this disaster. This is how we play, right? No matter which one it is, we have to die, right? You don't even have the slightest chance to survive, father. If you really want to play this way, I will rebel like my second brother. How can we fight back? My second brother was also defeated back then. The strength of that immortal old man is unfathomable. He is not an ordinary land immortal. The second brother has been dead for so long, and the eldest brother is dead now. According to the order, the third brother Chen Luo should be next. It depends on how he dies next. If he leaves an intact body, it is the former. If he does not even have an intact body, it is the latter. It's starting to get chaotic. If things continue like this, Lao Lao Deng's base will be in trouble. If all his sons rebel and are killed, that would be fun. I think that old immortal will leave a deep mark in the history books. Watching the development of the simulator, Lu Qian's eyes lit up with a smile, as if he was looking forward to that scene. This time, I am no longer fighting alone. I can start a team fight. Sure enough, when something happens, you still have to muddy the water first and drag everyone into it. so as to avoid everyone wanting to be the Oriole. Secret place. This is your first close encounter with the Great Xia Imperial Master Zon Fuzzy. This legendary being who has always been passed down among others, in your eyes, now has a faint pressure of a land immortal. It is obvious that he has taken half a step forward. His real realm is almost exactly the same as the realm you reached in your last simulation, when you transformed into the abandoned Crown Prince Chen Zan, obtained a complete Emperor bone, and added the blessing of the 9 steps to heaven. However, compared to your false external powers, the Zon Fuzzy in front of me is a real cultivation. No wonder he was able to condense a immortal scroll on his body, causing the old emperor to be wary of him. However, compared to these, you care more about the other person's tone and emotion. Do you recognize me? You heard the meaning behind Zon Fuzzy's words and realized that he seemed to be very familiar with you. It seems that the other party has seen you before, but you are very clear that you have never met the other party. Closing square bracket. Also, during the last villain simulation, Zon Fuzzy also easily recognized you, so he is not unfamiliar with you. Ever since Yang Hong left the capital, I have been secretly protecting the young master in the imperial capital and solving some problems. The seal of the Supreme Emperor Bone on the young master was placed by me all those years ago, in order to prevent you from practicing and living as a mortal for the rest of your life. Quote. Until 10 years ago, a big, ah. The shackles on the old madman Zon Fuzzy suddenly glowed, and he howled in pain, covering his head, as if he was crazy and had lost his sanity. It seemed as if what he was about to say next involved some secret, triggering the restraints in his body. Ah. In the pool, the old madman seemed to have fallen into the same state of madness again. His mind was unclear, and countless complex talismans appeared subconsciously around him, emitting a terrifying pressure from heaven and earth. Click, click. The entire secret realm began to show glass-like cracks, as if it could no longer withstand such a terrifying pressure and was on the verge of breaking. Quote. What's wrong with you? Seeing this scene, you suddenly have a bad feeling, as if something bad is about to happen. It's too late. It's too late. Boom. Suddenly, the eyes of Zon Fuzzy in front of you burst into a mysterious light, instantly pulling your consciousness into a special talisman space, and countless mysterious talismans surrounded you. The level of these talismans is extremely high, almost none of them are lower than the 7th level, and there are nearly 100 of them at the 8th level, condensed into a large formation. This is a legacy belonging to the immortal talisman master. Instantly, you are deeply involved in it, and your talisman master's cultivation level instantly breaks through the 7th level, and is still rising rapidly. The purple talent, talisman seed, begins to shine. Countless powerful talismans are pouring into your body like crazy, integrating them. Tai Qinglong Chengsheng Lu. 9 Leaving Vermilion Bird Burning Heaven Talisman. Zhengjin White Tiger Breaking Evil Talisman. The Dark Underworld Black Tortoise Water Controlling Scroll. Earth Qilin Junyu Lu. A series of 8th level talismans emitting terrifying pressure appear in your mind like a brand. I know your intentions. Since ancient times, talismans and formations have been inseparable. Billions of thunder talismans are buried in the underground of the capital. I will teach you the formula. It is necessary to detonate. Don't believe. Be careful. Be careful. He's coming. He's coming. Go. Chapter 161. Immortal Scroll 9 Mysterious Sky Returning to Ruins Divine Thunder. No wonder the old emperor was so afraid of Zon Fuzzy and kept him imprisoned instead of killing him directly. It turns out that there is this reason. There are billions of thunder talismans buried beneath the capital of the Great Xia Empire, which can almost destroy everything. Except for the old emperor who may survive, the rest of them will probably die. By then, the old emperor will really be alone. In addition to being afraid of the mysterious, immortal scroll, the old emperor was also unwilling to pay such a huge price easily. This is basically turning the table over. Lu Qian looked at the scenes and conversations in the villain simulator in disbelief, and his scalp was tingling. Wow, this is the method of the immortal talisman master. Every move creates billions of thunder talismans. Art is the Big Bang, right? By then, the entire Great Xia Empire would be almost broken, and those celestial families would be fundamentally destroyed. It's really cruel. No wonder the old man emperor had to lead him to the imperial capital university during the last villain simulation. It was obvious that he wanted to force Zhan Fuzzy to be cautious and not dare to flip the table easily. From the current situation, Zhan Fuzzy has been secretly protecting me all these years. It is because of his presence and deterrence, plus my own value, that I have been able to live this long. 10 years ago, something big happened, which led to Zhan Fuzzy being captured. His 3 flowers gathering at the top of the head was cut off, and his strength was greatly reduced. But before he was captured, he also kept a backup plan, which was the billions of thunder talismans buried deep underground. In this way, even if he was captured, the deterrent effect is still there. From all the signs, it is almost certain that Zhan Fuzzy is on my side, and the possibility of a reversal should be small. Moreover, my uncle Yang Hong also said that this person is trustworthy and can protect me at a critical moment. But what does he mean by be careful? What does he want me to be careful of? What does he want me not to believe in? Could it be the old emperor? Why do I feel like it's not that simple? I seem to have missed something. Also, over the years, Zhan Fuzzy has been such a great helper. Why did Lao Deng and Yang Shou turn a blind eye and have no intention of saving him? Is there any hidden reason behind this? Go. Question mark. Boom. A blessing golden light suddenly exploded in your mind, instantly interrupting your comprehension of the talisman. At this moment, you have directly reached the peak of the 7th level talisman master, and are not far from the 8th level talisman master. Closing square bracket. But right now, it is no longer a matter of comprehending the talisman, but a matter of life and death. Closing square bracket. Question mark. Swish. A chill suddenly came over me, as if some disaster could strike at any moment. Question mark. Quote. Escape. Without the slightest hesitation, you greased your feet, turned around and fled, your mind focused, and a talisman condensed in the void, which was the 8th level talisman Tang Snake Dunyu talisman. Question mark. Boom. A huge illusory phantom of a flying snake suddenly appears, swallows you into its stomach, escapes into the void, and flees quickly. The effect of this talisman is many times stronger than the previous life-saving blood escape talisman. At the last moment of escaping into the void, you vaguely saw that the pool where Zhan Fuzzy was suddenly became boiling and dark, as if a strange breath descended and swallowed his whole body. Question mark. Boom. At the same time, an extremely terrifying pressure from a land-based true immortal descended. Question mark. It is the old man emperor. The eldest Prince Chen Ang and Yi Chen, who were both at the Imperial Capital University, both had their faces changed drastically. When they looked up, they saw a huge white jade hand slowly slapping downwards. Wow! The two people hiding suddenly felt their scalps go numb. Finally, can't hold it back anymore. Zhan Fuzzy's frantic and angry voice was mixed with a hint of relief and ease. The 5 sacred talismans array is formed. Crack. The void is mostly shattered, and suddenly a huge broken snake beast stretches out and spits you out. You find yourself at the port of the imperial capital without knowing when, and once again return to the starting point. When you looked up towards the imperial capital university, you saw the talisman figures of the 5 sacred beasts, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Suzaku, Black Tortoise, and Qilin, suddenly appear above the Imperial Capital University. They were sitting in all directions, erupting with terrifying sacred beast pressure, and rushing towards the giant white jade hand above. While the two sides were competing, Chen Ang and Yi Cheng could be seen taking the opportunity to escape. Question mark. Boom. The entire Imperial University turned into a void, huge abyss pit. Zhan Fuzzy's aura was completely extinguished at this moment. Question mark. He died. Zhan Fuzzy is dead. You look a little dazed, as if you didn't expect that even if you simulated being a villain again, you still couldn't save Zhan Fuzzy from certain death. The only difference is that you have inherited the other party's immortal talisman master. Question mark. Swish. At this moment, the void behind you breaks open, and a purple lightning talisman suddenly shoots out and enters the palace between your eyebrows. You seem to recall Zhan Fuzzy's old voice in your ears, "Child, stay alive." You have obtained the immortal scroll, 9 mysterious sky returning ruins divine thunder. Closing square bracket. Question mark. Immortal scroll. You look at the talisman, floating in your mind with disbelief, which contains earth-shattering power. Zon Fuzzy actually didn't use the immortal scroll on him at the last moment, but gave it to you instead. Closing square bracket. At the same time, there is a special formula in your mind that allows you to vaguely connect to the millions of thunder symbols hidden deep in the earth beneath your feet. Once activated, it will surely be earth-shattering. During this meeting, the other party surprisingly shared all his trump cards and inheritance with me, without keeping anything for himself. This is the second person who helps you wholeheartedly after your uncle Yang Hong. It is obvious that you just touched the Zon Fuzzy and alarmed the old man emperor, which led to your death. For a moment, you were somewhat dazed, and then, you looked towards the direction of the Great Xia Palace with cold eyes. Old B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** days later into a funeral party. The Xiwen Mountains are the place where dragons hide. As the news of the violent reaction from the Great Xia capital was reported back, a figure in the hidden dragon city also chose to leave and rushed towards the capital. Chapter 162, The Crazy Third Prince. Lu Qian was killed. Wow, that old man has made a move again, this time at Imperial Capital University. What's going on? Is he trying to kill third brother? Is the third brother dead? Is the third brother dead? Ah, I'm so scared. Who can tell me when third brother will die? I want to go see his body and attend his funeral. With the old emperor's re-attack, it undoubtedly touched the hearts of countless people, including the Chen royal family, aristocratic families, and envoys from various countries. Countless people are eager to know what happened at this moment. Of course, what the princes are most concerned about is when their third brother will die. What the hell, what does that old man in the Great Xia Palace want to do? He slapped me with such a big hand. He wants to slap me to death, right? Yi Cheng was tricked for no reason and almost killed, and he cursed in anger. His heart was beating wildly, but the head in his hand was screaming with excitement. He is angry. Shut up, you idiot. I'm getting really annoyed. Yi Cheng was annoyed by the noise and became even more angry. She cursed at the head in her hands. Suddenly, she saw Chen Ang, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, staring at her and the dead head in his hand strangely. His face suddenly turned unfriendly, as if he had found an outlet to vent. What are you looking at, you idiot? Chen Ang. Liu family, secret room. Perhaps because the old emperor's birthday banquet is approaching, the seriously injured and unconscious Liu family ancestor finally woke up. During this period, many people have come and gone from the Liu family. I think they all have rebellious intentions. All of them have been registered and are waiting for your majesty's disposal. And that crown prince seems to be a little too honest. Since returning to the Liu family, he has not left the main door or the secondary door, and has not had any conflicts with anyone. Could it be that he has noticed something, or is he trying to keep his reputation? Forget it. Right now, the time for His Majesty to take the medicine is getting closer. I think His Majesty has made up his mind to take action. It's time to activate this old man's sword. The Liu family ancestor who had just woken up was about to go to the grandson to inquire about the news, but as soon as he walked out of the door, he was hit by the magic weapon on the head. A group of powerful celestial beings suddenly appeared and surrounded him. At the same time, the entire Liu family was shrouded in a formation, isolating the inside and outside. The formation has been activated. For a while, it will be difficult for others to notice this place. First, we must destroy the ancestor of the Liu family. Right now, the Liu family only has this one powerful person. If we destroy him, half of the goal will be accomplished. Then I'll kill that damn D******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Question mark. Puff. A flying sword suddenly shot out, piercing the chest of the Liu family ancestor, nailing him to the ground, and spitting blood. Li family patriarch, Kunji San Ren, you are the third prince's men. The Liu family ancestor's brain was about to explode, he was spitting blood and screaming, obviously he was stunned. Closing square bracket. Unlike the previous fake serious injury, this time it was a real serious injury. Closing square bracket. Question mark. Tread. The third prince Chen Luo appears, stepping on the head of the Liu family ancestor with a ferocious look, his eyes bloodshot. Old man, tell me quickly, where is that little b**************** d hiding? I want to kill him. Question mark. He's almost going crazy. Since the death of his eldest brother Chen Ang, he has suffered from insomnia, loss of appetite, and torture, fearing that his father would take action against him. What's even more infuriating is that his brothers would come to check on him from time to time to see if he was dead or not. Some even sent people to ask in the middle of the night if the third brother was dead or not. Question mark. Dangerous. Question mark. I'm not dead yet. Everyone is hoping that I will die, right? At this moment, the tension in Chen Luo's brain suddenly broke, and a crazy idea popped up in an instant. Closing square bracket. Question mark. I'm going to kill Liu Qian. I don't care. As long as I kill that little b*******************, d, everything will be solved. If that old immortal really wants to kill his son to support his grandson, I will kill that little b************, d. I don't think he can support anyone else. I don't believe he can make me pay for the life of that little beast. If that old immortal really wants to use us to make pills, then at least I will have a companion, which is not a loss. For this purpose, he asked the mother clan, the Li family, and dispatched all the powerful celestial beings to attack the Liu family in one fell swoop, and also set up a large formation, in order to kill Liu Qian as quickly as possible. Catch the leader first. The Liu family ancestor is undoubtedly the biggest threat here. Old man, I know you are loyal to that little b***********, d, so I won't tell you easily. Don't worry, I will treat you well. Chen Luo smiled coldly, looking at the crippled Liu family ancestor at his feet with ferocious eyes, like a beast cornered. Closing square bracket. Wait, I'll tell you, the Liu family's ancestor is almost going crazy. If you want to touch Liu Qian, just tell me earlier. I'm not that loyal. I can borrow your hands to try Liu Qian. Closing square bracket. Damn, the character of a loyal minister that I created before was a bit too much. Closing square bracket. It's too late. Who knows if you want to delay time or resort to some tricks. Question mark quote. After some inhumane torture, the ancestor of the Liu family decisively revealed the location of the secret room where Liu Qian was in seclusion. Closing square bracket. Chen Luo immediately led the Li family's ancestors and other powerful celestial beings to kill them directly. If it weren't for the fact that the Liu family's ancestor was an 8th-level celestial being, whose soul strength was too high and difficult to search to obtain useful information, Chen Luo would have thought of searching his soul directly. Question mark. Boom. The door to the Liu family's secret room was smashed open. Liu Qian, who was in seclusion practicing, was suddenly awakened, with anger on his face. How dare you, who dares to disturb my quiet practice? Question mark. Puff. A flying knife pierced Liu Qian's throat instantly. He held his neck and fell to the ground, shaking wildly, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Ha ha ha, nephew, your uncle is here to kill you. Crazy Chen Luo held the big knife and madly attacked Liu Qian, on the ground, as if he wanted to cut him into pieces. Soon, Liu Qian died in his hands. Question mark. Who? Chen Luo spat viciously at the corpse on the ground. This is it, and he still looks like an emperor. That old man must be blind. Damn it, Jianer. Soon, he was dumbfounded, because the Liu Qian on the ground suddenly changed and turned into the appearance of his 6th brother's son Chen Jian. But, if he killed Chen Jian, then where is Liu Qian? Closing square bracket. Question mark quote. Uncle San, are you looking for me? Chapter 163, Both Sides Suffer. The Hidden Laboratory Underground. Chen Luo's face froze, and he looked behind him, and immediately saw Yu with a proud face, and Wuwang Chen Tai. The ancestors of the Chu family, the Shou family, and a group of powerful celestial beings, with numbers and combat power far exceeding theirs by several times, directly captured all of his men and pinned them to the ground. In terms of high-end combat power, Clown King Chen Tai can be said to be much stronger than his brothers. Closing square bracket. In addition, you also summoned the Shou family's ancestors, Bai Long, Tong Qing and other loyal people. At this moment, the third prince Chen Luo was almost completely defeated. He looked at this scene in disbelief. You two, who should have had a deep hatred for each other, are actually standing together at this moment. Little b asterisk 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 d, it's you, and Lao Lu, you are in the same group. How is this possible? Chen Luo's mind went blank. He looked at Chen Jian's body on the ground, then looked at you. He was a little confused. Closing square bracket. What's going on? Lao Lu used his own son as a substitute to make a nest. Closing square bracket. How big a conspiracy must he have to sacrifice his own son? At this moment, Chen Luo finally understood that he seemed to have discovered something he shouldn't know. However, the most horrifying thing at this moment is that the Liu family's ancestors and Liu Shou were tied up. Third brother, you are blind, right? You can't even see this. Faced with Chen Luo's questioning, Chen Tai seemed extremely disdainful and didn't even glance at Chen Jian's body on the ground. Wait, sixth brother, no, nephew, third uncle is wrong. Third uncle can also join you. Looking at you walking slowly towards him, Chen Luo was so scared that his whole body was shaking. If I want to do something big, someone has to sacrifice, and there has to be a reason. You said calmly, and the soul-devouring demon sword slashed across Chen Luo's neck, beheading him instantly. Quote. You are the source. Puff. Heads flew up and blood gushed out like a fountain. Except for the Liu family, no one else will be left alive. Swish, swish, swish. Under the horrified gaze of the Liu family ancestor, all of the people under the command of the third prince Chen Luo were beheaded, and all their breath was gone. Your Highness, please spare my life. The old and cunning Liu family ancestor saw you looking at him, and his heart immediately sank. He knew that some things could not be hidden anymore, and you must have known. I'm very angry right now and I don't have time to waste with betrayers. Due to the death of Zon Fuzzy, your mood at the moment is definitely not good. Closing square bracket. Losing the combat power of a half-step land true immortal is definitely a huge loss. Closing square bracket. More importantly, this is a top-notch expert who can truly devote himself to you. Closing square bracket. Since I can't kill that old man yet, I'll kill his old dog first. Puff. You stabbed the heart of the Liu family ancestor with a knife and searched his soul. Since the soul of the Liu family ancestor seems to be under a ban, you did not get any important information. Soul search failed. The ancestor of the Liu family has passed away. You are not surprised by this. After all, the Liu family ancestor knows a lot of secrets. The old emperor will definitely put a ban on him. Your real target is actually Liu Shou, the heir of the Liu family next to you. It's your turn. No, please spare me, Your Highness, please, You searched Liu Shou's soul, and a restriction was placed on his mind, but fortunately, the restriction was not strong. You successfully searched Liu Shou's soul and obtained some memory fragments. You learned that there is a special space hidden under the Liu family. Is it a laboratory? Closing square bracket. What an unexpected gain, you muttered to yourself with a gleam in your eyes. Closing square bracket. You have a hunch that the laboratory, hidden deep under the Liu family must be related to you. However, we still have to arrange everything now. Closing square bracket. You took a look at the many corpses on the ground, and the formation outside the Liu family that was about to be unsealed. Uncle Six, it's up to you now. Don't worry, nephew. Chen Tai was full of confidence. Closing square bracket. After several dozen breaths, the large formation set up outside the Liu family was broken, and then the fluctuations of battle appeared instantly. Closing square bracket. Instantly, it attracted a lot of people's attention. Closing square bracket. Seeing that something was going to happen to the Liu family, your uncles were undoubtedly the most excited and immediately took action. When the kings arrived, what they saw was a mess of corpses, two opposing parties, and the miserable cries of a pig being slaughtered. Jianer, my Jianer, please don't die. Chen Tai hugged Chen Jian, who died with his eyes open, and cried, his body trembling. Ah, Jianer, if you die, how will your father live? You are my father's flesh and blood. Blood is thicker than water. You are trying to take my father's life. Question mark. Through the confrontation between the two parties, Chen Tai's crying, and the corpses on the ground. The kings and others who came over hurriedly reproduced the truth in an instant. Closing square bracket. You actually captured Chen Tai's son Chen Jian, wanting to teach him a lesson and take revenge on Chen Tai. Unexpectedly, at this time, the third prince Chen Luo brought people to assassinate you. So, a war was about to break out, and a fierce fight broke out between the two sides. Chen Jian is dead. Chen Luo is also dead. And you also paid a lot of price. Even the Liu family was brutally exterminated. Both sides can be said to be losing. The kings who came over looked at each other in bewilderment. They didn't expect that the third brother was so cruel. He played with fire and ended up killing himself, and also lost his nephew. Liu Qian, you beast, I will fight you till death. Then let's fight to the death. You sneered, showing no fear at all, full of sarcasm. Now, everyone, get out of here. Your arrogant and domineering appearance instantly aroused the anger of the crowd. The kings were instantly furious and wanted to teach you a lesson. Emissaries from overseas countries also rushed here upon hearing the news. Enough. Seeing that you were about to engage in a fight, and things were getting more and more serious, the voice of the old man emperor appeared from the Great Xia Palace, stopping this dispute. Let's wait until the birthday party is over. Chen Tai left with the bodies of his son and his third brother, who died with their eyes wide open. Before leaving, he threatened that you should pay the price, and the other kings also showed their support. After everyone leaves, you let Bai Long and others take care of the Liu family's affairs, and then quietly rush to the laboratory, hidden under the Liu family. Bang! You violently smashed open the door of the laboratory, and what came into view were sophisticated machines, blood-stained operating tables, soaked embryos. Question mark. Chapter 164. The diary, hidden in the laboratory. Is this the Liu family's biggest secret? You look at the laboratory in front of you, and unconsciously feel a little disgusted. You subconsciously feel extremely disgusted with it and want to destroy it completely. Based on the information I have obtained so far, the experimental subject in the laboratory in front of me is obviously you as a child. Closing square bracket. At that time, you fell into the hands of the Liu family, and the treatment you received was naturally imaginable. Closing square bracket. It's just that the memories from my childhood are no longer clear now. Closing square bracket. Let me see what secrets this so-called laboratory has. You walked into the laboratory and found that the sophisticated machines inside were filled with your photos and information from childhood to adulthood, as well as various personality analyses. On the blood-stained operating table, there were huge needles and instruments, with traces of bloody mucus remaining inside. The embryo, soaked in phogmarin, vaguely has a human shape, but it is like an invertebrate, suspended in the air, motionless. You stare at the embryo in front of you, and seem to be able to sense a familiar breath, as if it once belonged to you. It seems that the Liu family did a lot of things to me back then. Your eyes were cold, and you vaguely guessed something. Closing square bracket. At this moment, a golden light of blessing suddenly appeared, causing your eyes to subconsciously pause on a locker, as if something was hidden inside. Obviously, the things hidden inside may be related to you, which is why they attracted the attention of heavenly officials' blessing. Bang! You opened the locker and found a secret compartment inside. Inside the secret compartment was a dusty diary. The owner of the diary is a woman named Liu Shui. You feel a little strange and a little familiar with this name, and then you realize that it is the mistress of the Liu family, Liu Shou's mother. At the same time, she was also your mother, before you knew the identity of the crown prince. However, the other party seemed to have died a long time ago. Walala, you opened the diary and read the contents above. Closing square bracket. In January of 2096 in the Great Xia calendar, the ancestor suddenly brought a child to me and gave it to me to raise. He asked me to take good care of him. Although I was a little confused, I agreed. Question mark. Question mark. In February of the year 2096 of the Great Xia calendar, I discovered something strange about this child. He has a terrifying bloodline power in his body. His affinity for spiritual energy is 100 times, no, more than 1,000 times, higher than that of an ordinary person. Question mark. Question mark. In May of the Great Xia calendar 2096, His Majesty issued an order to build a secret laboratory. After testing, they found that the reason why this child was so special was because of his spine. The ancestor said that it was a kind of existence called Supreme Emperor Bone. Question mark. Question mark. In September of the Great Xia calendar 2096, these lunatics would extract bone marrow every once in a while and send it to the palace as a share, apparently as a gift to His Majesty. Question mark. Question mark. In November of the year 2096 of the Great Xia calendar, someone tried to secretly swallow some of the marrow blood, and instantly broke through the bottleneck of the past and reached a new realm. Then, the person was discovered by the ancestor and taken away, and has never returned. Question mark. Question mark. The meaning of my existence is to take care of that child, but with the continuous extraction, the supernatural power of this child began to degenerate, and the whole person began to become listless. I once wanted to stop them, but in return I was ignored. I can't help this child. Question mark. Question mark. The ancestor brought His Majesty's order, asking them to try to replicate a new emperor's bone. Question mark. Question mark. In December of 2096 in the Great Xia calendar, they extracted the genes of this child for replication, but all failed. They only produced a lot of invertebrate and unconscious embryos. The Supreme Emperor Bone in this child seemed to have some special properties. Question mark. Question mark. In January of the year 2097 of the Great Xia calendar, during a routine share draw, the child opened his eyes. Something was wrong with his look. It was not as pure as a baby's, but full of intelligence and hatred. I was frightened, but I didn't tell anyone. Question mark. Question mark. In March 2097 of the Great Xia calendar, I discovered something was wrong with this child. He seemed to have wisdom and his own consciousness, but he had been hiding it because he couldn't resist. Sometimes, I found that the hatred in his eyes seemed to want to kill us all. Question mark. Question mark. This woman seems to have discovered my identity as a time traveler. Liu Qian narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect there would be such a little episode. But he doesn't seem to think that this childhood memory is a protective mechanism of the human body. In April of the Great Xia calendar 2097, during an experiment, the child suddenly spoke and said the word, death, which seemed to trigger some special mechanism. On that day, all the people in the laboratory died strangely, and no one survived. I was not there at that time, so I escaped. Question mark. Question mark. Afterwards, the child was taken away by a feminine man. I could tell that he was a eunuch. I guess he was taken into the palace. Question mark. Question mark. When I saw the child again, I found that his eyes began to become pure, without a trace of distracting thoughts, very pure, very obedient. What on earth did they do? Question mark. Question mark. In August of the year 2098 of the Great Xia calendar, His Majesty the Emperor of Mankind suddenly came to visit this child. It was because of this visit that I learned that this child was actually the son of the deposed Crown Prince Chen Zan. During this time, I vaguely heard the conversation between His Majesty and the ancestor. His Majesty seemed to have said, "The Emperor's bone is unique." What does this mean? Does it mean that it cannot be replicated, or does it mean that there is only one Emperor's bone in the world? Closing square bracket. Question mark. Question mark. Maybe I'm crazy. I actually developed a family affection for that child. I treated him as my own child and wanted to try to send him away. Maybe this way he can still survive. Question mark. Question mark. Someone contacted me and said he was an old friend of the deposed Crown Prince Chen Zan and wanted to rescue the child. He was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. For some reason, I subconsciously believed him. Question mark dot 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 question mark. What's going on? A blanket of talismans suddenly appeared, covering the entire Liu family, no, covering the entire imperial capital. A fight broke out, everyone started fighting, as if someone was trying to save the child. I realized that this might be an opportunity. There was only one person left in the laboratory extracting bone blood. I killed him, hid the tube of bone blood in a secret compartment, disguised the unconscious child as my child, took him out of the Liu family, and gave him to the man with gold-rimmed glasses. Question mark dot 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 question mark. 3 days later, I saw the child reappear at the Liu family. The way people around me looked at me seemed a little strange. Question mark dot 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 question mark. Question mark. I think I am going to die. Chapter 165. Rotten Face, Reaching the Peak of the Holy Realm. Question mark. I think I am going to die. At the end of the diary, this sentence is crooked and the handwriting is bloody, foreshadowing Liu Shui's despair and fear at the time. The diary suddenly stops here, which also foreshadows her fate. Question mark. I think it's definitely not good. Dot 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 dot. The true power of Supreme Emperor Bone must be more than what I have now. This can be seen from the fact that when I was a baby and had no cultivation, I was able to kill everyone in the laboratory. However, because the old man emperor extracted too much of his marrow bones, his Supreme Emperor Bone has severely degenerated. My childhood memories must have been erased or sealed. This is most likely related to the old man emperor. But what exactly does he mean by the only emperor's bone? This old immortal seems to be very familiar with the Supreme Emperor's bone. He seems to know something else. The middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses should be the eldest Prince Cheng'ang. I didn't expect that this guy had started to interfere back then. But why did he voluntarily hand me over after getting me? What exactly is his purpose? Every one of them was drooling over my Supreme Emperor Bone, just like demons and monsters, all of them appeared. It was a pity that I was young at that time, unable to resist, powerless to resist. Zan Fuzzy must have tried to save me back then, but ultimately failed. Liu Qian's eyes were cold, and he once again clearly understood this world. This is a world where everyone is evil. If you want to survive, you have to be more evil and crazy than everyone else. The so-called good people are destined not to live long. Liu Shui, what a pity. Dot 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 dot. It seems that we were too lenient with the ancestor of the Liu family before, and let him die too easily. Your eyes were gloomy, and the veins on your hand holding the diary were bulging. You were angry about what happened that year, and you also felt sorry for Liu Shui. The wicked suck the blood out of their bones and do whatever they want, while the good people bleed dry and are trampled upon by others. Compared to a blood-related woman who likes to hide in the dark and dares not show her face, Liu Shui, a non-blood-related woman, seems to be more worthy of the title of mother. Closing square bracket. You looked up and saw a broken corpse in a cell in the laboratory. There were snake-like creatures coiled around the corpse and hibernating. There were countless tooth marks on the bones. Next to the body was a work ID of a gentle-looking woman. It was Liu Shui. Obviously, after she was discovered, her fate was not so good. Question mark. Boom. You chopped open the iron door of the prison cell with your sword, the light of your sword killed the poisonous snakes, and you walked to the remaining corpses. Sorry, there's not much I can do. I'll try my best to send those people down to accompany you. Question mark. Swish. You use the spirit fire talisman to burn the corpse, collect the ashes in a spirit box, and prepare to find a burial place for her. After finishing everything, you followed the instructions in the diary and found a secret compartment in the laboratory. You opened it and saw a tube of liquid gold that glowed golden and looked like a treasure. Obviously, this is the tube of marrow blood that Liu Shui hid back then. After so many years, it has been quietly staying in the secret compartment without being discovered. I think when Liu Shui was captured and tortured, she didn't reveal the location of this thing. Is this what was extracted from the Supreme Emperor's bone? You stare at the marrow blood in your hand that looks like liquid gold, your eyes tremble, your heart starts to beat faster, your spine starts to become restless, and you feel a desire. It seems that this is something extremely important to you. Closing square bracket. Bang. You crushed the bottle in your hand, and the marrow blood, that looked like liquid gold instantly splashed out, and then it enveloped you like a living thing, penetrating through your skin and into your body. At this moment, you seem to be in a furnace of heaven and earth, forging madly, and the Supreme Emperor Bone, behind you is also undergoing a mutation. The Qingdi Changsheng Jing, you practiced began to operate unconsciously. Question mark. The fourth transformation into sainthood. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. The fifth transformation into sainthood. Question mark. Question mark. Sixth transformation into sainthood. Question mark. Question mark. As your cultivation level surges, your consciousness begins to become dizzy and you instantly faint on the ground. Your sealed memory begins to waver. You started having a nightmare. In the nightmare, you were just a child, but you were held by a pair of smooth and delicate hands, taken to a dark palace, and placed on a tray. You try hard to open your eyes, wanting to see clearly around you, but you find that you have lost control of your body and can only see a hazy golden screen in front of you. Your Majesty, it's time to eat. Question mark. Whirl. A corner of the hazy golden screen is suddenly lifted, and a large white hand reaches out to you, grabs your head, and drags you inside. A rotten face is staring at you greedily. This is the old emperor. Closing square bracket. Question mark. Tear. Question mark. Boom. You suddenly wake up, as if frightened by a nightmare, and your pupils shrink. The nightmare just now was too real, and it made you feel torn apart, as if it really happened. This is not a nightmare, but a previously sealed memory. But how could the old immortal's true appearance be like that? He doesn't look like a human emperor at all, and he doesn't look like a human. Instead, he looks like, your eyes trembled, as if you had thought of something. No wonder that old man hasn't shown up in decades. Is he afraid of people discovering his true appearance? But what happened? Was it Lao Deng who beat him? Was it the aftereffect of the first battle? Or, just when you were confused, you suddenly realized that something was wrong with your cultivation? Wait, my current cultivation level is the peak of the Saint Realm. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Check out our playlist for more amazing novels. Chapter 166, Unexpected Sudden Change. Destroying the Qian Alliance. Enter the peak of the Holy Realm. You didn't expect that your cultivation would improve so quickly, and the effect of that, marrow blood, was so terrifying that it allowed you to cross multiple small realms in succession. No wonder all the forces are trying to snatch it. Closing square bracket. You are now only one step away from the heaven realm. Closing square bracket. Even the progress of the true immortal talisman, deep in the soul, has increased dramatically. It no longer takes 10 years, but only 8 years to condense. Just this one strand of marrow blood has such an effect. I have a feeling that if I get another strand, I'm afraid I can break through to the heavenly realm immediately. If there are more, becoming a true immortal on earth might not be a dream. Over the years, that old immortal has eaten so much of my bones and blood that he's almost drained the Supreme Emperor Bone dry. No wonder he's become so terrifying. Your eyes are filled with shock and anger. You are surprised that your strength has increased so quickly, but you are also angry at the cruelty and greed of the old emperor. It is obvious that he is trying to take advantage of you. At this moment, you wish you could kill that old B*****************. As your cultivation level improves and your lifespan increases, the side effects of the 9 steps to heaven have been weakened by a large margin. It is no longer measured in seconds like before. Right now, even if you burn all your lifespan and briefly step into the 9-step heavenly man stage, you can still last for half an incense stick, 7.5 minutes. If the soul-devouring demon's sword is used to assist, and there are enough targets to devour, and the lifespan is constantly replenished, this time can be further extended. This is almost a true improvement in endurance and stamina, and it also solidifies your status as the number 1 person below the true immortal on earth. Right now, with my cultivation, plus the 9 steps to heaven, the endless nonsense, the ever-changing mysterious immortal scroll, the soul-devouring demon sword, the heavenly demon disintegration and destruction technique, the Supreme Emperor Bone and other means, I finally have the capital to face that immortal old man head-on. The true immortal on earth is no longer invincible. At this moment, you have many means at your disposal, you are confident and you are not afraid of anyone. You checked the time and found that you have been in the laboratory for a day. There are only 2 days left until the birthday banquet of the old emperor. Boom. You destroyed the laboratory, completely buried this place that exuded a disgusting atmosphere, and returned to the Liu family. Since the entire Liu family died, you accepted that Qi Wei, the old man, would temporarily serve as the chief steward to help with matters and receive the inheritance. With the assistance of Bai Long, the powerful celestial being, everything was arranged openly. Qi Wei, what happened during this period? Your Highness, the palace guards have been making unusual movements recently. They are searching everywhere, as if they are looking for someone. I heard it is a man and a woman. A man and a woman. Could it be Yi Cheng and Chen Ang? Closing square bracket. It seems that these two have attracted the attention of that old man. Closing square bracket. The dirty water I threw before was right. By the way, Your Highness, the Prince of Wu, Chen Tai, has been acting rashly lately, and seems to want to deal with you. Qi Wei seemed to have thought of something, and quickly reminded him. In response, you just gave a mysterious smile. Closing square bracket. Has Ryu come back? Your Highness, Miss Liu hasn't come back yet. Qi Wei stood aside and told the truth. Closing square bracket. Although he lost his position as the deputy director of the Magic City and is now just a housekeeper, his heart is even more excited and his blood is boiling. He would not change his position as a steward even if he was offered the position of director of the Imperial Capital General Administration. He hasn't come back yet. You frowned. Liu Ruyue has been gone for several days, but there has been no news since then. This is very different from the last simulation. Could something have gone wrong? To some extent, Liu Ruyue is also an important part of your arrangement. Closing square bracket. The real strength of Lao Lao Deng in the Great Xia Palace is too terrifying. Even if your trump card is greatly improved, you don't have much confidence in killing him. Closing square bracket. It still requires the combat power of a true land immortal. Has anyone or any dog come to look for you recently? You let out a breath, thinking of your uncle Yang Hong, the big yellow dog, and the sheepskin scroll on his body. In this case, we will need a helper at the land level of a true immortal. Your Highness, that's not the case either. Qi Wei was a little panicked, afraid that he would delay your business, but after thinking about it, he finally shook his head. Your brows are almost wrinkled, and you can't help but have a bad feeling in your heart. Closing square bracket. Let's not talk about Liu Ruyue for now. After learning about your situation in the imperial capital, it is impossible for your uncle Yang Hong to not take action. The worst that can be done is to send a dog to contact you. But there has been no news. 1 may be a coincidence, but 2. You unconsciously clench your fists. Something happened. When you made a breakthrough in the laboratory, the outside world was not so peaceful. Closing square bracket. The tragic death of his son Chen Jian made Chen Tai jealous and resentful of you. He first went to the palace to file a complaint against you, but to no avail. In the end, the furious Chen Tai held a funeral in his mansion and widely sent out invitations to all the brothers to come, wanting to form a anti-Qian alliance to target you and avenge his son Chen Jian and third brother Chen Luo. Although the old emperor's birthday banquet is coming soon, it is not a good idea to hold a funeral at this time, but considering that Chen Tai's son died, the old emperor will turn a blind eye to it. Seeing that there was a fool who wanted to take the lead, the other kings were overjoyed and went to the Wu Palace alone, wanting to use all 3 tricks to stir up trouble and let Chen Tai be the gun. Closing square bracket. Obviously, many people have the same idea as the third prince Chen Luo and want to get rid of you first. Right now, the most anxious person is the 4th prince Chen Shen, because according to the ranking, he is the next one. During this period, it wasn't that no one wanted to stay out of it, but Chen Tai put forward the slogan of revenge for his third brother and directly set them up. Well done, 6th brother. I know that among the brothers, you are the most promising. You have to set an example for the brothers in this matter. Ha ha ha, Lao Lu can obviously do great things at first glance, unlike me who only knows how to eat and do nothing. Quote. When the kings arrived at the Prince of Wu's palace, they immediately felt something was wrong because everything was too quiet. The whole mansion was decorated with white paper, and incense, candles, and paper strips were scattered all over the place, but it was empty, without a single servant. But since we are already here, we can only go and take a look first. You are here. Chen Tai, dressed in plain clothes, suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and immediately frightened the kings. Closing square bracket. Wow, sixth prince, how come you walk without making any sound? You suddenly appeared, aren't you afraid of scaring people to death? There are also people in your house. The fourth prince Chen Shen covered his chest, startled, and asked what everyone was thinking. Closing square bracket. We won't need them for what's coming next, so let them leave first. Come with me, brothers. I have prepared a surprise for you today. Chen Tai smiled mysteriously, as if he had already thought of the next scene. His smile gave everyone chills. Quote, come with me. The kings looked at each other, some wanted to go back, but then they thought, since they were already here. Sixth brother, what are you doing? You are acting mysterious to us. Who are you going to take us to see? Could it be that you have invited some strong man to deal with that little b*****************************? Soon, they followed Chen Tai to the morning hall. In the morning hall, a tall figure stood with his back to them. Bang! The door was shut heavily. This sudden, mysterious scene immediately made many people feel dissatisfied. Just when some people wanted to curse loudly. My brothers, long time no see. The tall figure turned around, revealing half of a middle-aged man's face that looked like a dragon and a phoenix. The supreme pressure from his body burst out, instantly frightening everyone on the ground. Second brother, you are still alive. Chapter 167. Funny little guy, didn't you ask my real body to come? Now, here I come. I won the resurrection match. As a genius, you are determined to replicate the great feat of Lao Deng leading his brothers in rebellion, and pull all uncles into your camp. Closing square bracket. After all, no matter what, these people have the support of the Tianren family behind them, which accounts for almost half of the 24 dukes. They are definitely a strong force. Being on the same side is much better than being neutral or switching sides at a critical moment. Closing square bracket. At the moment, your uncle Yang Hong has not shown up yet, so you need someone to help you break into the Xia palace and stop the old emperor's men. This is one of the reasons why you wanted to kill Chen Luo before. Without this excuse, how could the clown king Chen Tai gather all these people together openly to discuss the rebellion? Closing square bracket. However, when you appeared on stage in Lao Deng's appearance, everyone present was almost scared to death. Closing square bracket. The second brother who had been dead for decades suddenly won the resurrection match. Who wouldn't be afraid? Closing square bracket. Ha ha ha. Look at how cowardly you are. The clown king at the side couldn't help but laugh out loud as he looked at the frightened kings. His eyes were full of disdain and arrogance, and he had no idea that he was not much worse at first. Until you looked at him calmly, Chen Tai quickly stopped smiling and helped his brothers up one by one. Why are you all kneeling? Brothers, the second brother is back, everyone should be happy. I'm not afraid to tell you, my second brother has returned as a king to save us. That old immortal took the eldest brother's elixir and ate it. Now none of us can escape. Only if my second brother takes the lead can we survive. Second brother, prepare to take action when that old immortal's birthday party comes. At your suggestion, Chen Tai began to act like a big liar, started to win over the kings, and revealed his rebellion plan, which frightened everyone so much that they looked at each other in dismay and cursed inwardly. Well, they were originally planning to use the sixth brother Chen Tai as a gun, but in the end they became the gun instead. If you rebel against Lao Deng, you might lose your life if you are not careful. Closing square bracket. You looked at the kings who were silent and did not easily express their opinions, and a smile appeared on the corner of your mouth. Don't worry, I have always been tolerant. If anyone does not want to participate, they can just leave directly. I will never stop them. This is serious. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes lit up. The fourth prince Chen Shen was not very courageous to begin with, but when he saw that he could leave, he was overjoyed and turned around to leave. Puff. A blood-colored dragon thorn instantly pierced through his chest, causing him to freeze in place, motionless and in disbelief. You're really leaving? You showed a surprised expression. Closing square bracket. Seeing this scene, the other kings were all scared half to death by you. Closing square bracket. Second brother, I'll fight you, just don't kill me. Second brother, to be honest, I have long been dissatisfied with that old man. That old man won't die, it's simply unjust. Question mark. Instantly, all the kings present expressed their loyalty. You nodded in satisfaction and said, then everyone, please sign a pledge of allegiance and give old for a quick death. Under your coercion and inducement, the kings stabbed Chen Shen, who was not yet dead, and left a video of insulting the old emperor. They are completely tied to you. Then, you personally took action and swore an oath of blood with everyone, saying that you would stand together, share wealth and honor, and rule the world together. You also agreed to take action at the birthday banquet 2 days later. Time flies, and 2 more days have passed. Tomorrow is the birthday banquet for the old emperor. Closing square bracket. But there is still no news about Liu Ruyue, and that familiar dog figure has not appeared either. The entire imperial capital seemed to be isolated from the world. During this period, you did try to find Shou to get some information, but he also disappeared mysteriously. I don't know if he was avoiding you on purpose or if something happened. Although you acted calm, your heart sank to the bottom, and you suspected that the old emperor had taken action. Question mark. Will Liu Ruyue be arrested? Has something happened to Uncle Yang Hong and Uncle Go? Did the other party see through your arrangement? Closing square bracket. I'm trying to catch you in a trap, just to trick you. Closing square bracket. Shit. The arrow is on the string. It has to be shot. Fight him. If it doesn't work, just run. Your eyes turned cold, and you have made up your mind. Closing square bracket. If the situation goes wrong, I will use those uncles and aunts to take over, and then detonate the billions of thunder talismans buried underground, and then run away. As long as there is a green mountain, there will be no shortage of firewood. I'll give you another 10 or 20 years. When you become a true immortal on Earth, you can be top and bottom in no time. Question mark. Who is afraid of whom? Your Highness, Miss Liu is back. Suddenly, Qi Wei's excited voice interrupted your thoughts. Closing square bracket. Question mark. I'm back. Could it be that your previous guess was wrong? Closing square bracket. You are surprised and happy, and go out to check, and the person you see is Liu Ruyue, and Su Mei, whom you haven't seen for a long time. Closing square bracket. Question mark. Quote. Brother Liu. Seeing you appear, Su Mei's face was filled with excitement, and she subconsciously rushed towards you. But your expression suddenly changed, because at this moment, the heavenly official's blessing on your body actually began to issue a warning, and your body suddenly glowed with golden light. Question mark. Quote. Wrong. Question mark. Boom. You suddenly drew your sword and slashed at Su Mei, who was charging at you. In front of her astonished gaze, you cut her in 2. Bang. Su Mei, who was cut in half, fell to the ground and looked at you in disbelief. Question mark. Quote. Brother Liu, why? Liu Qian, you're crazy. Liu Ruyue roared at you in disbelief. Closing square bracket. Question mark. Swish. You have no expression on your face, you slash out with your sword, the sword energy bursts out, and you cut off Liu Ruyue's neck. Although the 2 people in front of you are perfect, you believe in the warning of heavenly official's blessing. Closing square bracket. The 2 people in front of me are definitely not Liu Ruyue and Su Mei. Closing square bracket. It's just a crude trick. Why don't you come out? Hearing your calm voice, Su Mei and Liu Ruyue's faces suddenly became strange, revealing terrifying smiles. I was discovered. How cruel. They spoke in unison, their voices became enchanting, and then, under your gaze, they melted and turned into a ball of clear water. Snap, snap, snap. A burst of applause suddenly appeared from behind you, causing your pupils to shrink and you felt a creepy sense of threat. At some point, a figure whose face cannot be seen clearly appears behind you, looking at you with interest. Interesting little guy, didn't you ask my real body to come? Now, here I come. Chapter 168, Liu Ruyue is dead. Duel with the Queen of Weird Eyes. The Queen with Strange Eyes. Closing square bracket. Question mark. Swish. You instantly feel your hair stand on end, a creepy feeling surges into your heart, and a white hand touches your spine silently without anyone noticing, as if it wants to penetrate your skin and touch. At this moment, your thoughts are instantly enveloped by a strange whisper, as if to pull you into an endless abyss, turning you into a puppet to be played with by others. Question mark. Boom. At the critical moment, deep in your soul, a Xian Lu, Jushuan Tianchong Guishu divine thunder, emitting vast power suddenly burst out with a trace of thunderous power, actively protecting the master. The power of a true land immortal. Question mark. Sizzle. The white hand that touched the back was instantly stung by the Guishu divine thunder, and it groaned and paused. Question mark. Swish. 2 soul-devouring demon swords, of the same origin instantly appeared in your hands and merged together, turning into a brand new, immortal weapon. Question mark. Quote. Roll. You hold the immortal weapon in your hand, and a terrifying pressure suddenly erupts from your body, covered with thunder, and blood and energy surge, almost condensing into a bloody giant monster, staring at it with a fierce look, and slashing at the phantom behind you. Closing square bracket. The power of the immortal weapon was so great that even space was instantly torn apart. The playful expression of the Queen of Weird Eyes behind him was instantly frozen, and her body was torn apart by the sword. Immortal weapon. The Empress of Weird Eyes, who was cut in half, tilted her head with a hint of surprise on her face. Question mark. Puff. The torn Queen of Weird Eyes exploded instantly, and in your eyes, it turned into nothing. Question mark. Tread. 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 In a shadowy corner not far away, a graceful figure like a goddess of the night slowly walks out, looking at you in front of her with playful eyes. Haha, you are such an unromantic little fellow. However, it seems like you still have a big secret hidden in you. Although it's said lightly, at this moment, the Queen of Weird Eyes looks at you with more respect. A mere little fellow who is not even at the heavenly man realm was able to break through her illusion and kill one of her phantom clones. He also had an immortal scroll on him. An immortal weapon. This configuration seems to be seriously over the limit. Closing square bracket. ... What's going on? Liu Ruyue and Su Mei didn't come. Instead, the Empress of Weird Eyes, a taboo-level weird emperor, came. Lu Qian's eyes changed slightly, which was undoubtedly beyond his expectations. Now, everything seems to be messed up. Without the buffer of Su Mei, the two of them would be face to face directly, which would not be fun. Moreover, the other party seemed to be still holding on to the previous, empty talk, of the simulated clone and attacked as soon as he came. This was not a good sign. Could it be that before fighting Lao Deng, he was fighting a taboo-level weird emperor first? Is this girl crazy? She actually came to the capital to attack me just because of a piece of nonsense. Isn't she afraid of that old man in the Great Xia Palace? However, judging from the last villain simulation, this guy dared to fight Lao Deng and didn't seem to be afraid. I'm afraid the difference in strength between the two sides is not that big. ... However, with your current level, you can't kill a true immortal on land. Faced with the provocative and playful gaze of the Queen of Weird Eyes, your face darkened and you looked at her with cold eyes. At this moment, you clearly sense the terror of this strange emperor who is comparable to a true immortal on Earth. Just a little bit of action has forced you to reveal several hidden cards. Also, you can feel that the other party doesn't seem to be serious. Closing square bracket. Where's Liu Ruyue? You asked coldly. Su Mei didn't come, but the Queen of Weird Eyes came instead, which means that something unexpected happened to Liu Ruyue. Liu Ruyue. Are you talking about the true immortal sword soul? The queen with strange eyes tilted her head, as if thinking, and licked her lips as if savoring something. Of course I ate it. Thank you, little one, for bringing me such delicious food. I haven't eaten the soul of a god for a long time. Question mark. Liu Ruyue is dead. Your pupils shrank, the hand holding the soul-devouring demon slayer sword trembled slightly, your breathing quickened, and the tension in your heart began to unravel. At this moment, you don't know whether you are angry about Liu Ruyue's death, or angry about why things always get out of control so easily. Hehe, you're angry. Seeing that you were a little bit upset, the smile on the face of the Queen of Weird Eyes became even wider, and she looked quite amused. Closing square bracket. But the next moment, the smile on her face became a little stiff. Closing square bracket. So, Liu Ruyue was killed without even seeing Su Mei. Did you come to the capital specifically to kill me? Question mark. Boom. Under her astonished gaze, your body begins to swell and rapidly change, transforming into a terrifying real dragon that can burn the world. Under the blessing of extreme anger, the dragon and phoenix was stimulated to the extreme. Your breath begins to rise uncontrollably. At this moment, the whole world begins to be enveloped by your anger, shattering like glass. The pupils of the Queen of Weird Eyes shrank, and she felt a creepy threat coming. Question mark quote. Then you can die now. ... Question mark. Boom. The terrifying thunder exploded, instantly shattering the entire imperial capital and completely destroying the Queen of Weird Eyes. But the strange thing is that after the entire sky shattered, what was revealed was a vast expanse of white space. This is an illusion. Your pupils shrink, realizing that you have fallen into some kind of illusion, and you begin to activate the Supreme Emperor Bone in your body, and a supreme and domineering aura begins to revive. ... Question mark. Liu family. You seem to be standing there in a daze, motionless, holding the soul-devouring demon sword in your hand, obviously trapped in some kind of illusion. The Weird Eye clan is best at mental manipulation and curses, and their favorite thing is to use illusions to control people's minds and turn their prey into slaves. The Queen of Weird Eyes stood in front of him, teasing. But her eyes seemed to show some disappointment. Is this all? How boring. You are not even qualified to fight that monster. Break it for me. Question mark. Boom. You were in a state of dismay when suddenly your eyes sparkled with brilliance, breaking through the illusion. The soul-devouring demon-slaying sword in your hand turned into a stream of light and slashed towards the Queen of Strange Eyes who was within reach. Question mark. Tear. A deep bloody scar instantly appeared on her face, and strands of her hair fell off. She froze in place for a moment. Now, am I qualified? Chapter 169. I love you, Dad. See you at Xuanwu Gate. Now, am I qualified? Your lips curled up, revealing the unruly power of a real dragon, and your eyes looked sharply at the queen with strange pupils in front of you. Just now, you almost fell into her trap. Luckily I reacted in time, broke through the multiple illusions, and managed to escape. Otherwise, I would have been in great danger. At this moment, you deeply understand what it means that those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. The Queen of Weird Eyes, in front of you is probably here to kill you. If you are weaker, you will be killed on the spot. Ever since you got the ghost talk, you have always been the one toying with others, but this time, you almost got played by Weird. If I don't fight back, I'm afraid I'll be treated as a soft persimmon. Tigers will not cooperate with antelopes. So, you can bleed too. Question mark. Tick, tick, tick. Drops of dark blood dripped onto the ground. That flawless and charming face now had a huge knife scar, and the skin and flesh were turned inside out. The intense pain made the Queen of Weird Eyes a little dazed. She reached out her hand to touch her face. Her eyes, which were as dark as the night, instantly turned cold and stared at you intently, but a strange smile appeared on her face. You are qualified. You are very qualified now. You are very qualified to be my prey. Originally, for Mayor's sake, I was going to help you out of reluctance and save your life from that monster, but now, let's forget it. Originally, she was still joking and playful, but now, she is completely enraged by you. It's like a person who is looking for fun, but is slapped in the face by fun, and instantly gets furious. At this moment, she instantly abandoned some of her previous promises to Su Mei and prepared to kill you. You should just die. How bold and strange. How dare you sneak into the imperial capital and plot against my Supreme Emperor Bone. Before the furious Queen of Trick Eyes could make a move, you suddenly shouted, resounding throughout the imperial capital, interrupting her spellcasting. And the effect of nonsense is also stimulated at this moment. Closing square bracket. The Queen with Strange Eyes. Supreme Emperor Bone. Closing square bracket. This special word particularly alarmed a certain immortal being in the Great Xia Palace. Question mark. Boom. The white jade hand that destroyed the eldest prince's mansion before appeared out of thin air from the sky, slapping towards the Liu family and the Queen with Weird Eyes. Gui Tong, you are so brave, you actually dare to come. Question mark quote question mark exclamation mark quote question mark. The Queen of Weird Eyes' face changed slightly, and she realized instantly that you had tricked her. But when she looked over, she found that you had already slipped away and fled, and no one knew where you had gone. Question mark. Boom. The Queen with Strange Eyes was grabbed by the white jade hand and dragged into the sky to fight. Otherwise, their fight would be enough to sink the entire Great Xia capital. So, a great battle at the level of a true immortal on Earth began. Closing square bracket. ... The fight has begun. Your figure suddenly appears, looking at this scene with a smile in your eyes. You have figured it out. The Queen of Trick Eyes is obviously not someone you can easily deal with. This can be seen from the way she acts recklessly and doesn't treat you as a human being. With the other party's reckless and amusing personality, and without the intervention of Su Mei, the possibility of him helping you is almost non-existent. Closing square bracket. Since this is the case, it would be better to make use of the waste and let the other party consume Lao Laodang's strength. Closing square bracket. You should know that a certain old immortal regards you as his private property, and will never allow anyone to easily touch you. Closing square bracket. A certain great Prince Chen Ang was like this before. If you knew that there were other people who were planning to take your emperor bone, wouldn't you be furious and explode right away? Closing square bracket. Fighting between true immortals on land is rare. However, judging from Lao Laoding's tone, this is not the first time that the Queen of Weird Eyes has come to the imperial capital. Has she fought with the immortal old man before? You recall what the old man said before, and seem to have heard some meaning, but you don't care about it immediately. It would be even better if these two could fight to the death. Closing square bracket. Just then, you suddenly discovered a sneaky figure appearing nearby. It was Chen Tai. Why are you here? You raised your eyebrows, you didn't expect Chen Tai to be able to find you. Closing square bracket. My dear nephew, Laodang is fighting fiercely with the strange emperor, and Uncle Six is a little panicked. In the entire imperial capital, you are the safest place with your father around. Chen Tai's face was full of flattery. Closing square bracket. Really? Then you are quite smart. You smiled meaningfully, and you always felt that the Chen Tai in front of you was a little different. By the way, nephew, why did the Queen of Trick Eyes suddenly appear and come looking for you? I called her. Question mark. You speak in a shocking way. Question mark. Chen Tai. Tai, can I trust you? Of course, Qian, you call me uncle and I call you brother. We are brothers, so of course you can trust me. The one above is the helper my father hired to deal with the old immortal. Right now, it's just a show to test the old immortal. At the critical moment, it may have other uses, you said mysteriously. Closing square bracket. Question mark quote. What? Question mark. Chen Tai is shocked. You can actually ask a strange emperor who is comparable to a true immortal on Earth to take action. It's really amazing. But, colluding with strange alien races is a great sin for the human race. Question mark quote. But it is understandable that special measures are taken during special times. Second brother is wise. ... However, the development of the following events is somewhat beyond your expectations. Closing square bracket. After a brief confrontation, it was not known whether the Queen of Weird Eyes was defeated or unwilling to fight to the death, and was forcibly expelled by the old man emperor. The old emperor didn't know what was going on, so he returned to the Great Xia Palace. Chen Qian, I will remember you. Before leaving, the Queen of Weird Eyes did not forget to say something cruel, and it is obvious that she hates you so much that she is gritting her teeth. This was the first time she had suffered such a huge loss at the hands of a weak human. In response, you just smiled and waved your hand, as if you were saying goodbye to a friend. Okay, come again next time. ... After learning that you still have a trump card, Chen Tai is undoubtedly full of confidence, and looks towards the Daxia Palace with a strange expression. Closing square bracket. I love you, Dad. See you at Xuanwu Gate. ... Chapter 170. Liu Qian, I want to control all the troops in the world. There are still 12 hours until the old man's birthday banquet begins. Closing square bracket. The imperial capital, which was already turbulent, became even more turbulent due to the appearance of the Queen of Weird Eyes. Even though the old emperor took action in time and expelled them away, it still couldn't suppress the restless hearts of some people. Closing square bracket. Because the old emperor who had not appeared for decades took action, and with one move he forcefully drove away a taboo-level weird emperor, showing his tyranny. This seemed to be inconsistent with the rumors that he was seriously injured and dying, and his lifespan was not long. Damn, this old immortal has regained his strength and is still so powerful. Could it be that the rumors are true, that this old immortal killed his son to make an elixir, devoured his blood, and recovered from his injuries? These questions are lingering in everyone's mind. Catch the assassin. Catch the assassin. That night, there was some kind of violent tremor in the Great Xia Palace. Countless guards rushed around the entire imperial capital to arrest people and blocked all ports of departure. I heard that an assassin took advantage of the fight between the old emperor and the Queen of Weird Eyes to sneak in and steal something. The assassin has a nice posture, but his face cannot be seen clearly. He likes to hold a bloody knife and a talking head. He kills everyone he sees and shouts that the Crown Prince Chen Qian wants to rebel. The birthday banquet has not yet begun, but the entire imperial capital is already in chaos. When the old emperor returned to the palace, he was said to be furious and ordered the killing of a team of imperial guards in charge of patrolling. At sunrise, a sneaky figure quietly entered the Daxia palace, and then quietly left. Question mark. The next day, the birthday banquet of the old emperor started as scheduled. It was as if nothing had happened. There was singing and dancing, lights and decorations, and laughter and joy. Closing square bracket. The 24 dukes of the Great Xia Empire and the powerful celestial beings began to enter the arena. Embassies from various overseas countries brought gifts into the Daxia Palace. His Majesty the Emperor has arrived. Question mark. Boom. Behind the golden screen, a tall and majestic figure with the terrifying aura of a true immortal appeared in an instant. The White Eagle Alliance Empire, in celebration of the Great Xia Emperor, specially presents a pair of ancient dragon eagles. The Kingdom of Golden Vale sent hundreds of beauties and hundreds of treasures to congratulate the Emperor of Great Xia. Question mark. Question mark. Soon, the envoys from various countries who were supposed to enter the palace last discovered something was wrong. It was because, in the upper part of the entire hall, there were actually empty seats, but the seats belonging to the kings were empty, and no one came. At the birthday banquet of the emperor, none of the kings who were his subjects came. Closing square bracket. This seems a little unreasonable. Not only were the envoys from various countries shocked, even the ancestors of the Great Xia Empire were stunned and did not react. Even the ancestors of the Chu family, the Shou family and other celestial ancestors who knew the inside story looked at each other with their eyes and noses, like clay figures, as if they had no idea. What's going on? Why haven't the kings appeared yet? Have you forgotten that today is His Majesty's birthday banquet? How could they forget such an important day? Did they want to die? I have a bad feeling. The kings are fine, but why didn't Chen Qian, the son of the abandoned Crown Prince Chen Zan, show up? Did he forget that today is the auspicious day to enthrone his grandson? Question mark. Question mark. Instantly, the whole hall was whispering, as if they were at a loss as to what to do due to the sudden situation. However, soon, the kings who arrived slowly dispelled everyone's doubts. The kings claimed that they were late because they had prepared a precious gift for their father, and they came to apologize. Closing square bracket. In response to this, the old emperor seemed generous and said that it was okay. However, as time goes by, you, one of the protagonists of the birthday party, have not appeared for a long time. At this time, the old emperor behind the golden screen seemed a little impatient and suddenly asked, "Why don't you see the prince?" Question mark. When these words were spoken, everyone in the audience was shocked. Your Majesty, perhaps His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was late because he was preparing a gift. Go find it. An old eunuch received the order and prepared to go out and call for help to search. Question mark. Boom. The old eunuch who had just left suddenly flew back like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the hall, spitting blood. Amidst the astonished gazes, you strode in alone, with a defiant look on your face, staring straight at the golden screen above. You are getting old and confused, aren't you? Do I have the habit of arriving early? You will die soon, right? Question mark. Boom. The whole audience was in dead silence, and everyone was almost stunned. Closing square bracket. No one could have imagined that you, the future grandson, would give your own master a show of strength as soon as you appeared on the scene. How dare you, Liu Qian, insult your father and the emperor? You are so cruel. An upright historian stood up and yelled at you. No king, no father. No king, no father. Question mark quote dot 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 quote question mark. At this moment, you seem like a sinner, being criticized by countless people, but soon, they all shut up. Because, the kings at the front of the hall stood up one after another and walked towards you silently. Just when everyone thought that your arrogance had angered all the uncles and was about to attract the kings to beat you up, they saw that the kings came behind you, as if you were the leader. Kings, what are you doing? Someone shouted in astonishment, obviously frightened by this scene. Closing square bracket. At the same time, a panicked eunuch suddenly rushed into the hall, bringing everyone shocking news. Report, something happened to His Majesty. The people brought by the king suddenly attacked the royal guards and forcibly took over the garrison of the imperial palace. Report, the palace gates are wide open, and a strange army is coming in from the main gate. Report, Tongqing of the imperial capital general office led many monks from the general office to block the passages around the Great Xia Palace. Question mark quote dot 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 quote question mark. As earth-shattering news appeared one after another, the entire hall fell into a dead silence, and all eyes were on you. Closing square bracket. I'm afraid you are going to force the emperor to abdicate today, and you are bringing all the kings with you. Rebellion. Rebellion. Everything is rebelling. Closing square bracket. At this moment, it seems like history is repeating itself. Closing square bracket. The historians who were just insulting you now sit down quietly, looking like they have become obedient. The old man behind the golden cloak spoke again. Chen Qian, what are you doing? I want to control all the troops in the world. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audiobook to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.